Set sail. Let's go to the Baltic harbor, straight into the base camp of that old fox. Leyland's order was accompanied by cheers from his pirates. They started up the Scarlet Tiger, which was like a gigantic creature of the sea as they headed towards the Baltic archipelago. Asterisk thump. Shatter, asterisk the sharp and clear sounds of glass and chinaware falling onto the ground could be heard, occasionally interspersed with bellows of rage. The maids and subordinates in the Marquis residence did not even dare to breathe heavily, fearful of becoming the target of his fury. Ever since news of William's death had made its way here, Louis had sunken into a state of complete hysteria. Several servants had been dragged out and beaten to death, including a few personal female servants that Louis once favored greatly. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the servants were being silent out of fear. For some reason, Tim was secretly very elated upon seeing the situation. He was even filled with the rejuvenating pleasure of someone having taken his revenge. Has that damn William been completely fed to the fishes? Tim laughed maniacally inside, yet did not dare to show it. If that old fellow knows about this intelligence report, will he get so angry that he'll breathe his last? Father. We have the latest news of our family's fleet. Tim's voice was a mix of unease and apprehension, as though he was a criminal waiting to be executed. Come in. Marquis Louis's voice came from within the room as he tried to repress his anger. Tim sneered secretly, and entered. The Marquis' study was currently very messy. Shattered glass and porcelain shards were strewn across the floor. On the desk lay a dead body, totally void of life. It was a young and beautiful female servant. Her eyes seemed to show a longing for survival, and her body was covered with traces of abuse, particularly the bruises on her neck, which were the main culprits that led to her death. Someone, tidy up this place. Marquis Louis adjusted his shirt collar. With his order, an expressionless butler entered with a few maids, and they quickly cleared up the entire study room. When the door closed, only Tim and Marquis Louis were left. Seeing that the Marquis had seemingly regained peace after venting his anger, Tim suddenly felt a chill in his heart for some reason. Father, Tim tried his best to make his voice appear more sorrowful. Speak. Have those bunch of morons been completely wiped out? Marquis Louis sat on his soft armchair, his expression without a hint of grief or delight. Yes. Our family's military fleet was besieged by the Scarlet Tigers and the barbarians, and has confirmed to have been totally defeated near the Baltic archipelago. What Tim did not expect was that Marquis Louis's expression did not change much after hearing such earth-shattering news, as though he had long predicted it. I know. After the Black Skeletons and Tigus Heart pirates were destroyed, our family's fleet walked down the same road as well. Heh heh. From today onwards, the Gold Thornblossom's authority over the Dambrath seas will be thoroughly destroyed. The Marquis' eyes seemed unusually bloodshot. It was the pain and insanity of having his life's work ruined. However, Tim actually felt more at ease after witnessing this. He would be assured only if the Marquis was in such a state. Give instructions to prepare to leave this place. Marquis Louis said to Tim. Leave? To where? Tim seemed rather puzzled. Return to the mainland, the Dambrath capital. It's no longer safe here with the great loss we've suffered in our strength. Those pirates will frantically pounce on us like starving dogs. We must leave as soon as possible while their mind is still on the other ports and wealth. Marquis Louis explained indifferently as he gazed at Tim with a gentle look in his eyes. Tim, you're now my only adult son. As long as we live, the kingdom will not let the Baltic archipelago have a change of ownership. The delayed trust made Tim feel as though there were two hot streams crashing into his eyes. He pouted, but said nothing in the end. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk muffled cannon blasts sounded in the study, interspersed with the whistles of pirates. No matter how good the soundproofing was, the noise could not be blocked out. What's going on? Marquis Louis ran to the window and opened it. The sounds became clearer, and he could see many clouds of black smoke. There were even silhouettes of hordes of pirates. How could they intrude so quickly? What about the fort and sentinel points that the team of guards had set up? Why aren't they of any use? Could it be? Marquis Louis could finally smell conspiracy. Although he had lost his soul after his beloved son died in battle and after his maritime fleet was entirely wiped out, the Marquis who had endured the test of battle immediately reacted at this critical juncture, but it was all too late. He suddenly turned around, and immediately met with a pair of eyes resembling a wolf's. Kill. Heh heh. Charge. Numerous pirates roared wildly. After destroying the battery and several guard assembly points, the other pirates spread themselves out like maniacs. They charged towards to the refined stores and enormous mansions like wild dogs. Smashing sounds could be heard everywhere, and lone pirates with luxurious silk hung around their necks and their pockets stuffed with huge amounts of jewelry and gold coins could be seen scuttling across the streets from time to time. Of course, there were bound to be massacres and death, and even little children could not run from their fate. Women were being disgraced in many dim corners, as they let out sorrowful cries. Restraining the pirates like they were a military troop would be a joke. These pirates were excited by the tremendous amount of wealth here after they had abruptly broken into the place. They were like rats that had fallen into a rice vat, and had exposed the most despicable side of humanity. In order to cause the greatest amount of wreckage, Lei Lin had even lowered his standards. He'd recruited a huge bunch of inferior pirate vassals, and brought them here. These were the scum of all scum, and they instantly displayed their powerful destructive abilities. One could see that the entire harbor wouldn't regain its popularity in the next few years after this ended. On the largest battleship equipped with magical armor, the Scarlet Tiger, Lei Lin put down the telescope in his hands as he revealed a satisfied expression. Excellent. That's right, kill them all, rob them all, burn them all. When we depart, all I need is to see a wasteland. Lei Lin was now wearing a silver mask, and so was Isabel. They were still noblemen after all, and naturally had to be mindful. Otherwise, they would meet with trouble in the kingdom if they left some magical image behind. Even though the mask covered his expression, Lei Lin was now like a respected devil of the underworld. His aura made other pirates retreat one by one, their faces filled with panic and fear. The Baltic archipelago was the feudal land of the kingdom after all, and Lei Lin could not brazenly occupy this place openly. Thus, he wanted to completely destroy everything here, and turn this beautiful and wealthy archipelago into a purgatory. It would never be able to contest for the spot of an offshore trading center with Fallen Island henceforth. You will see it. Isabel's eyes were rather bloodshot. Her aura once again began to rise sharply. Such slaughter and chaos were evidently a demon's favorite. If she was able to conduct a ritual before they pillaged the place, perhaps they would reap even greater profits. But Lei Lin wouldn't let her do that, of course. Once devils and demons were involved in something, it would definitely attract the attention of the church. He was still unable to contend against those colossal beings. Tim's map of the port's defenses shows that there are still some forts, and also the residences of several people in authority and their strength. It can't get any easier to raise this port to ruin. A harbor was completely different with intel on it than without. Tim had an extremely high status, which was of huge benefit to Lei Lin as a spy. At this moment, Robin Hood came forward to report to Lei Lin. Boss. The troops stationed here have already been completely wiped out. Ronald is currently bringing our men to attack Marquis Lewis's mansion. His body was covered with many bloodstains, and there were even pieces of meat and other items hanging from the blade of his sword. Marquis Lewis must die here. The others don't matter. Marquis Lewis was an old fox after all. If he escaped, there might be other troubles that would ensue. Lei Lin wasn't that idle to fool around with him. That Tim, Robin Hood seemed like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Depends on his luck. Marquis Lewis has a few other children who are not of age yet anyway. We just need someone to succeed the Gold Thornblossom family, so that their feudal land will not be confiscated by the kingdom. Lei Lin waved his hands. Come with me, there are even more important things to do. To Lei Lin, two places here were the most important sources of wealth. One was the official residence of the Marquis, and the other was naturally where Borage gathered the materials for his wizard tower. Assassination. Borage was a high-level wizard who led a luxurious life and had a respectable position across the entire Dambrath kingdom. The only reason he was following Lewis in developing the outer seas was because the Marquis had promised to construct a wizard tower for him. This was a wizard tower, something all high-level wizards needed to conduct more profound research into other planes. It was how they raised their ranks. High-level wizards with the protection of a tower were miles ahead of vagrants with nothing to their name. Given the many advantages, there was no doubt that the construction of a wizard tower was just as horrifying in its expense. Even the cheapest one costed more than 2 million gold coins. Lei Lin was sure that Marquis Lewis had invested close to half of his trade profits into this wizard tower which was still under construction. For him, this was equivalent to a gift from heaven. If he could completely plunder these supplies, it would be much easier for him to build a wizard tower for himself in the future. Lei Lin had already found the construction blueprint unique to the wizard tower in Borage's bag of holding, but the base materials were also very precious. Marquis Lewis had spent an endless amount of money and manpower to transport them from remote parts of the distant mainland. He brought his men to the designated location for the Wizard Tower by following Tim's map. There were already several camps here, and a simple foundation for the tower had already been laid. If we really had let him build his Wizard Tower, we absolutely wouldn't have been able to break through the port's defense today. It's even possible that we'd have suffered a total defeat, Leyland said with a lingering fear to the people next to him, as he saw that the project had just begun. However, the camp was now in chaos. Many corpses were strewn messily across the place, and it was filled with pirates in a killing frenzy as they dashed from one room to another. Stop them. Leyland waved his hands. He didn't have a twinge of mercy for those random pirates who went crazy with bloodlust and lacked discipline. Robin Hood brought his men over and started hacking frantically at the other pirates right away. When several of the pirates who were roaring away were beheaded, the remaining few finally came to their senses. Put down the things you robbed, or you will die here. Leyland spoke indifferently, looking as terrifying as a devil to them. Under the threat of death, most of the pirates obediently threw out the items in their hands, and rushed towards the port. There was also an endless amount of wealth there, and giving up their lives here was not worth it at all. However, there were still a minority of the pirates who coveted and could not let go of the riches in their hands. With a wave of Leyland's hand, Robin Hood and his men immediately went towards those stubborn pig-heads. Open the storehouse. Once they were done purging the entire area, Robin Hood grabbed a person who seemed to be in charge. Using his blade that was covered in fresh blood, he forced him to open all the storehouses one by one. In that split second, Leyland's men were immediately dazzled by a colorful radiance. Diamonds, ironwood, the core for configuring puppets, and so many wizarding alloys. Not bad, not bad, these are all goods that aren't available overseas, and are necessary to build a wizard tower. On top of that, Leyland had even found a tiny warehouse after cracking a tiny mechanism, which stored copious amounts of mithril and pure gold. These two metals could absorb magic very well, and were precious materials required in many wizarding items. These are probably only a part of it. Leyland sighed sorrowfully. Slave trading is indeed the most profitable business. This was undoubtedly the reason why his family didn't engage in the trade of refined sugar and fish floss for long, or else they would have been able to accumulate an unimaginable sum of wealth. Organize the men. Move all of this onto the Scarlet Tiger, and specially assign people to guard it. Leyland instructed Robin Hood. Then, he brought Isabel and the others next to the Marquis residence which had already been besieged. Ronald was now launching a violent attack with his men, but the people inside were resisting tenaciously. What Marquis Lewis had accumulated over the decades wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Even if they had already gotten rid of most of his men at sea, there would still be faithful officials appearing at times like this. However, their pointless resistance dissolved into nothing after Leyland appeared. With just a few fireball spells, the entrance to the Marquis mansion was completely blasted open, revealing the interior of the building in all its dazzling and glorious splendor. Isabel dashed in like a valkyrie, her black magical longsword taking in its fill of hot blood. She didn't have any mercy whatsoever towards these foes who had caused her family to perish. Leyland called Ronald over and gave him a grim order. Ronald, tell those pirates that the entire Marquis mansion and a few of the other important storehouses are ours. Anyone who dares to covet them will be killed right away. He wasn't some kind of saint, he had gathered all these miscellaneous pirates here only to strengthen his influence. He was already kind enough to let them plunder the place willfully, how could he give them the greatest benefits? Yes, young master. Ronald was brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. He, too, had a burning hatred towards Marquis Lewis's family. Now that he had gotten his revenge, he was full of so much admiration towards Leyland that he would kneel at his feet. The entire process was going rather smoothly. While Ronald was directing his men to empty the stores, Leyland had already obtained a battle report from Isabel. The entire mansion has crumbled completely. Other than Tim and a few others, the rest have been arrested, and even Marquis Lewis was found dead in his study. Is that all right? It's enough, let's go. Leyland sneered as he scanned the city center. A few places were still rather tranquil, and were even radiating light. That was the location of the church. Even a bishop would be unable to obstruct the tsunami of pirates, and could only passively rely on the powers of the god in their church to strengthen their defense. Leyland certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to let his men attack the church. As for the other miscellaneous pirates who had already lost their minds, he naturally didn't have to bother about them anymore. Moreover, Leyland's attack this time was achieved by catching the Marquis off guard. If the other churches reacted and even colluded with each other, it would be very troublesome for him. Yes, young master. The other pirates? Ronald saluted with his right hand on his chest. They came for wealth, and will now die here because of wealth. Isn't it perfectly normal? Under the influence of a crazed atmosphere, there would only be a handful of pirates who would eventually discover danger, promptly wrap up their business here, and leave. Besides, if they could achieve this, then they would naturally have the right to continue living. The Scarlet Tiger and a few battleships departed the harbor, which had already degraded into a living hell. They even lit up a few large fires, yet it did not attract the attention of many pirates. Those soaking in madness and slaughter would always have a relatively slow reaction towards the outside world. A few rays of holy light obstinately shot out from the flames, even protecting the surrounding civilians. It was just that there seemed to be a few shadows within the rays of light emitting from the church. Heh heh. The Church of the God of Murder. We will settle our debts one day, Lei Lin smiled sarcastically. The look in his eyes was serene, yet it seemed to contain a devilish glint. Respected Bishop, all the Pathfinders have assembled, and are ready to set off any moment. A young female priest looked across the refugees in the plaza of the church, her face flushed red with indignance and her gaze filled with pity. Those damn pirates. The light of our God will purify them completely one day. The young female priest said, aggrieved. The elderly bishop's eyes seemed to contain the entire world, yet they were also brimming with a soft luster. He slowly started to pray to the sculpture of Ilmater in the center of the church. Dear God, take pity on the common people. Alice, you have to understand that our forces are unable to contend against all those pirates outside. We must wait for a suitable opportunity. The bishop's voice was aged but resolute, yet seemed to have some sort of calming powers that allowed the young female priest to attain peace within her heart. At this moment, a figure hurriedly ran in. Sir. A priest of the Church of Lathander is requesting to meet you. Very well, invite him in quickly. There was a glimmer of joy on the bishop's face. Lathander the Morning Lord was a deity with a formidable occult force. He bore an intense hatred towards all kinds of evil and sordid behavior, and his priests were unyielding towards cracking down on dark forces. With the assistance of his pathfinders in quelling the entire harbor, there would be hope in restoring peace. Respected Bishop. A priest with lustrous golden hair, clothed in a Morning Lord priest gown entered with quick steps, an extremely resentful expression on his face. Our church will dispatch all the forces we have on hand to attack those vicious people. I hope we will be able to receive your help. But of course, we will not shirk our duty. Eek. The bishop turned to look at his chest, stunned. A black dagger had been thrust into it, the blood like a blooming rose as it spread under it unceasingly. A malicious curse immediately invaded the wound, one that even a divine spell couldn't dispel. You're not a Morning Lord priest, the bishop slowly collapsed. In the final moments of his life, he saw the priest's face change weirdly, and it eventually became the face of a sinister person. He started slaughtering everyone around him as he laughed maniacally, and the young priest Alice fell into a pool of blood. Shadow jump. After assassinating the bishop, the assassin who was above rank 15 immediately mobilized a high-level technique and vanished into thin air. With the convenience of the shadow plane, he had arrived somewhere else when he reappeared. Change in events. My lord, Ilmater's bishop has fallen. The high-ranked assassin respectfully reported to the people next to him. You did well. Beside him was evidently the bishop of the God of Murder at Pirates Cove. At some point in time, he had come to the Baltic archipelago and hidden himself in the shadows, killing the regional bishop of the God of Suffering. Master, please accept this offering from your humble servant. Seeing a broken ray of light amidst the sea of fire, the bishop of the God of Murder flushed as he knelt and began to pray. This light belonged to the Church of Suffering. A pair of powerful eyes focused on this area, strong enough for even the high-ranked assassin to sense. This was the strength of the god that he believed in, of Sirik the God of Murder. His eyes filled with elation, and the radiance of divine force flickered into existence. Grace of the gods. It's the grace that will raise his ranking permanently. The high-ranked assassin saw the light shining on the bishop's body, as well as the increase in his aura. The bishop's eyes burnt with more fervor as he began to pray silently, Dear Master Sirik, you are. The unrestrained acts of the pirates continued for several days. The Scarlet Tigers and barbarians acted separately, conducting surprise attacks on all of the Baltic archipelago's ports and cities. There were also other, fake, pirates mixed in, following their bosses as they wreaked havoc while robbing all that was in front of their eyes. This was a feast for pirates. Sirik's priests seemed to be acting from the shadows in these outrageous events, apparently with the god of murder's divine force mixed in. It made it seem like there really was a conspiracy afoot. It was even said that the chaos and massacre here had attracted the attention of demons and devils from the abyss. Someone had personally witnessed their marks on the ruined corpses from the calamity. This immediately caused concern in the Dambrath kingdom. An investigation team formed of elite priests and paladins of the god of justice Tyr swore to find the main culprit and punish them. Accompanying the investigative team was a special envoy sent by the king, responsible to confirm the survival of the descendants of the. Together with this investigative team was a special envoy sent down by the king. He was responsible for confirming the survival of the descendants of the Golden Thornblossom family, as well as the cause of Marquis Lewis's death. Of course, that was all a front. What truly attracted one's attention was the Baltic archipelago, and the fertile territories on the seas. It was a pity that they were destined to be disappointed. After the pirate attack, the Baltic archipelago had lost over 50% of its population and much of its amassed wealth. The other ports and cities were burnt to nothing, turning into dead regions no merchants were willing to go to. Trading in the outer seas had begun to shift towards other noble families' islands. The fallen island obviously got the most out of it, and began to develop rapidly. It even began to try taking over the spaces that Marquis Lewis had left behind, laying its hands on the slave trade. Leylin had now assembled his subordinates on the Scarlet Tiger ship, announcing a decision. "I plan to leave for a while, I plan to travel the continent." Leylin looked solemn as he saw his trusted aides in the captain's room. This was a decision he had made after careful deliberations. There was no way around it. He had gone too far this time, and it was necessary that he hide it out for a while. In addition, the outer seas were now gaining even more attention from even the gods. It was truly an unsuitable area for him to continue keeping a low profile. "After I leave, the Scarlet Pirates will be under Isabel's command. You must listen to her as you do me, is that understood?" After all the members left, Leylin made Isabel stay behind. "Are you really leaving?" Isabel gazed at Leylin's handsome face, looking reluctant. "I've no choice. While everything might seem great with us now, we still need to be cautious." Leylin's eyes were on Isabel as he began to instruct her. "I've already completely broken off relations between the Scarlet Tiger pirates and the family. I've even killed off all the disloyal ones, so it should be fine for you to take over. As long as neither of us are caught, it's impossible to get real evidence." The only connection between the fallen family and the Scarlet Tigers was Leylin. Without him there, the investigators could only watch helplessly. The churches and the kingdom naturally still needed evidence to act openly. "And though the barbarians have parted ways with us, I'm not worried about them. We have power on the surface." "Power on the surface?" Isabel looked doubtful. "Yes. After I get back, I'll suggest that Father build a military fleet of our own. This is something pirates will never be able to do." Leylin's eyes flickered with extraordinary intelligence. "There are only two sides of the outer sea, the light and the dark. In the dark, there's the Scarlet Tiger pirates contending with them, but they can't do anything against us in broad daylight. After all, commerce will never be able to match up to the power of nobility. With this advantage, we'll definitely be able to suppress them, turning into the next Marquis Lewis and gaining supremacy in the outer seas." Leylin shared his complete development strategy. "Do you understand what I'm saying? We just have to make our foundations stable." Isabel was intelligent. "Yes, it's all about stability. Once we completely take over the outer seas, the churches won't be able to do anything even if they know about our actions." "What do you mean?" Isabel was astonished. "It's power." Leylin waved his hands. "As long as the outer seas are under our control, the churches can't put us on trial even if they know we've sinned. They have to spread their own faith as well." With his abundant life experience, what could Leylin not see through? Look. Even if Marquis Lewis was involved in the sinful slave trade, with his hands dipped in blood, he had control over the prophets in the outer seas and had close relations with the kingdom. Even a priest of the God of Justice couldn't put him on trial. Leylin's eyes blazed with ambition. "As long as we're superior on the outer seas, those churches will only be able to lower their heads to us." Obviously, Leylin had failed to mention something. At the beginning, they could learn to do what Marquis Lewis had, but after that, there had to be changes. He already had a plan for that. In order to control the outer seas, his own strength was also vital. He believed they needed a legend in charge at the minimum, but if everything went according to plan it was still feasible. By the time his family had gotten to that point, he'd have become a legend himself. This was the realm of legends, people who had a say in the entire world of gods. After all, the gods couldn't descend to the prime material plane in their own bodies, only able to do so through incarnations that weren't much stronger than high-rank legends. Of course, Lei Lin only had the guts to do this in the outer seas, where the gods' organizations were frail. Otherwise, he would just be seeking his death. With those pirates in the middle being scapegoats for us, the churches won't go after us right away. Our Scarlet Tiger pirates must be aware of this. Lei Lin estimated that the barbarians would not grow hostile to them right away. Instead, they would absorb the surrounding pirates and increase their strength. For this reason, however, they would attract even more attention, and unknowingly take the brunt of it from the Scarlet Tigers. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Tigers would keep a low profile and amass more power, waiting for an opportunity to rise. Only after his plans were completely explained did Lei Lin leave, feeling at ease. Seeing Lei Lin's figure flying in the horizon and turning into a black spot that even tally disappeared, Isabel turned with an icy look on her face. Gather all the leaders. We are to hide in the deep seas for a period of time. Understood. Ronald shrank back. He had a feeling that after the head left, the Scarlet Witch that struck the outer seas with terror would return. Ronald was aware that she would not make allowances for anyone else, destroying anyone she caught. He did not dare complain and jogged away from the deck. With Isabel pressurizing them, the Scarlet Tiger's pirates carried out Lei Lin's plans exceedingly well, hiding in the deep sea. Dambrath only held a small portion of the outer seas, and the further out one went the more dangerous it was. It was rumored that there was a country of aboriginals at the depths of the sea, protected by the gods. Of course, this was just a rumor. The Scarlet Tiger's actions wisely allowed them to evade a round of unrest. The organizations of the Outer Sea and the enraged nobles of the Dambrath Kingdom combined forces with the Church, beginning a new round of purging the Outer Sea pirates. Even the navy was employed. The priests and paladins of the God of Justice could be seen roaming around at this point. The pirates that had just started to get arrogant were put in a tough spot as they were stabilizing themselves. Many were exterminated, and even the barbarians suffered huge losses with no choice but to do things on the sly. Whatever it was, the sea was vast. The Dambrath Kingdom had no way to maintain the huge expenses of the navy, and this could only terrorize the region for a while. After the navy left, this would still be the pirates' territory. The reshuffling from this new round continued. The fallen family would make use of their status as nobility, trading their too profitable goods into becoming the hub of the outer seas. Of course, that was all in the future. Eamon City. Eamon was a port city along the coast of the Dambrath Kingdom. It relied on the flourishing trade of the outer seas to develop, and at one point had over 10,000 free citizens making up its society. The lights never went out at night, and it created the image of prosperity. However, the pirates tied in the outer seas, especially after the ransacking of the Baltic archipelago, stopped the sea trade for a while. Many small merchants had even committed suicide in the sea out of bankruptcy, leading to a further decline in prosperity. This was all until one day, when a young man in grey robes came to the city gates. Entry fee is a copper coin. As they had been standing guard here for a long time, the two guards had developed great insight. Noticing that this young man was not to be messed with, they did not create much trouble. After handing over the fee, the young man entered Eamon City. The city's roads were desolate, with guards patrolling everywhere. Since this was a port on the sea, there was a theoretical chance of pirate attacks, and those timid aristocrats and nobles were scared stupid by the pirates' tide, increasing the city's security. Most of them had probably hidden themselves further inside the mainland by now. I'll probably need to go to the mercenary guild later. After finding an inn, the young man slipped his hood off, revealing curly hair that was as dazzling as gold and a handsome face. This was obviously Lei Lin. After taking care of all the matters and handing over all sorts of materials to Ernest, causing him to go giddy in his ecstasy and begin construction of a wizard's tower, Lei Lin openly left Fallen Island, taking a ship to the continent. Of course, this was in the name of travel and learning, something that was a matter of course for wizards. He currently held a recommendation letter from Ernest in his lap, something that would allow him to train in the capital's Wizards Guild for a while. Lei Lin had intended this trip for a while, there was nothing that Ernest could teach him anymore. And with Borach's bag of holding, he could now move about with more ease. 10 cubic meters of space was huge, and he could put his tent, rations, and essentials inside it, making things less difficult for him. After getting on the coast, Lei Lin was like a drop of water that disappeared into the river of people. Things were rather sensitive right now, and he did not want to cause any trouble. Traveling at this point was a very troublesome matter. If he lacked proof of free citizenship from the city hall or some other documents like that, he'd be treated like a runaway slave or indentured farmer. The rest of his life would be spent in jail or bankruptcy. Of course, if he showed his proof of nobility, all cities would leave their doors wide open for him. But he wasn't foolish enough to do that. If he became a mercenary, he would be able to move about with no obstruction in most areas, though the guards would roll their eyes at him. Mercenaries who broke order were one of the most headache-inducing issues for security officials. The Mercenary Guild was located by the Warriors Guild. One of their requirements was that one was a professional. Of course, this wasn't too hard. If he trained for many years, could use a few weapons proficiently and had a certain amount of experience, he could easily be certified as a rank 1 fighter. Lei entered the Warriors Guild that was guarded by 2 burly warriors, in the distance seeing shrines to the gods of warriors and war. There were even a few resident priests in the guild, overseeing everything. They were in charge of healing injuries, even though it obviously came with a price. Behind the Warriors Guild were a few big shots. Without their support both on the surface and in the shadows, it would have had no chance to spread throughout the continent. Since warriors were the most common professionals amongst the many races, becoming one did not require much talent. Is this Mister's first time here? After seeing Leyland's entrance, a maid welcomed him while watching him with a strange look. After all, most warriors were muscled, and it was rare to see people like Leyland. Yes. I would like to apply for the fighter test. Though the Wizards Guild was more suitable for him, and being a wizard would gain him more respect, Leyland was here to stay out of trouble. He naturally wouldn't do that. He was not even planning to use the recommendation letter Ernest had given him. Please come with me. The maid brought Leyland to the second level of the guild. There were many little rings here, where warriors were fighting hand-to-hand or battling it out. While they were using wooden swords, people would still get injured. At this moment, a priest that had been waiting at the side would be useful. Please register first. May I know which rank would you like to take the test for? As if afraid that Leyland did not understand well and because of his face, the maid explained to him enthusiastically, our tests here are conducted based on varying levels of strength. You'll need to fight against a similarly ranked or 2 lower-ranked opponents for a period of time to be able to pass the test, and there are often casualties. Thank you for your good intentions. I'll do what I can. Leyland came to a counter and put in his particulars, filling up the form. Let's see. Your name is Lei, you're 18, and you want to take the test for a rank 5 warrior. Sitting at the counter was a withered old man. He lifted his glasses and looked at Leyland, who was outside. Young man, don't try to push yourself too far. A rank 5 warrior can already use their chi, and some have even grasped battle techniques. You could maybe try rank 3. What? You're choosing the rank 5 test. The maid looked astonished, her sharp voice causing surrounding people to gather around and watch. Why didn't you listen to me? The maid stamped her feet, pretty flushes appearing on her cheeks. I've already made up my mind, I'll do this. Leyland furrowed his brows. While he had lied about his age, this was still shocking. Of course, it wasn't that bad. It was much better than being a 16-year-old rank 10 wizard, and he then nodded, please accept this application. The application fee is 10 copper coins. After Leyland paid up, the old man sighed helplessly, teenagers these days. Interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting kid for a long time. Let me be his opponent. A forthright voice sounded out, and immediately after a burly man who was 2 heads taller than average pushed the crowd away as he walked over. His upper body was naked, the muscles solid like granite. There were several scabs from blades on his face, emanating red light that made him seem more menacing. It's the Bone Shatterer, Fafnir. This guy's in for it. It's rumored that he's a savage person who likes to pinch and shatter his opponent's bones. Why is he suddenly causing trouble for a kid? It should be for a woman, right? He's been interested in Nina for a long time. This immediately caused the maid to blush beet red. Fafnir, what are you doing? Nothing much. I'm a rank 5 warrior anyway, so isn't it normal for me to be an examiner? Am I wrong? Fafnir watched Leyland, a malicious smile on his face. What about it? He looked at the old man at the counter. You can give up on this test and come back tomorrow, the old man sighed. He probably did not want to see a young man like Leyland having such a great setback. Leyland was speechless inside. He hadn't expected to meet such a vulgar person. It's fine, he'll do. Wait till tomorrow. He didn't have that much time to waste. I won't worry about you anymore. This nonchalant attitude resulted in Nina leaving while fuming in anger. Meanwhile, a crisp explosion could be heard produced from Fafner's hands. Kid, you're dead meat. I want to pinch and shatter all the bones in your body bit by bit. Hope that you won't hurt bad enough to call for your mother. While brushing past him, Fafner looked at Lei Lin and made a gesture as if slitting his throat. Don't worry. Isn't there a priest? I actually hope you brought enough money. Lei Lin rolled his shoulders and picked up the long sword used for the testing. As it was wooden, the handle was very light. However, there was a layer of metal on the blade that made it seem more durable. The two slowly walked into the ring, and the judge then waved his right arm downwards. Ready? Begin. Destroy him, Bone Shatterer. I'm supporting you, kid. Hang on. The other board warriors immediately began to jeer, and a few got the bets going, on how many moves Lei Lin could take from Fafner. Nina reappeared in the audience, watching the center of the sight anxiously. Kid, repent in hell. Fafner yelled as he charged. This speed and technique was far from what Jacob had at the beginning, and Lei Lin could only shake his head inside. However, he did need to conceal his strength too, and he only dodged, by a hair's breadth, sword swinging onto his opponent's shoulder. Stop wasting time. I've things to do. A faint layer of chi emanated from Lei Lin's body. It's chi. This guy's already activated chi. The onlookers exclaimed. This kid's not bad. Fafner immediately began to get serious, and he wrapped himself up in these rays as well. An opponent who had already activated chi was not so easily defeated. Battle technique, shatter bones. He accelerated, charging towards Lei Lin. Mercenary. Fafner actually used a battle technique. The audience all exclaimed. How boring. Lei Lin slipped past the opponent slashing while his wooden sword pierced forward. Battle technique, charge. An immense force struck Fafner, causing his huge body to fly like a sandbag. However, Lei Lin's attack hadn't ended yet. He seemed to turn into a gust of wind, sticking close to the hulking man who was in midair. Crack, crash, terrifying sounds of bones shattering were heard. When Fafner fell, his arms and legs were all twisted at strange angles, and he even fainted. How is it? Did I pass? Lei Lin looked at the judge, who seemed dazed. Oh. I announce that Lei has passed this test. He finally said, as if he'd woken from a dream. The surrounding crowd began to make a ruckus. Lei Lin cared little about this, and he went to the counter. This time the crowd opened up a path automatically, respecting the strong. The old man chuckled as he asked, hee hee. I don't often make mistakes. Kid, any interest in learning here for a period of time? No thanks. I still have something urgent to do. Lei Lin had seen that this old man was about rank 10 as a warrior. This was pretty good, but he'd almost killed a dozen high-ranked warriors himself on the outer seas. All right. Sigh, young people these days. The old man lethargically flung a copper badge to Lei Lin, as well as a piece of parchment. Take it. This is your warrior badge and verification. That'll be 2 silver kronas. This was slightly too expensive and seemed to be on purpose. However, since he was very efficient, Lei Lin paid the bill and quickly left. After walking out of the warrior guild, Lei Lin went to the mercenary guild next door. The gold behind the counter revealed a professional smile. Welcome. May I know if you are here to issue a mission or to apply for remuneration? I'm here to apply to be a mercenary. Lei Lin stated his purpose. Please go to counter number 3. Applying to become a mercenary was very simple, and only required proof of one's profession. After seeing Lei Lin's rank 5 fighter badge, the person in charge of counter 3 happily helped him with the proof of being one. As a newbie, Lei Lin had no choice but to become a copper-grade mercenary, which was the lowest rank. Only after completing multiple missions could he advance. However, being verified as a mercenary and professional, he would be able to enter the large cities in the future. For Lei Lin, who looked towards becoming a god, focusing on raising his mercenary ranking was a joke. Since my path is now decided, next is go to the Dambrath Kingdom and study at the Wizards Guild. Or should I go to another country? It said that Moonlight City in the north has a whole set of information on magic. The city owner might even be someone chosen by the goddess of the weave, and many of their advanced wizard spells can be compared with the elves. I can consider training there for a while. Information on high-ranked spells in this world was highly confidential, and if Lei Lin wanted to gain this knowledge he would have to enter some large organizations to be acknowledged. Of course, he could also ignore that and focus on raising his wizard ranking first. However, his battle might would then be pitiful. If a high-ranked wizard only grasped a few spells, that would be a disgrace to all of the same rank as him. Come to think of it, I wonder if the spell models of varying ranks in the Magus world can be modified to be used in the world of gods. But the amount of time required for that would be too terrifying. Lei Lin had a tentative plan to make the path of Magi available to the world of gods. It was an all-inclusive path that centered around the truth, and of all the paths to power it was very flexible and adaptable. It was plausible to conduct research into producing Magi in the world of gods, people who could cast spells without the weave. However, that would require a great deal of processing power. Most of the AI chip's resources were focused on the analysis of the weave, and in a situation where it had no spare time to run simulations in this area he could only shelve his plans for now. Research on casting spells without the weave is definitely a huge taboo in the world of gods. I'm afraid I'll only be able to do something in that field after I become a legend. Lei Lin stroked his chin, but if I'm able to get information on this, even if incomplete, the AI chip's rate of analysis will be increased by a great amount. I'm sure there were many Magi participating in the ancient war who had the same thoughts as I do now. While thinking this, Lei Lin entered the mission hall in the mercenary guild. Numerous large fireplaces were blazing in the place, making the hall seem cozy. The many mercenaries were split into their own cliques. Some were drinking and making merry, while others were gazing at the huge mission board at the center of the hall, discussing things amongst themselves occasionally. The aroma of strong rum, coupled with that of roasted meat and bread, lingered in Lei Lin's nose. High-grade mission, purging ogres. Only mercenary groups that are gold-ranked and above may take this on. This mission was on the top of the board, written in huge bold font. The great rewards caused many mercenaries to drool at the sight, but few dared to go forward. Yeah. I heard that a bunch of ogres migrated towards one of the main paths to the capital. They've already attacked numerous caravans and passers-by, it's no wonder that the rewards are so plentiful. Hearing the surrounding mercenaries whispering amongst themselves, Lei Lin had a better understanding of the mission. An ogre tribe? No wonder it's a high-ranked mission. Lei Lin nodded inside. The classification of mercenaries was very simple. The lowest was copper, followed by silver and gold. Gold mercenaries were already high-grade and possessed immense experience, and were usually powerful professionals. Above gold-ranked was said to be mithril and platinum. However, in general, they would not be in such people a small city like Eamon City. Gold-ranked mercenary groups were powerful troops with numerous gold-ranked mercenaries. Only this level of strength would be effective against an ogre tribe. Lei Lin looked at the bottom of the mission board. There were many missions to clear ogres out here and there, from the lowest rank to powerful ogre shamans. All that one was required to do was bring back their ears as proof, and the difficulty was lower. Once in a while, a few mercenaries would go over to discuss before taking on the missions. A large-scale ogre tribe has more than 200 ogres. The shamans will have bloodlines, with abilities similar to magic. On top of that, the ogres themselves are resistant to magic, Lei Lin muttered to himself. I won't be able to handle this myself unless I take the long route. However, that'll consume a lot of time, and I'll need to pass through a few dangerous regions, and the danger isn't all that different from the ogre tribes. There are even drake tribes there. Seems like I'll have to wait for some large-scaled mercenary groups to complete missions or join some caravan, Lei Lin mumbled to himself. He was preparing to go the capital, and even without Ernest's recommendation letter, he had enough power to enter the Wizards Guild. Over there, he would be able to obtain the newest intel and the like. On top of that, even if I were to prepare to travel to the north to train, I'll definitely need to pass through the Dambrath Kingdom, Lei Lin sighed. He went to the front desk counter near him belonging to the guild, give me cider. Are there any missions soon that will take me to the capital? The best would be those with large groups. I want something safe. As he said this, a silver krona appeared in his hand, emitting a tempting light in the air. Do you have urgent matters to attend to in the capital? That's no problem at all. A large caravan is going there soon, and they're recruiting people because of those wretched ogres. Seeing the light in Lei Lin's hands, the attendant gulped and then responded. A tyrant like Lei Lin obviously gained more abundant and specific details. After setting a time with the attendant, Lei Lin headed to the entrance of the mercenary guild. The streets of Eamon City were very desolate, probably having to do with the double blow with the sea trade and the ogres. Seeing the many stores that were closed, Lei Lin was about to return to meditate in his inn when a grey-robed person blocked his way. "Mister, please whip me ruthlessly." In front of Lei Lin was a young female in grey robes. She was pretty and was clad in coarse sackcloth clothing, and there were also many scars at her neck and cuffs. Currently, she was standing in front of him with a look of anticipation, 2 hands holding a thorny whip. The numerous tiny thorns looked extremely sinister on it. She looked pure and holy, ready to die for a just cause, and had a resoluteness that only belonged to crazed followers. There was even a hint of anticipation. "What's with this, a trap?" Lei Lin's eyes went past the crazy woman and landed on a little girl next to her. She was holding a donation box of the church, and after noticing his attention was on her, she especially shook the box such that the coins inside made sharp and crisp noises. Lei Lin saw a strange holy emblem at the little girl's chest. "So you're a priest of the Mistress of the Whip." Thankfully, Lei Lin had seen much in the world and recognized her identity. "Yes. Please help with our praying ritual and allow my soul to obtain redemption through suffering." The female answered seriously, and then thrust the whip into his hands. I. Lei Lin was completely speechless now. He wanted to escape, but the passers-by thought nothing of it. Some even looked over with knowing smiles. Misunderstanding. The goddess of weeping, also known as Mistress of the Whip, was called Amiter. She was a kind-hearted goddess, and her teachings included having her followers redeem their souls through suffering. It was like when a forest was larger, birds were all the same. In the world of gods, a few exotic gods existed, and this crying female was one of them. The god of suffering, Ilmater, taught his followers to suffer and endure the pain, but Amiter was different. She even requested that her priests and followers abuse themselves and obtain redemption through suffering. Oh gods! Even if Ilmater requested his followers to endure, he never wanted them to actively abuse themselves. Hence, in simpler terms, Amiter's followers were a bunch of insane people who abused themselves, especially the priests. Whenever there was a huge celebration, Amiter's priests and followers would gather, using lashes, wooden cangs and even red-hot brands to pray. This would earn themselves favor from the goddess, and amongst the divine spells the goddess granted were some that raised one's endurance of pain. Gods like these had no market amongst regular commoners and were rarely seen. Lei Lin had almost not recognized her at the beginning, though she seemed to be welcomed by some exceptional enthusiasts. This priestess of the goddess walked along the streets, praying for passers-by to bestow pain on her to gain donations. This was an event that their church retained. I apologize, but I believe in the God of knowledge, Agma. This is just. Lei Lin knew he was no pervert and immediately used an excuse. The goddess taught us not to mind the identity of the person inflicting pain on us, because they give us the redemption that is in suffering. We need to be grateful towards them. Please help me with my prayer. The priestess looked resolute. Lei Lin was rendered speechless. In addition, an increasing number of people were gathering, and he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Just as Lei Lin tossed a gold coin to the little girl's donation box and raised the whip, as if preparing to finish it in one go, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was like he was being stared at by some terrifying beast. Knowing something was off, he dodged, evading a frightening chi slash. Crash. The powerful chi blade of light swept the area Lei Lin had stood at and smashed the limestone behind him to smithereens, revealing the strength of the person who had launched the sneak attack. Along with this attack came the dainty call from a young girl, "Ah! Such despicable behavior of bullying women is just an insult to my way as a knight. Raphania, won't let you off. Which moron is it?" Lei Lin turned back furiously. It was bad enough being requested to abuse someone by their request, but he was now being treated as a thug who was bullying the weak. Even with his thick skin, he was beginning to get ashamed. You dare do this but not admit to it. Everyone on the street saw your violent behavior, you despicable bastard. The person who had attacked him was a young and beautiful female knight, her wine-red long hair tied into a ponytail. Her pretty cheeks were now flushed in her anger, eyes fixed on Lei Lin and shooting out hatred. It was as if she could not wait to bite off a piece of flesh from Lei Lin. A high-ranked knight? Have you even made sense of the situation yet? Lei Lin looked at the way this knight was dressed and the tall warhorse behind her, rather surprised. Though they were still a physical profession, knights were far removed from warriors. Not only was their armor extremely expensive, but a warhorse that one could ride into battle was not so easily obtained. A warhorse was worth over 10 times as much as a regular one, and on top of that it needed a specialized groomer and other service professionals in charge of it. In exchange, it allowed a knight's destructive power to be far ahead of a warrior's. In addition, high-ranked ones could, after affirming their faith, turn into knights of gods, learning to cast spells. Such professionals were the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of many young girls. To be able to become a high-ranked professional at such a young age, this doll must have a pretty good background. She should be nobility. Lei Lin sized her up. Through the attack just now, he could estimate that she should be at or above rank 10 as a knight. AI chip, scan. He commanded on the inside. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan, the AI. Chip loyally carried out his instructions, and soon enough, a passage of information was relayed. Name, Raphania. Gender, female. Strength, 10 agility, 6 vitality, 7 spirit, 5, estimate. Rank 10 knight. Abilities, 1. Abilities increase from 11 to 19% in power when mounted. 2. Armor, full body knight armor has increased physical defense, but led to a similar decrease in resistance towards magic. As expected of a high-ranked professional, she even has a boost from her mount. Lei Lin nodded inside. However, brazenly sizing her up was only making her more angry. What's wrong with this city? How can these hoodlums commit such evil in broad daylight? Has this place turned into a city praying to the devils and demons? The female knight's chest bounced up and down. The teasing gazes of the passers-by only made her more infuriated. Please withdraw your unfair allegations. At this moment, the priestess of Amiter stood out. Our Lady Amiter opposes all evil. In addition, you need to apologize for interrupting my prayer ceremony, else you'll be profaning Our Lady. Ha! What? Why? Raphania's mouth widened slowly, and she looked stunned. Following that, a patrol guard separated the crowd and came up to them, staring at the female knight with malicious intent. You've destroyed the appearance of the city. Based on City Hall Law number 329, you must pay a fine of 10 gold kronas, or else we'll have to place you in prison. O God of justice! This actually happens. There's no such person at my old place. After the ruckus, the surrounding crowd, patrolling soldiers, and the priestess quickly left, leaving Lei Lin and the female knight Raphania behind. However, her face was like a huge red apple. This was her shame. However, at the mention of the goddess's name, the girl immediately halted. No matter how preposterous and strange this goddess style was, she was still a goddess. She needed to show respect at least on the surface, or she'd risk being put on trial by the other churches. You must be from another area, right? This goddess really doesn't have a great reputation, but it's best to find out about stuff like this before leaving on travels. The consequences of doing something taboo will be dire. Lei Lin gravely reprimanded her, controlling his urge to laugh. After the fine had been paid, the priestess of Amiter had requested a very strange compensation of Raphania. She wanted the knight to whip her ruthlessly. Lei Lin kindly handed his share of this matter over to the girl, getting her to do it as an apology. It was obviously humiliating for this knight who seemed noble and refined to lash a weak person like a scoundrel. Thankfully, everything was soon over, or else Lei Lin reckoned Raphania would probably commit suicide. I understand. She went over to the side of her war horse, showing her back to Lei Lin to hide her embarrassment. I apologize for what happened just now. I shouldn't have treated you that way before making sense of the situation. As a knight, Raphania still did as should be based on the code of honor. At the very least, she had done well upholding justice, and was willing to change after learning that she was in the wrong. My name is Raphania, and I'm a traveling knight. Nice to meet you. My name is Lei, I'm a mercenary. Lei Lin scratched his head. A traveling knight? That was practically a joke. It was well known that knights had huge requirements when it came to logistics. Without a professional groom and someone maintaining armor as well as weapons, a knight was useless. Lei Lin looked at the warhorse behind her sympathetically. As expected, it was already looking dispirited and showed signs of malnutrition. It's already strange that a noble lady is training to be a knight. She's even traveling alone. How open is her family? Or is this perhaps one of those people who are escaping marriage? Being eyed by Lei Lin, Raphania lowered her head, slightly ashamed. She abruptly got onto her war horse, elegant and speedy, showing the results of bitter training. Though there was a misundering in our meeting, things thankfully ended well. May I know the way to the mercenary guild? Head east, and you'll find it quickly. Lei Lin was speechless at this young girl, who looked like she'd been brainwashed by stories of knights. Thank you very much. Someday, under the guidance of fate, we'll meet again. She naturally urged her handsome horse forward, and the mount snorted as it darted away. But that's the west. You're going in the wrong direction. Lei Lin watched the direction in which she had left, but she had already disappeared. High-ranked knights who are directionally challenged are really quite rare. SSE didn't prepare much and is adventuring. Hopefully, she won't get attacked by ogres or gnomes and become jerky. Lei Lin silently prayed for her and then returned to his inn. For him, all that had happened today was merely a fun event in the long journey that was life. It was not worthy to ruminate over. Employer. The gates opened, and a large group of merchants left Eamon City. All sorts of flags flew, with over 5 middle-scale groups and tens of other small ones in the caravan. There were also too many independent merchants to count. The group was like a museum for the races of the world of gods. Humans, dwarves, gnomes, halflings, half-elves, and many other half-bloods mingled, leaving Lei Lin's mind blown. There were a lot of professionals amongst the mercenaries, but there wasn't a single leading commander, so everything looked chaotic with all sorts of people mixed in. Lei Lin saw a few dwarves riding wild boars running past him while hiccuping. He was rendered speechless. There are even more races than the types of pirates I'm in charge of. The professionals are all a mess. These mercenaries allowed Lei Lin to have a better understand of the professions in the world of gods. From the most common warriors, thieves, squires, and assassins to the higher-grade knights, gunmen and archers, Lei Lin could also see some low-ranked bloodline holders as well as druids. They were attached to those large mercenary groups and were employed by the medium-ranked merchant groups. As for the weak group that Lei Lin was a part of, they were employed by a small merchant group with no other choice. With their route interrupted, not being able to drop their goods off was one thing, but the terrifying fines of violating contracts was enough to render their families bankrupt. In this world with deities, those protected by the gods could have their church dispatch priests and paladins to demand payment, and even the king would not dare renege on a debt. Joaquin loved doing this with her wealthy church, and of course the fee was very high. Hence, under the threat of going bankrupt, these merchants had no choice but to force themselves onto a path blocked by ogres. However, they were no fools. They issued a few large missions, and recruited enough mercenaries and helpers to form a huge caravan. This gave them enough strength to protect themselves. However, Lei Lin had his doubts about the strength of these low-ranked professionals. They were destined to be cannon fodder. Every one of the night halls, I entrust the fates of me and my sister to you. Before they left, their employers had come to see them personally. It was a pair of noblewomen who seemed like sisters. Ha! Don't worry, hick. With old Pam around, those darned ogres will die as they come. The leader of this little group, at least in name, made his promise while patting his chest. This hiccuping dwarf with a red brandy nose was called Pam. He was a rare gunslinger, though the butt of the gun at his waist was already filled with rust. Lei Lin felt like the firearm was just scrap metal at this point, only useful as a hammer in close combat. Lei Lin hadn't even remembered all his teammates here yet. Besides that inferior dwarf gunman Pam, there's a halfling thief, a human archer and me, a warrior. This is really the worst of the worst. We only met yesterday through the attendant at the mercenary guild. These sisters were obviously made a fool of by that attendant. Lei Lin never expected for there to be fraud organizations like this in the world of gods, established temporarily to trick customers. Still, he had no intentions of changing anything. Though they tried to swindle people, the bit of commission you paid got you a rank 10 wizard. You've really made a huge profit, he thought inside. At this moment, the noble lady in the horse carriage sighed, knowing that she had dug a hole for herself. Everyone, the hanging curtain in the carriage was pulled to reveal the corner of a beautiful face. She looked to be about 25 or 26, more mature than most young women. However, one could see sorrow from her furrowed brows, as if she had some doubts. In order to ensure the safety on this trip, I've especially invited an adventurer. She is a high-ranked knight, and I'm sure she'll get along well with everyone. The noblewoman looked apologetic, but the person who paid money was the leader here. Pam, knowing how much weight the night halls carried, only mumbled a little but agreed. A new adventurer. And a high-ranked knight at that. It's her. Lei Lin suddenly had a bad feeling. Sorry that I'm late, Sister Hera. A black warhorse streaked through the gates of the city like lightning, and the tender voice of a female could be heard from the night on her mount. Raphania. Hera, who was inside the horse carriage, revealed a tender smile that caused old Pam and the rest to look dazed. The knight quickly arrived at the carriage and flipped over to get off the horse, revealing a face that Lei-Lin was exceptionally familiar with. Sister Hera. Raphania first pulled at Hera's hand enthusiastically, and then looked at the mercenaries nearby. Hello, everyone. I'm Raphania, and we're going to adventure together, huh? Halfway through introducing herself, Raphania abruptly stopped, eyes widening. Lei, you bastard, you actually cheated me. The tender voice of a young girl, as well as her appearance, made it easy for people to have misconceptions. The dwarf Pam discreetly gave Lei-Lin a look of approval, while the human archer seemed envious. I didn't, you're just a person with a poor sense of direction. Lei-Lin touched his nose and rolled his eyes, not feeling like speaking to this girl who was directionally challenged. Who did you say has a poor sense of direction? Raphania was immediately like a kitten who'd had her tail stepped on. She burst out in anger. Do you know each other? That's even better. Come here, Raphania. Tell me about what happened yesterday. Hera came to mediate, and it was evident that she was very tactful. But, Lei-Lin focused on Hera's hands. They were rough, and there even calluses at the side. They were much like the hands of the maids in Lei-Lin's manor, and her clothes were rather simple. The edges were slightly whitened. It was obvious that she did not have a good family background, but had employed Lei-Lin and the others in the name of a noble. A noble born of a commoner? Or does she have a more troublesome identity? Did she get Raphania because she seemed to have a great status? She's quite shrewd. Lei-Lin watched Raphania enter the carriage, and the sounds of laughter could be heard once in a while. He shook his head inside. He did not discriminate against Hera. All methods were valid when one's survival was at stake. As long as it didn't affect him, he wouldn't bother unveiling her plot. TSK. Lei, look at that warhorse. It's even taller than the two of us. I'll bet you that this horse has a value of at least 200 gold kronas. Old Pam was now demoted to a horsekeeper and was gloomy. He temporarily took care of Raphania's horse on her behalf. The sight of a dwarf leading a tall horse was rather amusing, though the man himself did not realize this. His hands kept caressing the black horse while muttering, a pity. What a pity. Look at how she's abused this good horse. This color of the coat and the abrasions would make those horse peddlers reduce their prices. Please, she's a lady of a noble family and didn't even bring a horsekeeper when she came out. It's already good enough that she didn't starve it to death. Lei-Lin laughed as he patted Pam's shoulders, which gained the man's approval. Pam kept nodding. I'm not bragging, but my father's father was once a horsekeeper for the city owner. He was able to raise even the best warhorses with heavenly bloodlines till they were plump and healthy. That doesn't seem right. Lei-Lin was speechless as he shook his head. Dwarves usually liked to brag, not to mention those that had taken alcohol. At this moment, a gold krona was thrown from the window and hit Pam's head. Take care of this horse and it's yours. Golden rays shone in Pam's eyes, and he didn't even get mad. No problem at all. Old Pam will help you take care of this treasure, esteemed lady. Inexperienced. This was Lei-Lin's evaluation of Raphania. There had been many eyes fixed on her horse, and after seeing the gold krona she had casually tossed away, those gazes turned to greed and malice. Even the halfling thief and the human archers had changed expressions now. They were up to no good. They were all mercenaries who'd banded together for now. Why would they trust each other? On dangerous roads, they could easily become robbers and bandits. Even if Raphania is a rank 10 knight, she won't be able to evade the plots against her. Lei-Lin could practically predict the fates of these three noble ladies. Ogres are the best cover. As long as someone's careful, they can push the blame to the devils. After all, would they actually contend with those ogres? Lei-Lin took a look at his surroundings. The merchant groups had mostly gathered, though the people in charge of a few medium-sized groups had no intentions of leaving, as if waiting for some important people. Could they have banded together and recruited a high-ranked professional? Just as Lei-Lin was wondering, an elite team appeared from Eamon City. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing shining armor, a resolute expression on his face. Under his thick eyebrows were a pair of radiant eyes. Behind him, a pale eagle flag fluttered in the wind. Ashen Hawks. It's Lord Siegfried of the Ashen Hawks. With him around, old Pam's at ease now. The dwarf Pam exclaimed excitedly. Powerful, was Leyland's first impression of the man. Siegfried was at or above rank 15, and there were even energy traces from magic items on his person. That wasn't all, the members behind him were the cream of the crop as well, and Lei Lin even spotted a wizard among them. While she was clad in black wizard robes, that unique spiritual temperament could not deceive Lei Lin. However, she did not seem to have a high rank and had only made contact with the third level of the weave. Seeing the mercenary group of the Ashen Hawks meet with the medium-scaled merchant groups, as well as the subsequent signal they set off, Lei Lin asked by Pam's side, "Is that Siegfried very powerful?" But of course. Lord Siegfried is the only Mithril mercenary in Eamon City. Mithril, you know. On top of that, he's a high-ranked warrior who's gone through numerous battles. Our city hall even invited him to take charge of the garrison, but he rejected them. At the very mention of Siegfried, old Pam talked non-stop, as if he himself was a member of the Ashen Hawks. The Hawks had a huge reputation, and it resulted in an uproar amongst the large merchant groups. Be it the mercenaries or merchants, all of them had delighted looks on their face, as if just having them around meant their safety was guaranteed. Yet another bunch of tragic people who place their safety in the hands of others. Seeing this, Lei Lin sighed inside. No matter how powerful he is, he'll definitely be protecting the few medium-sized merchant groups that hired him first and foremost. How could he stay by your side like Pam would? There are over 100 ogres. While some were still immersed in their fantasies, the mixed bag of people set off. How boring. Lei Lin was now dressed like a fighter, armored in moderately new leather. At his waist was a long sword made of steel, the grip wound with coarse rope that allowed him to unsheath it smoothly at any time. The large caravan moved very slowly. Apart from the leadership problems, food, water, and camping at night were huge issues for them. Even proper legions couldn't manage such a thing well, forget this ragtag group. Sometimes they didn't even make it past a few kilometers a day. Lei Lin had already expected this, and he stayed in his group while at ease. With so many people present, he would only be used as cannon fodder to bait the ogres out if they ended up meeting. That would allow him to escape successfully. He'd already made up his mind. Once he passed the danger of the ogres, he'd immediately leave this large group and proceed on his own. As for the matter of the commission and trust, would he even care? Lei Lin thus had nothing going on for now. He'd made a deal with a merchant for 1 silver, and was allowed on one of the carriages. Besides his requisite patrolling duties, the only things he did were resting, meditation, and secret research. AI chip, show me my current stats. Lei Lin commanded. Lei Lin fallen. Age, 16. Race, human, rank 10 wizard. Strength, 5.2. Agility, 6.5. Vitality, 6.3. Spirit, 10. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite. Spell slots, rank 4, 3, rank 3, 5, rank 2, 7, rank 1, rank 0. Analysis of the weave, level 0 100%, level 1 100%, level 2 37.31%, level 3 16.78%, level 4 2.01%. The AI chip loyally carried out his orders. My spiritual force is greatly disproportionate to the time I've spent meditating. With the reduced effect of the Devil Blood Dagger, I can't advance so easily anymore. I can only try to raise my other stats to 10 points. In Lei Lin's view, raising of his other stats was a process of perfecting his own genes. Once they all broke past a certain limit, they could give him a pleasant surprise. Lei Lin took a quick look at his stats and shifted his attention to the weave's analysis, his most important work. Slow as ever, Lei Lin could do nothing about this. The weave was under Mystra's control, and she was a powerful goddess. The AI chip analyzing the weave already went against the will of the gods. He couldn't do much without alerting her. The speeds decreased after it started on level 2. It would be unnoticeable if not for my increase in rank. Perhaps I should use another method. Just as Lei Lin was pondering over what he should do, an unwelcome guest opened the door of the truck. Sister Hera has already explained everything to me. I'm sorry. Just from the voice, Lei Lin could tell that this was Raphania, and he opened his eyes. Even in the darkness of the truck, he could see her flushed face. I accept your apology. Are we done now? Lei Lin gestured for her to leave. How can you do this? Raphania's embarrassed face reddened further, but this time in fury. I'm here to apologize to you, yet you're acting so rudely. Besides, Pam and the others are. I've done my tasks for the day. Pam and the others are just unwilling to put in the effort. Also, Lei Lin stood up. Just the natural elegance in his movements caused the knight to shrink backwards and retreat, as if she'd her own father in his fury. Also, who is it that keeps staying in the employer's carriage? And who keeps evading patrol duty? Leyland's eyes rested on Rafinha, causing the knight to lower her head. At this moment, she realized that this Lay indeed was doing his duty unlike her. That's different. I'm a girl. Rafinha stomped her foot, who knew traveling was so tedious. There's grime everywhere, and nowhere to even walk on. It's even harder to find a washroom. Her subconscious thoughts were poured out in front of Leyland. Noticing his half-smile, she couldn't help but go beet red and lower her head. So now you know the hardships of traveling. Don't be fooled by the glamour of heroes on the surface. In truth, they could be suffering more than you. Go home, little lady. Leyland rarely showed kindness such as this. He only did it because all it required was for him to speak a bit. You sound like you know a lot, but do you really? Rafinha turned and left, as if she had gotten used to and annoyed by these lectures. Leyland only sighed, rebellious children. The days passed, and the ragtag group got closer to the region rumored to have ogres around. They hadn't met trouble before this, their numbers enough to scare off vagrants and those with malicious intent. Within the group however, the bandit professionals had bad luck. No matter where they went, they were watched vigilantly. When it came time to camp, they did it on a flat field. Numerous mercenaries constructed lofty tents and lit bonfires. Hot water was then poured into pots, with the addition of their rations, some wild vegetables that a few older mercenaries found outside the camp, and jerky. It was cooked into a savory stew. Pam hugged his rum bottle while salivating at the pot, occasionally taking a drink. Everyone's worked hard today. Hera and Rafinha got off the horse carriage, and the mercenaries of the night hall sat around the bonfire. After spending some time together, Leyland now had another opinion regarding Hera. While she was a slight schemer, it was because of her living conditions. She did not regard herself to be much better than those mercenaries who were working hard. With his experience, Leyland could naturally tell if she was sincere or putting on a front. Her younger sister seemed to be called Yolani, and was protected well by her sister. She spent most of her time on the carriage, and even Leyland had only seen her a few times before. That meant Hera was aware of the dangers outside. After Hera brought the dinner that had just been made back to the carriage, old Pam impatiently drank his rum and began to chatter on. However, in the long chilly night, there was little to while the time away. Hence, the other members approved of it tacitly. Rafinha especially seemed to have fun, and probably even took old Pam's stories to be true. Hello. May I know if this is Lady Hera's carriage? At this moment, a person in charge of one of the merchant groups walked over. What is it? Please tell me. Rafinha blocked the way. Days before, there were a few guys who were lusting over the beauty of the sisters. She'd kicked them out, but she was now on her hoard. The person in charge who had been rejected frowned, but then put on a smile. Well, we're reaching the dangerous regions where the ogres appear. Lord Siegfried told me to come inform everyone to remain vigilant at night. Remember to send people to patrol the area. Laurent. Once they sent the man away, the mercenaries all had imposing expressions on their faces. Only Rafinha was cheerful as she took out her sword with an eager look on her face. We finally get to fight. This expression of hers immediately attracted displeasure from her comrades. In that case, you can be the first to go on patrol tonight. Leyland unceremoniously dealt her a blow, damping her energy. Old Pam didn't dare to say anything, but he secretly gave Leyland a big thumbs up. Seeing Rafinha huffing angrily and ducking back into the carriage, Leyland and the others smiled in a carefree manner. Only, Leyland's smile was rather dark as he turned back to look at where Rafinha had gone to. It feels like something might have happened. At the moment, another special group entered Eamon City. Their leader was a paladin in bright silver armor, the piercing light of which caused the city guards at the gate to inch away from them. Their faces were filled with reverence and awe as they looked at the divine light on the paladin's chest. Our intel says that they vanished without a trace once they went ashore. His badge was based on a blue shield, with a warhammer balanced on top of a scale as the insignia. A holy light lingered about it. A paladin of the god of justice. Someone would call out in a low voice from time to time, and the street thugs and hooligans all completely disappeared without a trace. The divine light that this paladin possessed was of course that of the god of judgment, Tyr. That god possessed powerful divine force and was committed to his cause of fighting against evil. The zealous paladins under his command were the greatest nightmare of all evil organizations. Leyland fallen. This insignificant little noble must be in cahoots with that earlier pirate's tide. He can't run from us. The paladin had a resolute expression on his face. Under the divine glory of our Lord, all evil must be punished. Paladin Laurent. Do not forget the teachings of our God. Without a trial, that person still has the status of an aristocrat, so please watch your words and manners. An old priest warned from behind the paladin. The God of Justice's priests were serious about punishing evil as well, but unlike the radical paladins, they knew that the world wasn't black and white. They had learned to compromise, which was the only reason that Tyr's church had survived to this point. This priest's eyes were filled with sorrow, but they were soon flooded with determination. Only the lives of thousands of civilians on the outer seas, as well as the disappearance of tens of thousands of innocents, must be answered for. He must cooperate with our investigation. The God of Justice will never let an evil man off, and neither will he misjudge an innocent person. Praise the Lord. Several high-ranking members of the church began to pray from behind the priest. This was an investigation team that had been sent by Tyr to the outer seas of the Dambrath kingdom. There were several high-ranking paladins and priests in their numbers, and once they reached the outer seas they were shocked by the atrocities committed by those evil pirates. When the pirates' tide spread its sails, it almost destroyed the entire Baltic archipelago. Only a few small noble fiefs managed to escape the purge unharmed. Since the pirates took no prisoners and left none alive, it had been very difficult to gather evidence. After passing through many obstacles, just when they had finally almost pinned their culprit as the Pirate Cove and Scarlet Tiger pirate crew, they discovered a small noble family who seemed to have played a very important role. The unstoppable investigation team immediately arrived at Fallen Island, only to be told the news that Leylin had long since left. In desperation, the investigation team could only divide into two groups and continue to investigate the outer seas. They proclaimed the doctrine of the God of Justice, and the group immediately went back to the continent to apparently request Leylin to cooperate with their investigation. In reality, once they were within the grasp of these paladins, even the most cunning of nobles could not live for more than a day. The priests of Tyr did not lack in divine torture spells that could force their target to surrender. Sometimes, even a simple detect alignment was able to solve many problems. In the presence of powerful gods, the minor nobles who were caught with evidence did not have any power to resist. In turn, if there was no evidence, even high-ranking bishops could not directly put a noble on trial. Leylin had long broken off the relationship between Fallen Island and the Scarlet Tigers, so unless they could catch him the investigation team could not take any measures against Baron Jonas and their fief. He'd taken care of this before deciding to travel abroad. Damn! These nobles ignore the suffering of so many civilians, and instigate one disaster after the other, a female priest said resentfully. Be cautious. Although the paladin thought the same thing, on the surface he still restrained his female companion's actions. The spread of faith in the prime material plane did not curb the power of secular loyalty. It caused the churches a lot of frustration. We cannot completely cleanse the world of all its filth, but we can continue to judge every sin we see. Ultimately the world will be purified, the paladin Laurent said strongly. Raphael, notify the town hall that we need their help, as well as those left behind. After several days, Laurent and his party were able to find several of Leylin's suspected identities. This one can also be ruled out. Within a splendid and opulent mansion, many guards were left sprawled in confusion on the ground, including several strong professionals. The paladin Laurent regretfully put down a pale-faced young noble who was trembling all over in fear. However, he has also committed numerous crimes. He's promoted imprisonment, murder, corruption, and countless other things. Hand him over and have the town hall dispose of him. The female priest, Raphael, glared with disgust at the trembling young noble, as if she had seen a maggot. Allowing this maggot to continue living was almost like an insult to her god. Although she dearly wanted to directly kill the noble, she managed to endure it. Those mercenaries are so mobile that it is very difficult to distinguish between them in such a short period of time even with our capabilities. However, the larger merchant groups in recent times are very suspicious. I was thinking the same thing. Laurent turned and left, leaving behind a scene of disorder. We have already tarried here for far too long, we must speed up. After a short while, the newly gathered investigation group strolled out of the gate of Eamon City. The rest of the city officials and nobles watched them from far away as they breathed a sigh of relief, wry smiles on their faces. The investigation group left, but they'd swept up a lord, 2 knights, and an extremely unlucky noble by pure coincidence during their stay. Even the various gangs had been exterminated. Eamon City had been cleansed, and was now much more safe. However, they had left behind a huge mess. Is this feeling of being chased because of that investigation group from the God of Justice? Looking at the time, they should have arrived at Eamon City by now. His keen perception and meticulous way of thinking let Leyland guess the truth in just a moment. Tear. In the eyes of many nobles, this powerful god is not at all inferior to the god of plague. Leyland laughed coldly to himself. However, if I do not become a high-ranking wizard and build a wizard's tower, I fear I won't be able to return to Fallen Island. The situation was more dire this time. If Leyland's father was like the Marquis, or even a noble of the kingdom, he wouldn't be suppressed like this. However, the Fallen family pitifully didn't have such a background. As a result, were they to be caught by the investigative team, it would spell disaster for them. The paladins of the God of Justice were not harmless vegetarians. Naturally, even the God of Justice's most resolute paladins had to learn to compromise, and once Leyland displayed his greater power and strength, showing that their reward was not worth the efforts, it would not be impossible to erase this matter. No. I just need to let Dambrath Kingdom's officials handle it, then this entire matter will not concern me. Leyland's eyes shone brightly. Even the God of Justice's priests need to pay attention to evidence. It looks there are still many more things for me to do in the kingdom. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Leyland would remain a noble wizard, and his crimes wouldn't be exposed. If he was thought of as an invader from another world, or a believer in devils, then he would be endlessly pursued by all the gods, and all the kingdoms on the continent would unite against him. Interesting, it really is interesting. Leyland's original plan was to leave Fallen Island to train after his work there had been completed, rapidly advancing in rank until he became a god, and finally linking up with his original body. He was still following that plan, and the Fallen family was developing rapidly. Although the investigative group was troublesome, he could still resolve that issue. Be careful. The footprints of an ogre have been discovered ahead. At this moment, news came from the carriage in front of them, stirring up the entire merchant group. After they had entered the region, Leyland could not continue to hide and be lazy. He had to fulfill his duty as a mercenary, accompanying his employer's carriage to protect it. Through the carriage's gauzy curtain, he could see two similarly frightened pretty faces. Ogre. It's all right, the mercenaries will protect us. Hera kissed her sister's forehead, which helped Yolani calm down. I'll go and take a look. Raphania had already gotten off the carriage and put on her knight's armor and steel gloves. The warhorse she sat on let out a snarl, rushing to the front of the group. The horse had showered Pam's head and face with dust, and he hadn't managed to dodge in time. Even his beard had been filled with pebbles, the comedic performance causing the girls in the carriage to laugh quietly. Hera's stern eyes seemed to have softened. These little bitches are really. Phooey, old Pam spat out the sand in his mouth, his hand going to his gun case. He'd polished most of the rust off, and it now smelt of gunpowder. Leyland still believed that it wouldn't be as useful as a hammer in melee, though. Leyland was skeptical as to whether this dwarf, who had not even reached rank 5, was brave enough to fight against a high-ranking knight with his life. Although dirtying their beard was a very serious insult for some dwarves, old Pam seemed to have assimilated into human society, and become crafty and sly. Or perhaps it could be said that after working with humans extensively, he had learned to be cowardly and picked up a few bad habits. Naturally, the dwarf would perhaps not agree with this assessment. Leyland could not detect the slightest trace of a dwarf's stubborn and tenacious temper from old Pam. When Raphania flew back like the wind, he was already eagerly leading her warhorse along for her and even received a silver krona as a tip. It must be said that old Pam could indeed look after warhorses well. Over the past few days, Raphania's originally malnourished mount now looked very energetic. The noblewoman had already expressed the desire to hire the dwarf as her personal horsekeeper, and old Pam looked rather satisfied with this arrangement. What's happening up ahead? Leyland did not particularly care about old Pam's future career, and immediately asked about the state of affairs in front of them. A few scouts and thieves have reported that they've discovered the footprints of an ogre. The imprints are fairly fresh, and it looks like it was just half an hourglass ago. We should be ready to get into a fight at any time. After hearing Raphania's statement, all the mercenaries immediately grew nervous. The halfling thief and the human archer couldn't help but grip their weapons more tightly. Pam involuntarily began to inch closer to Raphania's side. On the whole, this young lady was the most powerful deterrence in their entire group. Since danger had befallen them, she could adapt the fastest and had the highest chance of escaping. Well, Raphania, you will protect me, won't you? Old Pam looked at Raphania hopefully. Are you not a mercenary? The young lady had always been completely disdainful towards soft-boned cowards like him. Heavens! Do it for Nick's sake, you can't treat your horsekeeper like this. Pitiful old Pam will be torn to pieces by the ogre, and who would look after your Nick then? Old Pam's tears were about to overflow from his eyes, and he clung to Raffinia's legs with all his might. Nick was the name that old Pam had given to Raffinia's warhorse in passing. Very well, very well. It's a knight's duty to protect the weak. Raffinia was rather scared of the expression on his face. Oh. I admire you, great knight, Pam immediately started to babble without stopping. However, your pay as my horsekeeper will be cut in half. Raffinia had learned a lot after traveling with them, and could even haggle over prices now. Out of the question, the most is 10%. 40%. You think I can't find any other horsekeepers? My family has a dozen. 30%. You can't lower it by any more, otherwise old Pam can't even afford to drink watered-down rum. Deal. The Lady Knight was still rather young and inexperienced when all was said and done. She had retreated in defeat under the dwarf's pitiful tactics, and Lei Lin could not help but find it funny. Just at this moment, a dismal cry came from the front. Ogre! The ogre is here. Stay alert. Stand guard. Lei Lin took out his steel sword in a flash, his vigilant eyes attentively watching the uproar in front of him. Aside from the cacophony of human voices, the sounds of strange roars and clashing weapons now sounded out. The ogres have really appeared. The halfling in the squad immediately took out his dagger and hid in the shadowy corners of the carriage. The human archer climbed on top of the carriage to find somewhere suitable for himself, and his wooden bow that he usually carried on his back was now grasped in his hand. Ogres! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Raffinia excitedly got up and reined in her horse, immediately changing direction. Wait, I'll come with you. She heard a man's voice come from behind her and her eyes widened in response. When did you come? No one knew when Lei Lin had mounted the warhorse and sat behind Raffinia. To this high-ranked knight, this was completely unimaginable. A knight and her horse were meant to be one entity, and being approached like this without even noticing was very dangerous if the man had malicious intent. Raffinia's heart turned icy, and the attitude of the man seated behind her back made it difficult for her to bear. Perhaps you should be a thief instead. Get down immediately, Nick won't like this at all. At this point, the closeness of their bodies was rather strange, and Raffinia began to lightly blush in response. Be a good girl, let's go. I'm not a child. Raffinia protested weakly, but Nick bolted out like a black whirlwind beneath them. At this moment, Raffinia revealed her superb horsemanship. Even in the situation where she had someone riding behind her back, she passed through the chaotic troops and obstacles to make her way to the front of the caravan. Many carriages were in retreat, and several mercenary groups were already brandishing their swords and bows in a semicircle. Standing across the defensive troops were a group of enormous monsters, with fewer than 20 amongst their numbers. Are these ogres? This is the first time I'm seeing them. Raffinia curiously peered at the monsters in front of them. The very first ogre was nearly 3 meters tall, with the torso of a man. It looked like an obese fatty, with dark gray skin, a thick neck, greasy matted hair and vile sarcomas all over its body. There was a wide and flat nose under its beast-like eyes and it had exposed its jutting black teeth, making it look as malevolent as a devil. The one standing at the very front was the chief of this group of ogres. It wore simple tanned animal skin around its waist. The other ogres were completely in the nude, everything flopping about. It smells awful. Just over a dozen meters away, a putrid stench directly assaulted her nostrils, making Raffinia involuntarily cover her nose. Not bad. It looks very similar to the image in the illustrated handbook of ogres, only we haven't seen its different variations such as the two-headed ogre and the ogre shaman. Lei Lin now sized up the ogres opposite him, his blue eyes shining brightly for reasons that an ordinary person would find difficult to accept. AI chip, scan the ogre's stats. Beep. Initiating mission, beginning scan. Data is being collected, generating graphics. The AI chip loyally executed Lei Lin's command. In a short space of time, a hologram of an ogre was projected before Lei Lin, along with detailed information about its stats. Name, unknown, race, ogre, gender, male, strength, 7, agility, 3, vitality, 10, spirit, 1, feats, regeneration. Ogres possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, and can survive for a very long period of time even if they have their heads cut off. 2. Armor skin, The grease on an ogre's skin mixes with dirt to become a separate layer of natural defense. Its effects are comparable to normal leather armor, with no resistance to magic. These stats are comparable to an average rank 7 or rank 8 fighter, and it's only an ordinary ogre. In addition, these ogres have powerful constitutions, and terrifying regenerative capabilities. The cells in their body must be much more active than in ordinary people, and if the devil blood dagger can absorb it, then perhaps it could raise my vitality by 2 or 3 points, reaching the 10-point bottleneck. Lei Lin was now looking at these ogres like they were an enormous treasure chest. Even by the most conservative estimates, this ogre tribe could raise his vitality by 1 or 2 points. It was equivalent to being blessed by the grace of a low-ranking god. However, Lei Lin simply did not dare to provoke such a huge group of ogres by himself. He even needed to rely on the others for protection before he was certain he could pass through this region safely. However, the large caravan group was currently pit against the ogres, and Lei Lin saw his chance. It's just a scattered group of ogres, no need to worry. At this moment, members of the Ashen Hawks rushed over, led by the impressive high-ranking fighter Siegfried who Lei Lin had previously met. Seeing that there were fewer than 20 ogres against them, Siegfried's expression relaxed. There aren't any shamans. There's few enough that the other mercenaries and carriages can gain experience from it. It won't be as frightening in our next encounter then. Siegfried was fully aware that if the strengths of their large caravan group could be united, then it would not be a problem at all for them to pass through this region. However, humans were often knocked down by their fear of the unknown, especially when these ogres had such a frightening reputation in the rumors. It made it much easier to trigger collective panic, and that would be even more devastating to them than a tsunami. As a result, it was very important to let these cowardly merchants know about these ogres in advance. First fight. The Ashen Hawks will keep everything under control in the rear. The rest of you, advance. Siegfried reined in his horse and allowed his members to form a defensive line behind him. The reward for beheading them and the contributions and monetary reward from the mercenary guild will all be yours. Siegfried was deeply aware of the weak points of humanity, and was shrewd and ruthless enough to immediately throw out more bait to entice the others. Several medium-sized mercenary groups immediately began to desire it, but before they could discuss their decision more, the ogres across from them could not wait any longer. Ow ow! The ogre who stood at the very front threw its ferocious mouth wide open like a beast and let out a terrifying roar, the unknown animal bone it gripped in its hand becoming a huge club that swept across like a fierce gale. Asterisk bang! Asterisk the bone club pounded at the shields of the shield fighters at the very front, and a dull sound could be heard. Several mercenaries immediately collapsed, their arms snapping loudly. The general strength of an ogre was around 5 or 7 points, equal to the strength of an elite rank 5 fighter. It was something that ordinary mercenaries simply could not contend against. As if responding to their chieftain's roar, the ogres behind him brandished their enormous clubs and hammers, or even raised their bare fists to throw themselves at the mercenaries. Several medium-sized mercenary groups had their front lines collapse immediately, and their leaders shouted commands to no avail. Everyone could tell that Siegfried's expression grew dark. The data and attributes of this world do not exactly follow the superposition principle. The sum of two actions does not necessarily equal the effect of each of the actions performed alone. Lei Lin watched the scene, but began to ponder other matters. After experiencing so much in the world of gods, he finally realized that the attribute data was different in this world. Although ordinary people have an average level of 1, it seems more difficult to advance further on. Even breaking through the bottleneck of 1 for all my stats was very difficult in the beginning, and I spent quite a lot of effort to do so. After raising my stats to 5, every time I raised my stats by 1 level, it became several times more difficult to do so again. After I reach 10 points, the disparity will become even more obvious. Lei Lin had a premonition that after his average attributes reached 10 points, every time it was raised by 1 would perhaps be equivalent to the sum effects of his previous advancements. His overall strength would increase and he would grow considerably. This sort of exponential increase was different to what he was used to. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a strong gale blew across the region, and Lei Lin subconsciously noticed a shattered armor fragment on the floor, with mottled bloodstains all over it. This shifted his attention directly to the battlefield. Kill those dark-skinned bastards. A medium-sized mercenary group's leader bellowed, radiating a tremendous force of chi. These ogres were few in number, and did not even have a tenth of a medium-sized mercenary group's number. After the medium-ranked professionals went to stall the ogres, the superiority in numbers became clear. Ha! Kill! 10 low-ranked mercenaries grasped their pikes and grouped together in a simple formation, tightly trapping an ogre in their circle. Even these simple group attacks could not be deciphered by the ogre's brains, and along with the captain's command, 10 pikes stabbed through one like vipers. Ow ow, the ogre raged, and although it had caught the head of 2 pikes, many more pikes pierced through its body. Great quantities of fresh blood flowed forth, and the ogre struggled continuously but was firmly trapped by the prison of steel pikes. The alliance of 10 low-ranking professionals had the power to seriously hurt an ogre. The pikes used by these mercenaries seemed to have been remodeled, with the spearhead containing bloody grooves and barbs. Once one pierced a target, it would undoubtedly spread the wound and cause a hemorrhage. Blood spurted out like a torrential fountain, and although ogres were proud of their shocking regenerative ability, it could not save the life of this one. The ogre's roars grew fainter, and the light in its eyes also began to dim. Its enormous corpse finally thudded onto the floor, mixing fresh blood with dirt to form a strange mottled pattern. Ow ow. Ow ow. No matter how stupid a brain the ogre chieftain had, watching many of its clansmen being surrounded and cut down made it begin to roar, shattering the arm of an unlucky mercenary in its hands. The sound of its cry had changed from its earlier frenzied state, and seemed very curt. The other ogres who heard the sound began to fall back, and some even turned their backs and paid the price of being struck by the mercenaries to flee the battlefield. Hey! Don't even think of running away, cowards. At this moment, Leylin felt the black warhorse beneath him immediately gallop off, advancing towards the ogre chieftain. The other mercenaries were astonished when they saw a black warhorse carrying a slender knight, directly leaping over the crowd to arrive at the front line. There was even a fighter seated behind her who seemed like he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Knight battle skill, charge. Knight battle skill, Braveheart knight battle skill, sharp chi. A powerful glowing flame burst out from Raphania's lance, and many mercenaries cried out, high-ranked knight, in astonishment. The warhorse had been reinforced by many battle skills began to gallop even faster, and overtook the ogre chieftain in a flash. Ha! Raphania thrust her lance with great force, and as it had been reinforced by sharp chi it immediately shattered the ogre chieftain's defenses. The lance pierced through its chest and exited through its back, and blood suddenly began to rain down. As a rank 10 knight with a noble steed, armor and a lance, if Raphania could not take down an ogre who was merely equivalent to a rank 7 or rank 8 fighter, her master would probably throw himself into a lake. Good. Who is that? Siegfried had watched the battle from the side, and his eyes landed on the high-ranking knight. This was a powerful professional, and it often represented a good background. Not everyone could afford to raise a master knight. They're not from the medium-sized mercenary groups, perhaps they're wandering mercenaries. A wizard clad entirely in black robes replied from his side, her eyes flashing. A wandering mercenary? It looks like there's still a lot of talent at the bottom of the barrel. Send some men over to speak to them. Siegfried stroked his chin, feeling rather curious about the knight's identity. At this point, the wizard nodded indifferently. Ha! So the rumored ogres are only at this level? Raphania strung up the ogre chieftain's corpse on a pole, a playful voice coming from within her armor. Leylin could tell that there was some uneasiness hidden in her slightly shaky voice. Hey hey! Shouldn't you let me down first? Ah! How are you still here? As expected, Raphania had already forgotten all about Leylin during her earlier charge, and only recalled that there was still someone seated behind her now. At the same time, Leylin heard her mutter to herself, awful, how awful, it's so dirty. I don't want this lance anymore. Although Raphania had intervened at the very end, the fight had spread towards the caravans, and after she had finally charged towards the ogre chieftain, the rest of the ogres ran even quicker. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to have disappeared into the dense shrubs by the road, which made the mercenaries who wanted the reward money feel crestfallen. Raphania had won the credit, and seemed to be in a trance-like state. She did not even respond to the men sent over by the Ashen Hawks, and finally Leylin had to present himself and chat with them. Only after returning to their own carriage did Raphania reap the reverent gazes of the others, and usually this little lass would have been so happy that if she had a tail, it would be rapidly wagging. However, the girl seemed most preoccupied with throwing away her steel lance which was covered in the ogre's blood and stench. She went alone into the sister's carriage, and a faint sound of retching was heard. Leylin reckoned that she still needed some time to adapt. Old Pam once again had picked up scraps, and collected the lance that Raphania no longer wanted. He put it away carefully as if it was some treasured object. After hearing that Raphania had abandoned the ogre's ears as she was afraid of how dirty it was, old Pam threw a huge tantrum and stomped his feet. He even scolded Leylin loudly for being a wastrel. The level of his greed made Lei Lin wonder if old Pam descended from the blood of a hoarding dragon. Ha! If those ogres come again, old Pam will let them taste the power of my gun. Old Pam was gripping a bottle of rum in both hands, and belched from time to time, his face completely flushed with excitement. After fighting the ogres, the entire merchant group began to continue on their journey. However, they had all calmed down and were no longer as afraid as they were before. After passing through their first trial, they had realized that ogres were not up to their level. Although the ogres were very strong, they would still get injured and bleed, and they even took the head of the chieftain as a souvenir. After the fear had passed, all of their thoughts grew lively again. Even Hera and her sister seemed to smile more. Really, Lei Lin looked down at the scene and inwardly shook his head, a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why do I feel that there was something off about these bunch of ogres? It seemed like they were using a plan against the soldiers. What a joke. Even if they had the mental capacity, how could they come up with that idea? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. No, the rumored two-headed ogres or ogre shamans would perhaps have this sort of intelligence. If it's true, then things will become interesting. Lei Lin's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Trap. The events proceeded according to Lei Lin's expectations. Several ogres came up to challenge them once in a while, from 5 or 6 to over a dozen at a time. Obviously unable to harm their large group, they would run away with their tails tucked between their legs, sometimes leaving numerous corpses behind. Many mercenaries were terrified at the beginning, but as time went on, they would lie on their fronts on the carriage roofs and watch the pathetic ways the ogres fled while bursting out in laughter. This relaxed attitude even infected the Ashen Hawks. Lei Lin found that besides Siegfried and that wizard, the other members seemed to overestimate their enemies. There are 2 more days till we get out of this region. It's the easiest mission old Pam has ever done. As the group proceeded, the dwarf, Pam, clung to his bottle of alcohol as if it was precious, and his brandy nose shone brilliantly. I never want to see those disgusting vermin again. Raphania's resentment was obvious. Ever since the time she had tried to show off, she had not participated in the attacks on the ogres. It seemed that this little lady had been scared stupid by the painful experience. Woo! At this moment, the terrible cries of the ogres sounded ahead of the group. Old Pam contentedly hiccuped, not the least bit affected by the sounds. Hic, again. The ones giving us money for free are back. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to get the ears of the ogres. The rewards are very good. Things aren't going to be so easy. Lei Lin unsheathed his own longsword, looking grim. What do you mean? Pam had some suspicions, but his expression quickly changed. Continuous cries sounded from all directions, concealing a terrifying intent that even caused the warhorse Nick to neigh in distress. Damn it, there are so many of them. Old Pam's bottle fell to the ground, creating a crunching sound. However, he had no time to feel sorry for his treasure, and instead immediately whipped out the firearm at his waist. Asterisk tack tack. Tack tack, asterisk ahead of the group now was pure chaos. Many merchants abandoned their goods and fled for their lives the way they'd come, creating an even larger uproar. There were many casualties among the mercenaries, and a huge number of tall figures could be seen in the distance. It's a trap. We've been surrounded. Help. There are over 200 ogres. Damn it, where are the Ashen Hawks? Where's Siegfried? Could he have already died by the hands of the ogre shamans? Many voices mixed together, and everyone next to Lei Lin instantly paled. They were then drowned out in a chaotic stream of people, forced along with the crowd. Helpless as leaves in a typhoon, they had to flee for their lives. Sister Hera. Raphania yelled, jumping onto the horse carriage and taking over the job of the horsekeeper who had disappeared, holding tightly onto the reins. The halfling thief looked like he wanted to help but was incapable enough to, and disappeared into the masses. As for the human archer, that fellow had gotten onto Raphania's precious horse, Nick, and galloped off quickly when the chaos had started. Raphania had needed to control the horse carriage and had no time to care about this, which allowed the archer to successfully steal the horse. Wails and shrieks could be heard again and again, and the roars and cries from the ogres behind them were the strongest catalysts. The entire large caravan group completely fell apart. The crowd pushed and squeezed their way through. In order to get on their way, they did not mind pointing their weapons at their own people. With such a huge confusion, Lei Lin quickly disappeared along with the carriage. Of course, this was his intention. So this actually was a trap. Though it's just a pocket formation one, I didn't expect that these ogres were so intelligent. I really can't look down on them anymore. At the moment, the cumbersome horse carriage was like a broken sailboat in a tsunami, on the verge of being destroyed at any moment. The dwarf Pam from before had already disappeared. Based on his physique, Lei Lin could only pray that Pam was not trampled to death in the chaos. It's my chance. Lei Lin's figure nimbly danced through the crowd, heading in the opposite direction. The cries of the ogres were even more clear there, and the horrifying sounds of tearing flesh rang out. The main forces of the ogres should be here. I can take perfect advantage of this chaos. Furthermore, Lei Lin's eyes glinted coldly. The ogres did not hold a numbers advantage over the mercenary group. They could try to defeat them heads-on, but it would come at a terrible cost. Instead, they'd set up an ambush, even leaving an escape route at the back. This wasn't out of goodwill. Their goal was to further incite chaos among the group. When there was still a chance of escape, not everyone would be courageous enough to look forward and risk their lives. In order to have a chance at survival, how many would not hesitate to strike at their own companions? More importantly, pursuing scattered soldiers was a battle that practically could not be lost. Only the two-headed leaders or ogre shamans could come up with such a plan. Lei Lin's eyes glinted, so the only way to survive is to head in the opposite direction and break through this formation. Their main forces are here, and there'll be many scattered soldiers and prisoners. There'll be little chance of people pursuing me. As long as I get a quick horse and sprint for a while, I'll be able to get out of this ogre-filled region. Those who could see this path and take it were truly determined, and held perseverance. It was a pity that Lei Lin could see practically nobody who'd come to the same decision as himself. Perhaps, there were a few intelligent merchants would have been able to understand this, but their panic had lowered their ability to think by a great amount. Or perhaps they were aware but lacked the strength to do this, and could only go along with the crowd and pray to the goddess of luck to aid in their escape. Furthermore, if I don't go to the front lines, where will I get high-ranked ogres to absorb strength from? Lei Lin burst into an empty large horse carriage. He was no longer dressed in leather armor, and the steel longsword that he usually used was tossed aside. He dressed himself in black form-fitting clothing, using the same to hide half his face like a common thief. The ring of wizardry glimmered faintly from his left hand on occasion, and there was a cold bloody light that flickered in the cuffs of his right hand, like the tongue of a poisonous snake. The further he got, the lesser people there were. Flags, carriages, armor and weapons were abandoned everywhere. Blood flowed without end, forming dark red puddles on the ground. A few ogres occasionally munched at incomplete corpses, just the sight alone enough to terrify someone. There were a few mercenary groups still immersed in battle. At the heart of it, the Ashen Hawk's flag stood tall. "Captain, our brothers can't hold on for long." The wizard waved her arm, an inspirational boost and several similar spells were cast unceasingly. It allowed the mercenaries nearby to perk up. The Ashen Hawks and a few other mid-scale mercenary groups had previously held back a large portion of the ogres, allowing the merchant groups a chance to escape. An unending stream of ogres still surrounded, even outnumbering them at this point. "We bought them the time to escape, we've done our jobs. Prepare the spells, the entire team will scatter and leave. Let's meet up again at the giant rock town we passed by earlier." Siegfried now had surging chi twining around his body. His armor emitted a slight luster, and surprisingly enough it was a magic artifact that had a high grade. His giant silver-white blade was now stained with the blood of the ogres. Heaven Breaker. The terrifying might of the battle technique of a high-ranked fighter was much more powerful than Raphinia's. Chi burst out like an arrow, instantly resulting in massive casualties amongst the ogres. There were even some cracks in the encirclement. "Break out." Siegfried urged his horse on madly, but while passing by the wizard, he spoke in a low voice, "Let's break out through the front and meet at the largest city ahead." As a veteran captain of a team, Siegfried was not as righteous and great as he appeared to be. In reality, good people never made it for long as mercenaries. As long as he and the wizard lived, the Ashen Hawks could be rebuilt at any point. Just from the perspective of a mercenary, he's done very well. He shouldn't be reprimanded for what he said at the last bit. At the sidelines of the battlefield, Lei Lin hid in the shadows and hugged his arms while evaluating Siegfried, but the ogres this time aren't quite so simple. He looked past the encirclement right in front of him. At the back, he saw a hint of intent to kill. Chain lightning. The black-robed wizard tore a scroll, and silver-white lightning chains exploded, leaping through the group of ogres. Those who were struck collapsed with a cry, a charred smell transmitting and opening a path for the wizard. Upon seeing this, the wizard was delighted. However, before she could do anything else, a powerful magic undulation was transmitted from afar. Crap. The wizard's expression quickly changed. 1. Military tactic. Enemies lured into narrow enclosed pocket area, their entrance/exit is surrounded by soldiers to seal up the pocket, isolating the enemy. Two-headed ogres. These new ogres were more than 2 meters tall. They were dwarves given the ogre standard, but they had tattooed bodies and barbaric runes with unknown purposes. Ogre shamans. The black-robed wizard exclaimed to herself. Shamans were the ogres who held bloodlines, ones who would awaken abilities similar to magic with age. They were the decision-makers of ogre tribes. It was surprising that they lay in wait here. The black-robed wizard suddenly had a premonition of a great catastrophe. Roar! The ogre shamans gave the black-robed wizard no time to think. The tattoos and runes on their bodies shone layer by layer amidst their roars, their innate abilities as bloodline holders allowing them to cast such spells without learning or memorizing anything. However, they still had the support and usage of the weave. Magical power gathered together, and numerous huge fireballs glowed orange as they tore apart the wizard's frail armor. The wizard was burnt to ashes along with the horse she rode. Lena. Siegfried's eyes turned red, and he turned back despite having broken out of the siege, charging straight for the shamans. While he might cold and selfish, Siegfried still prioritized his true friend and lover. The death of Lena immediately made him hot-headed, filled with the desire and impulse for revenge. Clang! A silver-white longsword was smashed mid-air by a large black claw hammer, producing a dull and loud sound. The terrifying recoil allowed Siegfried to somehow regain his composure and take a proper look at his opponent. This was a two-headed ogre who was over 4 meters tall, its skin a frightening blood red with scales on it. One of its two fierce-looking heads was larger than the other, disgusting saliva dripping from the canine teeth. The thing rode a deformed earth lizard with a similar number of heads, although one of those was just a huge tumor with vague features. Roar! The two-headed ogre exclaimed, brandishing a giant, black claw hammer that had come out of nowhere, charging towards Siegfried. The horrifying strength from its astounding physique caused Siegfried to retreat. While his warhorse was fierce, it was no match for the ogreish beast. It was already spewing white froth, evidently unable to continue. After the appearance of the two-headed ogre, the rest of the shamans and ordinary ogres seemed to have found a pillar to rely on, and began to pursue and kill the other mercenaries. With the help of the shamans, the casualties of the mercenaries were immense. Only a few successfully broke out, and none of them dared take a look back and fled. There's even the two-headed ogre commander and ogre shamans. Leyland exclaimed, eyes constantly flickering as he called up their stats. Name unknown. Race, ogre, mutated, gender, male. Strength, 16, agility, 7, vitality, 15, spirit, 6, description. Two-headed ogres are mutants that occasionally appear in ogre tribes. Their two brains often leave them stuck between being wise or confused. Of course, there are exceptions where the intelligence of the ogres evolves. After evolution, the two-headed ogres are more powerful than ordinary ones. They, who have advanced in their wisdom, usually become the commanders of the ogre tribes. Name unknown. Race, ogre, shaman. Gender, male. Strength, 5, agility, 4, vitality, 9, spirit, 10. Feats, 1, regeneration. Ogres have extraordinary regeneration abilities, and even if the head is detached, they can still survive for a long period of time. 2, bloodline holder. The ogres who have activated the bloodline of primordial spellcasters possess abilities similar to magic. However, the type of spells and number of times spells can be cast depends on how far the bloodline has been awakened. Pretty good stats. If I can devour all of them, things will be more perfect. The devil blood dagger silently appeared in Leyland's hands. The devilish head hummed, as if speaking to its thirst for flesh and blood. Now. When Leyland stepped out of stealth, the dagger had already pierced the throat of an ordinary ogre. Terrifying devouring force exploded, causing the other party to instantly turn into a withered corpse. A hot stream of energy flowed into his hands from the dagger and rose along his arm, followed by a prompt from the AI chip. Beep. Host has gone through a one-time amplification from the devil blood dagger. Strength plus 0.1, vitality plus 0.05. As expected of the ogres, they have very dense life energy. Leyland sighed in praise, feet still moving. It was like a death god had begun to dance, the dagger glinting with blood. Afterwards, he jumped onto a masterless warhorse, riding away in a cloud of dust. The mercenaries had no idea what was happening beside them, nor did the simple-minded ogres. All they saw was a vile human jumping out and killing a number of their people. Roar! Amidst the furious roars, an ogre shaman brought a few elite ogre warriors and gave chase. The two-headed ogre who was their commander was still contending with Siegfried. He was a high-ranked human warrior and not so easily defeated, and it could only let out a few cries that nobody could understand. A few ogres quickened their movements. A handsome brown horse sped through the path, followed by a few boosted ogres. This strange group of a human and his pursuers soon covered a long distance. There was a limit to the duration of a strength buff. Just as the shaman began to despair, it was delighted to see that the human in front of it had stopped. Just one ogre shaman. What a disappointment. Leylin reined in the warhorse, seeing the little team that had pursued him while looking disappointed. However, the simple-minded ogres did not care for what kind of expression Leylin had on his face. In reality, if not for the lead of the two-headed ogre, they might not even know how to set up the simplest traps. Hence, after seeing their foe, all of them charged forward. Tattoos lit up on the shaman's body, turning into countless small fireballs. Flight of the Dragon. The rays from a spell flashed at Leylin's side, and immediately after he elegantly soared from the back of the horse rapidly. This advanced version of fly allowed wizards to change directions quickly, and for those with great control like Leylin it only served to make them stronger. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the warhorse that had been struck by the flames didn't even have the time to produce a miserable cry before it turned into a pile of ash. Leylin's figure, on the other hand, was like an eagle as he swooped down from the sky. Roar! Leylin easily dodged a few fireballs, and a blood-red light glimmered as he pierced through an ogre's throat. With these quick attacks, the enraged shaman's spells had been emptied, and it had turned into someone even weaker than a normal ogre. Even if you can use magic, you're too simple-minded to use it well. A crimson tornado blew past, and the ogres that now had no defense became prime targets for the airborne Leylin. After a few pass-bys, the ogres collapsed one by one. At the end, the bloody dagger struck the shaman's forehead. Beep. Host has gone through a one-time amplification from the Devil Blood Dagger. Vitality plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.1. Strength plus 0.2. The AI chip's voice sounded. Ogres had strong muscles and flesh, and were comparable to middle-ranked warriors. They weren't easily found in such great numbers. However, Leylin's spirit state stayed constant, which was a pity. After hitting the threshold that of 10 points, the Devil Blood Dagger had become much less effective. If not, the one sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub, could use just the Devil Blood Dagger to establish a terrifying army that would get stronger the more it fought. He'd be able to take over the prime material plane. Since I've confirmed his location, Leylin thought about it, and then flung dust behind. Dust of disappearance. Spell of invisibility. Once the spells were cast, his body grew transparent and slowly disappeared into thin air. As a wizard, Leylin naturally had considered using a flying spell and passing through this region, but he'd then abandoned this thought. The ogre-infested region was vast, and it was impossible for him to identify Beelzebub's location. There were also limitations when it came to flying spells. If the place he landed was where Beelzebub moved about, or if he caught the attention of ogres and was attacked with magic or crossbow attacks. Leylin was not willing to take on the consequences. As he was right now, it was impossible for him to win against the two-headed ogre commander, much less the joint attack from numerous huge ogres. Now though, with a general understanding of where the ogres were located and with their attention focused on the human merchant organizations as well as the mercenaries, Leylin was confident in being able to sneak back. After all, an opportunity to see so many ogres was rare. Leylin also wanted to raise his abilities all the way to 10 points. With the help of an invisibility spell, Leylin successfully returned to the battlefield, the ordinary ogres unable to discover him at all. Unless a shaman had awakened a detection spell and used it at the right time, he was safe. The battle was already reaching its end. Many mercenary bodies were strewn everywhere, turning into the ogres' rations. Only the central battlefield still had sounds of a fight. Another meeting. At the center of the battlefield were the high-ranked warrior Siegfried and the two-headed ogre commander. Siegfried's body was now soaked in blood, and his warhorse had long since disappeared. There was a massive wound on his thigh now, and he could only use the silver-white longsword as a crutch to stay upright. Opposite him, the two-headed ogre only seemed a little ruffled, but had no large injuries. Just from its heaving chest, it was obvious that much of its energy had been exhausted, and it might even have suffered internal injuries. The few shamans nearby surrounded the two along with the regular warriors. Evidently, the victor had already been decided. Unless he got some assistance or pulled out a powerful magic scroll, the future of this high-ranked warrior would be bleak. Huff, huff. So I'm finally going to die. Everything in front of Siegfried was a blur. Watching the two-headed ogre closing in, his limbs were like lead, with no strength in them whatsoever. Lena, I'm coming to keep you company. The various scenes from his life appeared in Siegfried's mind, finally stopping on the instant that the black-robed female wizard smiled. Afterwards, he watched the large claw hammer strike down, the target obviously being his brain. If nothing went wrong, his head would have burst apart like a pumpkin. However, the lady luck seemed to favor him at that moment. The huge claw hammer stopped still in midair, and the two-headed ogre's expression was filled with fury and shock. A crimson dagger appeared through its chest. What's going on? A hint of doubt flashed on Siegfried's face, and his body began to involuntarily rise. A young man with a draconic expression had grabbed hold of his arm and was flying speedily. The winds that struck Siegfried's face were so strong that he could feel pain. At his back were the enraged howls of the ogres, as well as a few useless fireballs or lightning arrows. Hold person. As well as flight of the dragon. Have I been rescued by a passing wizard? Siegfried suddenly felt a hope for survival. At this moment, he saw the wizard doing a pretty turn in midair, evading the attacks of the shamans on the ground. He pointed downwards with his right hand, and terrifying black corrosive clouds descended and blocked the views of many ogres. Cloud kill. Lei Lin, who now had nothing to worry about, flapped his wings and carried Siegfried away from the battlefield. Feeling his head spin as he flew, Siegfried crumpled to the ground, the smell of soil and crisp grass having him involuntarily take a few greedy breaths. It was only at this moment that he could size up the wizard that had saved his life. Very young, but his magic abilities far exceed Lena. Siegfried respectfully lowered his head. He knew that there were many spells that could help maintain one's youth. The wizard who looked young in front of him might very well be an old freak with mood swings. But he looks rather familiar. Wait. Siegfried struggled to get up. Are you the fighter who was accompanying that high-ranked female knight, Lei? You actually remember me? Whatever it is, thank you for saving me. Siegfried thanked him sincerely, and tacitly did not ask questions regarding Lei Lin. Don't worry about it. I just couldn't bear to let this go to waste. Couldn't bear to let what go to waste? At that moment, Siegfried felt an unprecedented sense of danger, but he who was grievously injured had no way to resist. At the moment of his death, all he saw was a blood-red dagger piercing his throat. If he was going to kill me, why save me? Siegfried closed his eyes with this question inside his head, while Lei Lin felt the immense power gained from the devil blood dagger. A two-headed ogre commander and a high-ranked warrior on top of that, it made him feel slightly full. At this moment, the prompt of the AI chip sounded in Lei Lin's mind. Beep. Host has gone through a 2-time boost from the devil blood dagger. Strength plus 2.5, agility plus 1, vitality plus 2.65, spirit plus 0.001. A hot stream flowed from the dagger to all parts of his body, and was greedily absorbed by his cells. Lei Lin lifted his right arm, the slender palm holding within it strength that was now not lacking when compared to the ogre's. On top of that, there were even constant afterimages from it. I'm quite close to having all my attributes at 10 points, reaching the fundamental first step of perfecting my genes, Lei Lin mumbled, looking at his stats. There were already changes. Lei Lin fallen. Age, 16. Race, human, rank 10 wizard. Strength, 8, agility, 7.6. Vitality, 9.2. Spirit, 10. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite. Possessed spell slots, rank 4 spell slot, 3, rank 3 spell slot, 5, rank 2 spell slot, 7, rank 1 spell slot, rank 0 spell slot. Vitality is already very close to the bottleneck. Besides, a stronger body is more suitable for my spiritual force. Regular wizards commonly had powerful spiritual force but weak bodies. Lei Lin, however, was entirely different. Along with powerful spiritual force, he also had a terrifying vitality and strength comparable to holy warriors. Things will only be perfected when my vitality matches my spirit. Strength and agility are both important as well. Are these the laws governing the world of gods? Lei Lin sighed, and his hands then began to search the high-ranked knight's body in a practiced manner. As a high-ranked fighter and the captain of the large mercenary group, the Ashen Hawks, he should have some good items on his body. Lei Lin never let chances like these pass by, but was left disappointed. Besides the magical armor and weapons, he doesn't even have a bag of holding. Does that mean all mercenaries are poor, and even a first-class captain is the same? Lei Lin only managed to find a few magic artifacts and a coin pouch from Siegfried's corpse. There were tens of gold kronas inside, as well as a few cards from the Church of Wealth, which would come up to around 10,000 kronas. It was a pity that these cards were bound to the user and had to be authenticated to use. After his death, nobody could take out that money unless they could deceive the verification methods of divine force, as well as deal with the rage of the goddess of wealth. When it came to those who vied for coins with her, the goddess of wealth would probably become even more crazed than an enraged dinosaur. For regular bandits, such a profit was a great wealth enough to squander away for half a lifetime, even though the crystal cards could not be converted. However, Lei Lin cared little for this. Something's off. To take care of such a large mercenary group, the Ashen Hawks as well as Wizard, he should have more wealth than that. Could there be other hiding places? In that case, Lei Lin quickly peeled off Siegfried's clothes and checked everything inch by inch. Finally, he found something. At an area near his chest on the shirt, there was a difference in terms of texture as compared to the surrounding regions. If one did not look closely, it was impossible to identify. This method of concealment immediately aroused Lei Lin's interest. He quickly cut out this material and began to unravel this riddle. Mercenaries use potions of invisibility at most. With the AI chip simulation tests, they're easily found, but with a wizard by his side, it might be necessary to use magic. Such intricate decryption work obviously was not a huge issue for Lei Lin. Soon enough, after being soaked in a solution, the fabric of the shirt was dyed a light yellow. Reveal all. Appraisal. Rays from a series of spells appeared, and light red lines appeared on the parchment to form a map. A treasure map? Interesting. Lei Lin memorized the map in an instant. Upon seeing the name of the region in the corner, the sides of his lips quirked slightly. So it's in the Dambrath capital? I should take a look then. After hastily tidying up the traces here, Lei Lin then left the area. I took care of the two-headed ogre, and without a leader, there will probably be unrest amongst them. There'll even be power struggles for the new commander position. They likely won't have the energy to pursue me. The merchant group have walked quite a distance, and I'll be able to reach Gloomwood Castle a short distance away. That's an important checkpoint into the kingdom. After that, I'll enter the central plains, where I won't be threatened by the ogres. Lei Lin found his way and began to hasten towards Gloomwood Castle. Sigh. I should have kept the warhorse. I'm going to have to walk there with my own 2 feet. I hope I'll find a few lost warhorses. Even if they're worn out, I'll still take them. Just as Lei Lin was mumbling, his expression suddenly changed. What the hell, there really is one. His expression abruptly showed delight as he turned to the right. A couple 100 meters ahead there was a black dot eventually turned larger, and the regular sounds of trotting were heard. After that, a figure being carried on the back of the horse entered Lei Lin's sights. However, after he got closer, Lei Lin's smile widened. Hey, we meet again. Lei Lin took the initiative to draw close and greet him, while the other party looked as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, no, I mean. Lei. Why are you here? In front of Lei Lin was that human archer who had stolen Raffinia's warhorse amidst the chaos. As for his name, Lei Lin had never taken notice of that. He had actually dared break out of the siege by fleeing in the opposite direction and succeeded. His luck and guts were not to be underestimated. However, he did not seem to be in the best condition now. Not only did he have injuries, the large wooden bow that was always by his side had disappeared. Coincidence? I don't care what you're thinking right now. Give me that warhorse. Lei Lin watched him, his eyes full of ridicule. He. I'm only borrowing it from Raffinia. I was going to. The archer had a forced smile on his face, but then his expression suddenly changed. Look there. Without waiting for Lei Lin to turn, he raised his arms and shot 3 spring-loaded arrows towards Lei Lin's face. Go. After shooting those arrows, the archer did not even give Lei Lin another look. Instead, he whipped the horse he was mounted on, wanting to leave as soon as possible. He could tell that Lei Lin had no injuries at all and was in a much better state than he was. To be able to break out of the encirclement of the ogres without injury meant that Lei Lin was not someone he could contend with at this point. Hence, the archer firmly chose to flee. A great decision, though it's a pity that it's pointless. A magic missile flew from Leyland's hands. With a strange trajectory, it sent the arrows flying, and without losing power struck the archer's back. Pack, the archer suddenly flew from the horse, a terrifying sunken wound on his back. You're a wizard. The archer struggled, eyes full of longing as he reached towards the skies fiercely with fingers like chicken claws. His body thrashed around wildly as if he was in the throes of death. Seconds later, he stopped moving. Having lost its new master, Nick stopped galloping. The warhorse whinnied as it began to leisurely nibble at the grass on the side. I'm your master now. Leyland moved forward and grabbed Nick's reins, swinging onto its back without hesitation as he announced his ownership. Nick had no objection whatsoever to his actions, as expected of a warhorse with no integrity. Or perhaps, it had a one-track mind and had no ability to understand something so profound. As Leyland squeezed his thighs against the horse, the black warhorse immediately seemed to turn into a streak of lightning and began to speed ahead on the ground. As a knight's mount, it was obviously more spirited than other horses, and Leyland found it wonderful. He wasn't too far from their previous battlefield, and there was the occasional luck, or perhaps unfortunate, person who had escaped the ogre's pursuit. Leyland chose to pay no attention to their cries for help. Even if those merchants showed off their sparkling gold kronas, they meant nothing to him. After all, the added wealth of all these little merchants might not even be enough to make up the amount of gold krona that he used in a single experiment. Why would he bother with this? However, after passing by a small forest, something unexpected happened. Nick, who had been tame all this while, suddenly went mad and dashed into the bushes. Why is it doing this? Don't tell me. While he could forcefully control the horse, Leyland only pulled at the reins for a bit and then gave up. In his opinion, there was no harm in doing something if it was convenient for him, and he could even save his own party without putting in a lot of extra effort. He had no idea how effective his help would be, though. After passing through the thick layer of black brambles, a desperate scene appeared in front of him. A carriage that had lost its mount had collapsed to the side, whereat Hera and her sister were embracing each other and shivering. Numerous terrifying ogres surrounded them, eyes full of unconcealed greed. Raphania was holding her sword with both hands, her armor full of holes. There were traces of ground flesh and blood on it, and it was clear she had experienced countless bitter battles. The female knight now had a deep wound on her thigh, where one could even somewhat see the bones. This made the girl grit her teeth, crystalline tears appearing at the corners of her eyes. Despite it all, she maintained the determination on her face. Without her protection, Hera and her sister would long since have become rations for the ogres. Putting two and two together, Leyland had a general idea of what had happened. After being separated in the streams of people, they had run wildly all over the place. With Raphania's help, they took care of many enemies and had finally arrived here. However, if they chose this direction purposely instead if accidentally, Hera is more wise than I previously assumed. The three ogres that were attacking them were normal warriors, and there were no shamans present. They may be huge threats to the heavily injured Raphania, but they were nothing at all to Leyland. Hey, beautiful ladies. Good morning. Leyland seemed to arrive like an unexpected guest, leisurely greeting everyone as if he had coincidentally and naturally bumped into them on his afternoon stroll. Nick. Raphania saw her black warhorse, eyes blazing, and lay. You darn thief. If not for my companion being stolen, how would I have? Leyland was completely immune to the words of this female knight. Upon hearing her words, he merely rolled his eyes, automatically tuning her out. Growl, after seeing Leyland's appearance, the few ogres with simple minds had no other thoughts as they pounced forward. My long sword was discarded just now. What a pity. Leyland patted at his warhorse, and Nick was able to leap in a way it was unable to usually. It jumped over the ogre's head and came to Raphania's side. Give me that sword. Raphania initially looked ready to refuse, but for some reason she felt a sense of terror as she looked at Leyland's calm face. She obediently handed it over. Strange, why did I? Before she had the time to ponder this, however, her little mouth opened in shock and amazement. Not bad. Leyland shook the knight's sword in his hands. As a high-ranked knight, Raphania's equipment was all of a high grade. Whether it was her horse or her sword, they were much better than what he had before. The glaring brilliance of chi burst forth from Leyland's hands. Battle technique, chi strengthening. Battle technique, charge. Battle technique, cross slash. Leyland's figure instantly turned into a streak of black, and the long sword was enveloped in the luster of chi as he began his assault on the three barbaric beings. Cross-shaped light rays flashed ahead, and 3 malicious heads flew off. Even after the corpses of the giant ogres crumpled to the ground, Rafinha still seemed to be in disbelief. On top of being able to activate chi, his advanced battle techniques and his proficient battle techniques are even better than my teacher's. Rafinha looked absent-minded, not even able to catch her longsword properly when Leylin tossed it back. The battle techniques Leylin had just shown were not inferior to the most powerful person she'd ever seen, and that was a high-ranked paladin. Thank you. At this moment, Hera hugged her little sister as they stood up, eyes full of gratitude aimed at Leylin. If not for Rafinha and Leylin, she and her sister would long since have turned into jerky for the ogres to stockpile. There was no way to even escape. As for Leylin's sudden disappearance, this lady rationally chose not to pursue this. Things were very dangerous now, and in a situation where Rafinha was gravely injured, they were in need of Leylin's protection. Leylin did not even need to harbor malicious intent. As long as he abandoned the 3 girls, they were in deep trouble. She immediately spoke out, "Thank you, Mr. Ley. I'll increase the commission once we reach the town, I'm sure it will satisfy you." She had especially lowered her own status while speaking, and Leylin nodded on the inside. Wait. If you're going to talk about raising the commission, then poor old Pam should have a part of it too. At this moment, the carriage at the side completely fell apart, and a dwarf with a broken leg rolled out like a ball. Things were completely chaotic when we were surrounded. Thankfully, we had Rafinha protecting us, and we also bumped into Mr. Pam after that. Hera smiled forcefully as she explained the situation to Leylin. He merely rolled his shoulders, speechless at the dwarf's luck in keeping his life. Or perhaps, he was really blessed by the goddess of luck. Leylin and the group set out immediately after some rest and reorganization. This was still a danger zone, after all. However, the horse carriage from before was now useless. Leylin had no choice but to modify the remains of the carriage to a handcart, allowing Hera, her sister and Rafinha to squeeze together. They had to bring the dwarf Pam along as well. The warhorse, Nick, was regrettably demoted to a worn-out old horse, exerting all its strength to pull the cart forward slowly. You didn't see it, but 3 ogres pounced towards old Pam. Each of their mouths were as large as my head. From atop the cart came old Pam's bragging with gusto. Rafinha squeezed forward, looking at Leylin. When are you returning Nick to me? Give me a ransom in exchange. Don't forget, this warhorse is something I got from winning against the archer. This is a place is protected by the laws of the kingdom. If you want the horse, go look for the archer. Sitting atop Nick, Leylin spoke seriously. This was much like the thinking of a bandit. Damn it, that archer's corpse should have already entered the stomachs of the ogres. Rafinha mumbled to herself, occasionally muttering words like thief. At the end, she unwillingly tossed a gold card at Leylin. These are all my savings. I have nothing more. That's not bad. Taking a look at the numbers, Leylin then began to whistle contentedly. Deal. It's yours. Rafinha then gloomily found out that she was unable to ride Nick due to her injuries. Everything seemed to stay the same as before. Gloomwood Castle. Thank you, Ley. Rafinha's voice sounded after a while. The female knight was no fool. She knew that without Leylin, they really would have died at the hands of the ogres, disappearing into their mouths. She obviously didn't want to die like that, and just the thought of it already left her in fear. All those adventure books were scams. There were no romantic heroes and beautiful princesses. Rather, there were thieves and bandits, as well as ogres who ate people alive. So, now that your fantasies have been destroyed, will you still continue adventuring? Leylin asked in curiosity. Of course. This is my path as a knight. The female knight's voice was filled with resolution. As long as I can endure, evil will be destroyed by my hands one day. With my work, the world will regain its beauty. Leylin rolled his eyes speechlessly. This directionally challenged moron seemed to show no signs of waking up to reality. What kind of expression is that? No, I was just thinking that you're very suited to becoming a paladin of the god of justice. Really? Thankfully, the goddess of luck finally showed mercy on them, allowing their little group to leave the region where the ogres had wreaked havoc. If not, once Leylin was surrounded by the ogres, he would probably abandon everyone and make a path for himself to escape. Besides him, everyone, including the warhorse Nick, would become rations and jerky for the ogres. Are they all confused because of the commander's death? On the way, he bumped into a few members of the merchant groups who had been separated, and even a few thieves and the like. It was a pity for them that even Raphania had learnt to steel her resolve. The high-ranked female knight who had regained a portion of her strength did not need much energy to take care of these people. All that had continued until this day, when a small city with a black wall appeared in front of Lei Lin. "We're here, this is Gloomwood Castle. After this place, we will reach the central plains of the Dambrath Kingdom, the territories there managed by people directly subordinate to the king." After seeing this city, Raphania screamed in joy. Hera and Yelani smiled, looking as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They were only halfway through their long trip, but the exhaustion and terror was more than enough to leave them in fear. "Halt! Stop the vehicle for an inspection." At the city gate, Leyland's group of strangely dressed adventurers were immediately stopped by the guards. "Oh. These soldiers seem pretty strong. And they're professionals who have seen blood already." Leyland saw Hera going up ahead to negotiate with them, his brows furrowing slightly. With his experience, he could obviously see that the guards were stronger than usual. They could even be people in charge of professional groups, incomparable to the previous party. He could sense tens of elite archers aiming their weapons at this area from the shadows, leaving him with a sense of danger. To even give me a sense of danger. These archers should have equipment like the Spellslayer arrow. How wealthy. Leyland shot a glance towards the top of the city wall discreetly, and then maintained a nonchalant face as he looked at Hera and the rest. After checking the proof that they were mercenaries and nobles, the middle-aged soldier who seemed to be the leader headed over to them. "Terrible events have occurred at Gloomwood Castle lately. Don't stay long if you don't have business here. Thank you for kind intentions. Officer, is this about the ogres?" A hint of curiosity showed in Hera's eyes. "The ogres? They're far from real devils," the middle-aged soldier sneered, but did not elaborate. Only when he passed by Leyland and the other mercenaries did he warn them, "Don't stir up trouble inside, or else." His threatening words immediately angered Raphania. Leyland and old Pam, on the other hand, had met such situations before. They rolled their shoulders back in answer, though it was not obvious whether they truly took heed of the advice. "Humph," the leader did not argue about this with Hera, looking disappointed. He waved his hand, "Go on. The strength of this legion doesn't lose out to the ogre tribes." Leyland hung his head, eyes flickering with wit. "Seems like the kingdom's power and soldiers are the true trump cards of the human race in the world of gods. Those inferior mercenary groups can't be compared at all." Leyland could finally see the aura of a nation's soldiers, with as many sharp swords as there were trees in the forest and as many pikes as there were thorns in a bush. They might even have the support of wizards and priests. The mid-ranked officer just now had an aura very similar to a high-ranked warrior, and he had evidently gone through numerous battles. The aura of someone who had seen blood in battle was something most mercenaries could not match. With how he spoke, something definitely happened here. The desolate streets and the tight security in the city left Leyland frowning. "We plan to rest here for a while. We might also need to buy a carriage and recruit a few more mercenaries," Hera said once they found an inn, looking tired as she spoke to Leyland and the rest. We do need a new carriage." Raphania was obviously approved of this plan. They had finally made it to a human city with great difficulty, and she could not wait to get some good rest. For a lady of nobility, there was nothing harder to endure than filth and grime. It was a pity that there was no lack of these on the journey, especially for mercenaries. That the poor girl hadn't already gone insane showed the resolve she'd gained from her night training. Pam approved of this well. He was already itching to exchange the ogre ears for the commission, as well as buy a new batch of rum. "All right, we'll meet here 3 days from now." Leyland nodded without much care. He was now slightly curious about the events in Gloomwood Castle. "Wait, Ley. Your friend is in need of your help. My injuries need healing from a priest." When the time to part came, old Pam grasped Leyland firmly, eyes gleaming with tears. Looking at the state he was in, Leyland had no choice but to roll his shoulders back and bring old Pam, with his broken leg, along. The dwarf worshipped the god of warriors anyway, and the church wasn't too far off from the mercenary guild. Divine spell, cure moderate wounds. Holy light shone from the priest's hands at the church of warriors, and the injury on Pam's thigh quickly recovered. A new layer of tender flesh grew out. The fee is 5 kronas. The priest looked pious, but did not lower the fees at all. Most churches functioned by getting money for healing the wounds of their followers. The gods needed money themselves to construct their extravagant churches. More importantly, they needed to lure in worshippers with more generous conditions. Old Pam, who was usually miserly, paid up happily and did not dare take advantage of this at all. Only after he left the church did he look regretful. If not for our employer wanting to leave in the next few days, old Pam would rather look for a doctor or potioneer. Damn it, 5 kronas. How many bottles of rum would that get me? Oh, mighty God, old Pam did not say that on purpose. Old Pam continued to mumble, no. This should be included in the fees we get from our employer. You'll back me up, right, Lay? Leyland pretended not to hear anything, walking to the entrance of the mercenary guild with the dwarf. Old Pam impatiently exchanged the ogre ears to make up for his losses, while Leyland went to the mission hall. The hall was much smaller than the one in Eamon City. A few mercenaries were seated there, and whether in terms of quality or quantity they seemed to be lacking. This strange atmosphere was explained after Leyland looked at the mission board. High-grade mission, track down traces of devil followers. This mission is extremely dangerous. Please think over it carefully before choosing it. High-grade mission, investigate the evil god ceremony in the home of Lord Wakdo. High-grade mission, investigate cause of death of Baron Phelan. Numerous high-grade missions were hung up in a row, looking marvelous. It was a pity that few mercenaries dared take them on. Interesting. A devil? A smile rose about Leyland's lips all of a sudden. As he recalled the unusual mobilization of the troops, as well as the worried look on the mid-ranked officer's face, everything grew clear. Gloomwood Castle was in a strange state because of the activities of devil worshippers. These high-difficulty missions were usually left to the churches and nations' troops. It was no wonder that the mercenaries were not interested. However, them having no interest did not mean that Leyland was the same. He'd always been curious about hell and the devils in this world. Beelzebub's memories had ensured that he knew as much about them as an archduke, but theory and reality were two separate things. Based on his memories, there are 9 levels of hell here. Each have their own rulers governing them, as well as a few public regions. To be able to break through the restrictions of the dimension and arrive at the prime material world to spread belief. This is something that only a ruler of the same rank as him could accomplish. At his most powerful, the sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub, was as strong as a Magus who'd comprehended laws. At the very least, he was stronger than the lesser gods here. It was no wonder then that the traces of devils had set the city on high alert. The scene that the soul seed had projected at the beginning appeared before his eyes once again. I wonder how that little guy Tiff is doing now. He received the power of the soul seed from my main body. If he managed to adapt to it, he should be rather strong now. One after another. When their souls had first battled for control of the body, Leyland had managed to help Tiff out, bestowing formidable powers on him. It was intended to be an experiment. Not only would a surviving Tiff be of huge aid to him, but it would also give him some rare results. How could he not have left himself a counter against the powers he had originally bestowed? Furthermore, who could compare to the ancient Magi with regards to the control over the soul force? My soul force wasn't originally accustomed to the laws of the world of gods, and couldn't help but diminish continually. But Tiff was a native. Hence, there was still a possibility that he could be sustained by absorbing the powers that I left him. In view of that, his stats would, something flashed in Leyland's eyes. It made sense for soul force from other worlds to be unable to survive in the world of gods. But the strength that Leyland left for Tiff was like a seed, and it changed him completely. Furthermore, as long as the foundation was there, no matter how far Tiff advanced in the future, he would not be able to resist the influence Leyland held over him. If Leyland exploited him correctly, Tiff would be an advantageous pawn for him. I was staying overseas back then, and did not care much about the mainland. Thus, I also didn't ask about Tiff, but it's an entirely different matter now. The time is ripe, Leyland decided. Greetings, copper-ranked mercenary, sir. Can I help you? The maid behind the counter asked in a professional but mechanical tone after she saw the identify proof Leyland handed over. It was all she'd do for a copper-ranked mercenary. Show me the details of the top 3 missions. Leyland wasn't bothered at all about it. The missions of those devil worshippers. The girl raised her head, and scanned at Leyland with a look of derision. Superior missions could only be accepted by a mercenary ranked gold and above, so please work on raising your grade. I was not thinking of taking it, I just wanted to catch a glimpse of the report. I remember all mercenaries have the authority to do this, am I not right? Leyland furrowed his brows. That's right, the maid unwillingly replied. It was probably her first time encountering someone like Leyland, but details are only free for those at the silver grade and above, you have to pay 10 coppers. That's no problem at all. Under her contemptuous gaze, Lei Lin threw 10 coppers on the table and grabbed the documents from her hands, before heading towards the corner seat to look into them. Being able to obtain information for such a price was already a profit for him. But after reading the first few sentences, Lei Lin's expression darkened. Surprise, astonishment and all sorts of other expressions flashed across his face before it landed on a sinister smile. Old friend. He dropped his eyes to one of the sentences. The victim's carcass was badly damaged and parts of the flesh were missing. When the Baron was found, he was kneeling on the ground in a bizarre manner, pouring blood. His tongue was severed and forced down his throat. The soldiers launched surprise attacks on a few dangerous locations but gained nothing in return. The thieves found pentagrams used to commune with other dimensions in the flooring of the house, and determined it to be the coordinates to the 9th level of hell. A sacred emblem with the image of a twisted fawn. Only devotees of Beelzebub would adopt such a method of murder. Lei Lin smiled as he read on. If he had to choose a devil to face, he'd definitely choose this one whom he'd fooled previously. The fellow should still be asleep. The region of hell that he was occupying will soon be overturned. Furthermore, he is unable to receive prayers nor provide spells for his followers. Their faith might be challenged. Lei Lin's eyes shone. He's found the perfect prey. If you piece all these reports together, it's the prelude to a big bloody sacrificial ceremony, and the target is that Beelzebub. Lei Lin's rich experiences along with Beelzebub's memories allowed him to see everything clearly within seconds. I'm afraid this is those worshippers' last resort, given that they haven't been able to communicate with him for a long time. Lei Lin's expression wasn't looking too great. Big, bloody sacrificial ceremonies would affect the whole city, and the death toll would number greater than 1,000. But of course, all this was useless. No matter how much they sacrificed, Beelzebub would not regain consciousness. Instead, this would attract hostility from the gods. Most importantly, Lei Lin would be dragged into this whole mess. Well, I guess I'll gladly receive Beelzebub's followers. This empty church had lost the protection of its god, and was also compatible with the law of devouring he had grasped. To Lei Lin, this hollow shell was a big present. Though most of the members were the cruelest dregs of society, or even unusual beings and demonic creatures, its sheer size was enough to make Lei Lin jealous. He had to accumulate all of this himself to become a god in the future. As for Beelzebub, he was long out of Lei Lin's consideration. He walked out happily with his gains, and turned into a dark alley. Once he made sure nobody was around, Lei Lin's aura transformed into that of a god. My follower, Tiff, he made a solemn call, and the strange energy dispersed. Moments later, Lei Lin opened his eyes, his expression looking weird. With such a short distance, is he in the Dambrath kingdom? A dark shadow was moving at great speeds through the broad plains. It stopped all of a sudden, revealing a pale, aged face. He looked emotional, and was even tearing up. He immediately knelt on the ground as he managed to choke out his next words, "My great lord, Kukul Khan. Have you finally heard me?" This man looked a lot like Tiff, but it wasn't the boy from back then anymore. A large amount of energy circulated around his body. My God, Tiff looked staunch after his prayer. Ever since Elditha's church had destroyed everything he had, he'd set himself on the path of rebellion. This was why he was a wanted criminal throughout the world of gods. Thankfully, the power Lei Lin left him back then helped him through the toughest period of his life. As a result, the bogus about Kukul Khan that Lei Lin had once made up had warped into his absolute faith. I can't believe I felt the power of you as I went out to keep an eye on the devil worshippers, my lord. Tiff's body compressed into a stream of shadows, and sped towards Gloomwood Castle. He was even faster than a rank 15 professional. At the same time, in the campsite of the ogres. Roar. Roar, the ogre warriors waved the large warhammers in their hands and they fought, using magic as an aid every now and then. It was a pity that all of their efforts were nothing but a joke to the paladins. Smite evil. Divine punishment. Piercing holy light shot out from Laurent's sword, and broke an ogre's warhammer in a split second with its immense strength before slicing his head off. On the other hand, the clerics who had mastered divine spells from the god of justice were also killing off the ogre shamans with no issues. How dare you see humans as food? The sins of this ogre tribe are unforgivable. Laurent wiped his sword on the skin of one of the ogres beside him, and flashed a face of disgust. Flesh started showing. The vile ogres only deserve death. The ogres in the campsite fell into chaos, merely ants to the high-ranked paladins and priests. A ear-piercing growl sounded from the other side before low gasps and silence ensued. It was unsettling. Managed to get anything out of them? Laurent looked at their team's interrogation officer as he walked out, hands still freshly dyed in the ogre's blood. They don't have the biggest brains, and what they do have is reserved for fighting and eating. Even if I tried my best, the only information I got was that their leader was killed by a human wizard who then escaped. The officer looked mildly disappointed. If only we could use a memory-extracting spell. But that would be trespassing into the domain of evil. Laurent was discontented with the officer's attitude and mindset, but he did not want to create any conflicts at this point in time. That is enough. At the very least, the possibility of the wizard being Lei Lin is high. It was probably this ogre tribe that attacked them first, forcing them to retaliate, he said as he nodded. Then what are we waiting for now? Let's chase after them. My tools are getting impatient. The officer licked his lip, his disgusting and sinister expression making Laurent look away. He wondered how someone like this managed to sneak into the investigative team. The team continued their journey after sweeping the ogre site clean and headed towards Gloomwood Castle. I'm afraid I can't stay for long. Lei Lin was changing his disguise at the moment. Things that could expose his identity, like the ring of wizardry, could absolutely not be worn. He even had to alter his hair color and change his face's shape. But, judging by the god of justice's hatred for devils, if his followers find out that there are devil worshippers within this castle, would he still put in so much effort and look for me? Lei Lin smiled sinisterly. Act. Lei Lin looked at himself in the mirror, and was satisfied with his new appearance. He originally looked like a Westerner in the world of gods, with bright golden blonde hair and clear blue eyes. However, his locks were now dyed black, and his eyes were a rich dark with blood-red sclera. His new appearance exuded a never-ending aura of evil. With this extent, I don't think anyone will associate me with the young master of the fallen family. Lei Lin wore a sinister-looking silver mask over his face and disappeared into the darkness. Obviously, a change in appearance wouldn't be enough. Thus, when Lei Lin reappeared, his whole body seemed to have undergone an even greater and more terrifying transformation. He looked as if he were someone wrapped in mysteries, sinister energy encircling his body with a charming trace of the power of laws. Once all the brilliant energy had fused into his body, Lei Lin completely resembled a devil who had ascended from hell, and even the aura of his soul had changed. A sense of power and danger emanated from his body in waves, and the surrounding space seemed to fold in on itself, as if everything was being devoured. This was divinity. Only a divine power could accomplish this. Lei Lin had now become a divine being who grasped some power in the domain of devouring. This imitation isn't bad at all. Lei Lin looked at his new self and nodded in approval. His understanding of the law of devouring had already reached a peak. Only after he acquired Beelzebub's divine force and divinity could he advance to become a rank 7 Magus. In the world of gods, this would be considered as having achieved godhood. His understanding of the law would not disappear with reincarnation. Though it was tough to create and draw out divinity from nothing, it was still an effortless task for the AI chip to imitate the aura and appearance of a divine being with the power of devouring. I definitely cannot ascend to godhood solely in the domain of devouring. Even if I do that, I'm afraid I'll be sent straight to hell. Even if I'm going to go there in the end, I can't be thrown down so passively. There was also another advantage of being in his current form. Divine beings were practically immune to scrying spells, and Lei Lin, an otherworldly guest, was obviously immune too. It would be an absolute joke if anyone tried to gain more information on him through scrying. The show has begun. Lei Lin turned his gaze to the bright moon before his silhouette suddenly blurred and disappeared into the darkness. Most of Beelzebub's true soul and divinity had been devoured by Lei Lin, along with 100,000 years of his memories as a devil. Thus, all of his followers were nothing but tragic beings in front of Lei Lin. Everything was stored in his AI chip, included Beelzebub's methods to communicate with them, or his habits and disposition, and even the list of bishops and demons in different regions of the prime material plane. Beelzebub's followers were unable to hide from Lei Lin, and thus Lei Lin had already made his plans after strolling about the castle. Lei Lin's deified incarnation arrived in front of a vast building. 2 guards there were loyally carrying out their responsibilities, making sure the entrance was secure. Even security officers fell to the attacks. No wonder they could carry out the blood sacrifice of an entire city so brazenly. Lei Lin put both his hands behind his back and swaggered into the mansion. The moment he stepped into the vicinity, he couldn't help but take a deep breath at the aura of evil within. He would have been completely unable to sense the soul undulations so precisely without the divinity that his current body possessed. Evil forces continued to circulate in Lei Lin's surroundings, making the glow of his imitated godhood even brighter. It seemed as if it was turning his pretense into reality. Eye of the Divine. Through his imitated divine powers, Lei Lin was able to use something like magic to make himself invisible to the tight security. Once he passed through, he followed his instinct to a descending passageway behind a rock garden that was obviously concealed. The stench of human blood, and the aura of low-ranked devils, Lei Lin sniffed, but did not plan on making his way further. Who's that? His movement had alerted a nearby watchman, but he deliberately lowered his voice, seeming like he didn't want to blow the matter up. But in the darkness, a handful of otherworldly beings have already felt their way towards Lei Lin, obviously with the intention of mounting a sneak attack. However, when he saw these creatures up close, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry at the sight of them. Are these what you are relying on? Devil priests like these? Is this an insult? Through his night vision, he had already seen who his attacker was, an amalgamation of badly damaged human carcass parts and heads. It looked like a massive ball of flesh. This inferior devil was of the lowest grade, and it was also the most common cannon fodder in the 9th level of hell. The AI chip sent over the creature's data to him. Inferior devil. Strength, 3 agility, 1 vitality, 5 spirit, 0.1 description. This is a common magical creature found in hell, usually a reincarnation of deceitful humans. Its IQ equates to that of a retarded human, and it is easily controlled by high-ranked devils. Feats, 1. Fire immunity, poison immunity. 2. Cold resistance. 3. Acid attack. Scram, you lowly ants. Lei Lin said icily, using the language of the devils of hell. Instantly, those poor devils were rendered completely defenseless under Lei Lin, someone who was as good as a near archdevil. They immediately fell under his control. The watchmen were left in shock. Who are you exactly? You aren't qualified to know that. They did not dare to retaliate even as Lei Lin walked further in. Naturally, that was perhaps because they felt the intrinsic quality of a devil within him. Once he pushed through a door covered in fresh blood curses, a room that looked like a dining hall appeared in front of Lei Lin. Fresh, steaming flesh was laid on the long dining table, and many worshippers raised their heads to look at Lei Lin, who was an unwanted and unexpected guest. In their shock, they forgot to even wipe off the remnant blood from the side of their lips. What's going on? Sidebar, why did you let an outsider in? The plump noble seated right in the center sounded unhappy, and put on an resentful expression. The bloody banquet. Isn't this another one of Beelzebub's favorite ceremonies? Lei Lin recognized the ceremony being conducted. All you maggots, can't you tell? Lei Lin's voice was low but powerful, exploding with the dignity of divinity. This is the divine force of our Lord. A devil priest yelped out of surprise, and the whole room suddenly followed him as they knelt down before Lei Lin. My lord, you haven't made contact with your followers for 20 years, tears filled the eyes of the priest. I have received the gift of our Lord and have become his chosen and his substitute to lead you. Any objections? Lei Lin announced bluntly. Pretending to be Beelzebub's chosen and a divine being would allow Lei Lin to take control of all his followers as well as his priest network in the prime material world. This was Lei Lin's goal. He'd grown jealous of what was formed by 100,000 years of operations by an archdevil. Moreover, he already had the Manderhawk plate. None at all. The priest was the first to surrender his loyalty to Lei Lin, dropping to his knees and kissing Lei Lin's boots. Hold up, even if he has the favor of our Lord and has gained divinity, what give him the rights to take control of us completely? A royal raised up his opinion from the crowd, feeling like his interests were breached. But he was silenced shortly after. A crimson blade was pinned into his throat in a split second, and the terrifying power of devouring had sucked him dry in no time. Many took in sharp breaths and others cried out in surprise, the devil blood dagger. Any more objections? The blade returned to Lei Lin's hand as the carcass of the royal turned to ash, and in return Lei Lin gained the respectful gazes of almost everyone in the room. As Beelzebub's worshippers, they definitely knew what the devil blood dagger could do. One had to have sacrificed the flesh of more than 10,000 humans and high-ranked priests to receive such a terrifying weapon. One needed to prove their strength to complete the sacrificial ceremony and survive for so long, and the devil blood dagger confirmed Lei Lin's. Great Lord, we pledge our loyalty to you. Many followers chanted. Very well. Our Lord is currently injured and needs time to recover. My mission is to act on behalf of his conscience, and bring together all the churches in the prime material world to restore our Lord's health with enough faith and followers. Lei Lin said half-heartedly. I see, most of them had already guessed that Beelzebub was hurt, but at this point in time it was too late for them to turn their backs on Lei Lin. Now, I'll give out the first mission. A team of paladins is heading towards us, I'll need your help. With his divinity, he was a chosen of the church. He could sometimes even override the church head's authority. After confirming his identity, Lei Lin deployed every follower with specific roles and ordered them to stall those paladins. These people were no match for them, but they were proficient at plots to stall time, as well as scheming and intrigue. False god. In addition, stop performing large-scale blood sacrifices. There's no need for such obstructive activity before you hear further from me, especially something that'll attract the attention of the churches, Lei Lin reminded them again before leaving. Of course, chosen of our Lord. The devil priest answered without hesitation, not that he had any authority to go against Lei Lin's words. Moreover, the reason for their enormous blood sacrifices was to attract Beelzebub's attention. Now that he had already sent a substitute, there was no need for that anymore. Lord Substitute, please grant us your name. The aged devil priest plucked up his courage to ask right before Lei Lin left. My name? Lei Lin smirked beneath his mask. My name is Kukulkan. The power of faith essentially came from fear and obedience, respect and admiration, or from one's soul force. Godhood originated from that as well. With a specific name, great power, and falsely assuming the identity of Beelzebub's chosen, he could win the reverence of these devil worshippers. He could even disseminate and spread Beelzebub's faith before usurping everything. However, this was the only mature organization of Beelzebub's that Lei Lin found somewhat acceptable. When he would build his own church in the future, these people would not be of much help. After all, Lei Lin would not want his own church to be a gathering point for devil worshippers. The next step was to cancel certain blood sacrifices and evil rituals that violated his core values. This was the domain of a benevolent god, and also an essential step for a divine being to gain extensive approval in the prime material plane. Lord Kukulkan, we will do as you wish and prepare for the recovery of our Lord. Lei Lin was startled from his reverie as he watched the devil followers shouting his name loudly. A special energy akin to soul force enveloped him within the zealous ambience. The false divine power of devouring almost went out of control and wanted to swallow this energy to transform completely, but Lei Lin resisted it. The power of faith? Lei Lin signed internally before disappearing into a private room. You heard the Lord's orders. The devil priest straightened his back and looked at all of the followers, especially directing his gaze at the nobles. Having lost the powers that the devil bestowed upon him, the arrival of this divine being allowed him to regain some confidence. Get the tasks done quickly so that we can welcome those paladins of the God of Justice. There was no room for reconciliation between devil worshippers and paladins. If they met, it would be a fight to the death. While one paladin was more than enough to slaughter an entire room of devil worshippers, strategy, allocation of manpower, and hidden actions would make things difficult for them. Of course. A few of the nobles laughed sinisterly, the shadows they cast on the wall behind them looking like terrifying demons themselves. I can't believe I have to play to dress up as God and play the devil twice in a day. Lei Lin had currently arrived outside the city. He looked around vigilantly. His appearance of a powerful divine being was but a pretense, and he himself was only a rank 10 wizard. Had the devil worshippers just now rebelled against him, he was not sure that he'd have been able to suppress them. However, as he'd borrowed the superior aura of a high-ranked devil, he was certain he wouldn't lose out. However, him pretending to be a divine being, on top of his possession of the devil blood dagger, was enough to scare the hell out of those followers. Moreover, those who had offered sacrifices to the devils already had shackles on their souls. If they did not wish to be tortured even after death, they had to act according to Lei Lin's wishes. Compared to dealing with those low-ranked followers, this needs more attention. Lei Lin pulled himself together with a slight sigh, and a thread of flames appeared on his figure, taking the shape of a flame-winged serpent. The small blaze lit up the gloom wood, giving off a demonic feeling. He's here. Lei Lin turned quickly. A black spirit was running towards him so quickly that it couldn't be followed by the naked eye. Advanced barrier. Advanced protection. Advanced invisibility. A few enormous spell barriers were erected, separating the area from the outside world completely. A high-ranked professional? No, he's even stronger than Oj and Borich, almost a legend, Lei Lin inwardly assessed as the person he was thinking of arrived in front of him. Tiff. Formidable divine power circulated around the area, making Lei Lin seem like a god as he called out to Tiff. At the same time, the aura of his original form also rolled off his body. You're not my god, but you have his power. Tiff was indeed standing in front of Lei Lin, but he did not look like his previous self. His hair was now graying at the temples, and his vigilant eyes glared unwaveringly at Lei Lin. Lei Lin felt several different probing spells targeted at him immediately, and if not for the fact that he was the original body and had the AI chip's help in concealing his abilities, it would have been difficult to deal with the fellow. Brilliant divine power floated above Lei Lin's hand as he stared Tiff in the eye. So, do you still have any suspicions? I wouldn't dare. You are the favored one of my lord. Tiff pressed his right hand to his chest as a form of respect and bowed, showing his acknowledgement of Lei Lin's identity. Strong beings like this were not easily subdued. Honestly, if Tiff were to make any moves, he would have found out that Lei Lin was only a pretentious false god. Once he figured that out, taking care of Lei Lin would be as easy as popping a bubble. Since you've summoned me, what can I help you with? Tiff still looked suspicious about the whole situation. Our Lord has already defeated the archdevil Beelzebub, and I've received orders to take over everything Beelzebub has in the prime material plane. He kept to the truth. Tiff was the one person Lei Lin trusted the most here, even if he seemed doubtful of everything right now. Even if the boy decided to go against him, Lei Lin could use the power he'd formerly left with Tiff to make him turn back. However, he was able to use the energy I left behind as a foundation to receive magical powers and become similar to a bloodline holder. Or should I say half-chose? He's somewhat talented. Lei Lin seemed to have already seen beyond Tiff's facade. You've defeated the archdevil? The sovereign king of gluttony? Tiff's voice involuntarily cracked. He had obviously heard about this earth-shaking rumor. The loyalty of these worshippers, who'd already lost the magic abilities bestowed by the devil, had long been shaken. Some information had spread out. Worshippers in the prime material plane were shallow. If Lei Lin had waited to make his move a couple of decades later, Beelzebub's people would have almost completely disappeared. Thankfully, that was not the case. I'll need your help. How much manpower do you have in the Dambrath kingdom? Lei Lin asked. Unless his background wasn't optimal, a near legend like Tiff would have a certain amount of influence. I've created an organization with faith in our Lord. There are fewer than 300 followers right now, and the highest ranked among them is a baron. Tiff clenched his teeth, and told Lei Lin unwillingly. The familiar soul suppression was too strong on him, and he had no choice but to speak the truth. An organization in worship of me? Lei Lin was pretty taken aback. To sustain a miniature organization without the support of divine power. He has a lot of potential. The difference between true and false gods was that one could grant their priests divine spells and other powers, ranging in ranks from rank 1 to rank 9. With the great power separating their planes and the prime material plane, the highest rank of spell a powerful devil or demon could bestow upon their worshippers was rank 5. Anything past that would require a blood sacrifice to go through, or have some other such restriction. This type of worship of false gods would suffer a unanimous crackdown by the true gods. Demigods were similar. Without enough power to grant high-ranked spells to their followers, they were not widely spread. The feathered snake god, Kukulkan, that Lei Lin had made up previously was an otherworldly demigod who was still in deep sleep. He would not be able to grant even a rank 1 spell. Lei Lin felt a special respect for the fact that Tiff could still sustain worship for Kukulkan under conditions like these, to the extent of enticing a baron. While he'd have used his own methods for it, it was still rather amazing. But I can't let this situation continue for too long. I'll soon have to give them some hope. Lei Lin decided. A god that was unable to respond to prayers and grant spells would be eliminated like Beelzebub sooner or later. If his original form is still recovering from his injuries, it doesn't make sense for me to confer divine spells in his stead. Lei Lin's original form as a near rank 7 Magus was from another world after all, and the world will of the world of gods was hostile towards his power. Not to mention the amount of energy that would be consumed by crossing the crystal sphere shell. If he were to use his original form to bestow divine spells, he would quickly go bankrupt and even die. The only way is to advance to become a legend and condense my divine force. By doing that, I'll have the most basic capability to respond to my followers. Lei Lin gritted his teeth. Devout follower of our Lord, Tiff. I have something for you to do. Let us meet at the capital city of the Dambrath kingdom. Fiancé. After listening to Lei Lin's declaration, Tiff glanced at him with a serious look. It resembled the sharp gaze of a hawk, as if he was trying to pierce through the defense of the divine power to see Lei Lin's true form. I follow my God's will. Tiff disappeared into mid-air after finished his sentence, and everything that had just occurred seemed like an illusion. He has magic abilities similar to a chosen of my original form, and he's a high-ranking ranger or thief. something flashed across Leyland's eyes as he headed back to Gloomwood Castle. He wasn't worried in the least about having his identity leaked. After all, his divine powers were enough to keep everyone in the dark. Even if Tiff eventually found out that he was Leyland Fallen, he would be under the impression that Leyland had received favor from his original form and had divine powers bestowed upon him. Well, now that I have Tiff I can launch many of my plans. Though it was already confirmed that Leyland would take over all of Beelzebub's followers, he still needed someone to take over the operation and carry out the work of a commander. It looked like Tiff was very suitable for that position. Apart from being sufficiently powerful, he had good leadership abilities as well. If the conditions were right in the future, he wanted to nurture Tiff into his first pope. Pouring power into the natives, and allowing them to adapt and change into a form that is accepted in the world of gods. This is a very good issue to pursue. Leyland had a profound look in his eyes. Through his short time with Tiff just now, Leyland had already learnt much from the energy that emitted off his body. It had given him a general direction for his plan to induct magi into the world of gods. This method of forcibly pouring power into a subject should have failed for sure. My success with Tiff was a fluke, and should be considered a rare case. Given his experiments in various worlds, Leyland was sure of this, thus, I'll still have to observe this specimen, and test how it will change under different circumstances. Leyland immediately ducked into an alleyway. When he reappeared, he had already returned to his appearance of a mercenary. Well, I guess I can only scare people with my divine form, Leyland sighed and returned to the inn. I, Raphania, a high-ranked knight, successor of the Way of the Night, pledge my life to fight against evil. Before he stepped into the door, the young female knight's voice could already be heard and that gave Leyland an immediate migraine. What's going on? He walked in suspiciously before seeing a fully armored Raphania raising the knight's sword in her hand in a pledge. Oh! Heavens! Lay, you're finally back. Old Pam waved his hand at the side and said, this lady knight here was all ready to fight upon hearing that there were traces of devil worshippers in the castle. No one was able to persuade her. Hera, who was standing beside old Pam, couldn't help but smile helplessly. As for Yolani, she had already had enough of everyone and escaped to her room. Don't those devil followers run rampant at night? I want to rescue the innocent commoners from the hands of these devils. Lay, let's do it together, shall we? Raphania spoke righteously, but unfortunately she seemed to have grown more sensible, as she was ready to drag the powerful-looking Leyland along. My dear miss, Leyland was rendered speechless too. Look at the time now, please rest soon. Honestly speaking, why would he go against his own men? Were Raphania to go alone, it would probably end up with him saving her instead of her saving the world. She just might have ended up repenting her choices from within the stomachs of those worshippers. Rest? The people of the city are currently suffering from the devastation of devils and you want me to rest? Raphania looked holy and staunchly declared, none of you shall stop me. Then, do you still remember the rule that all knights need to abide by? To keep their promises? Leyland sat down, and even had the mood to ask the servants for a pot of red tea and some snacks. After all, he had been so busy the whole night that he ought to have some rest. Knight Commandment 54, I must comply with the contract and keep my promises and oaths. Raphania was rather familiar with that. Good. So don't forget, you're still under Hera for now. Leyland wiped his lips gracefully with the napkin. What if your employer decided to leave the castle tomorrow? That's right. Raphania, I'll be leaving tomorrow to head towards the Dambrath kingdom. Hera caught on to Leyland's acting real quick and continued the show and spoke meekly, you won't abandon me and my sister, would you? Raphania froze, the two knightly virtues of defending the just and keeping her promises circling her mind. She looked very conflicted. Hera only managed to thank Leyland after they'd managed to send Raphania back to her room. This is all thanks to you, Ley. If not, I'm really afraid of what Raphania would have done. Don't mention it, I wanted to leave earlier too. After all, anything that has the least bit of contact with the devils will always be problematic. Leyland was speaking against his conscience, but it received agreements from both Hera and old Pam. The horrible image of the devils had long been deeply ingrained into the minds of commoners by the gods. This was especially true of Hera, who decided to give up on her original plans to rest. There were still many cities they could rest in on the way, and they didn't necessarily have to stay here and deal with the devils. Even if Leyland hadn't mentioned it first, Hera had plans of leaving earlier. Then, I guess, good night everyone. We'll leave here tomorrow, as soon as possible. Leyland rose to bid them all good night, but he was smiling in his heart. Due to his interception, the activities of the devil followers had already been stopped. However, he didn't have to mention that to them. The next day, a well-supplied mercenary team hit the road. Rafinha sat alone on Nick and led the way with a sulky expression on her face. Hera and the others were sensible enough to not disturb her. Hera seemed to have learnt her lesson and did not hire any more mercenaries. She only found a more down-to-earth horsekeeper and a horse carriage. It seemed as if she had placed all of her trust and safety in Leylin. After we pass Gloomwood Castle, we will reach the central plains of Dambrath Kingdom, which is also the most important agricultural base. The king has gathered most of the military force here and the security of this place is generally great. Honestly, Leylin thought that if the sisters were bold enough, it would be completely safe to continue the journey with just a few servants. But they were evidently shocked by the ogres previously, and would rather raise the commission than leave Leylin's side. But to be able to hire a high-ranked knight and a rank 10 wizard with this price, it's still considered not bad. Leylin didn't have any other opinions. He didn't feel pressed for time currently. After all, whatever plans he'd left behind were enough to stall those paladins for a long time. It was definitely impossible for the devil worshippers to face up against paladins, but they could indeed admirably fulfill the task of delaying them without showing any traces of themselves. This was sufficient time for Leylin to reach the Dambrath Kingdom with no worries, and he could even start planning his next step with ease. Thus, he was currently in a relaxed state and even had the mood to tease Rafinha. Wasn't it the duty of a devil to push a pure and resolute person to hell? Though Leylin only held the memories of an archdevil, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. As expected, everything was like what Leylin had predicted. After entering the central plains, the security of the surroundings became much better and they could see little villages along the sides of the roads. There were even standby guards and patrolling militia. Large-scale bandit organizations would not be able to survive here. As for ogres and other dangerous beasts, they were wiped out by the king's men long ago. The only few exceptions that Leylin and gang met were small-scale bandit groups with fewer than 20 members. Even old Pan could face them, not to mention Rafinha. Days later, the outline of a huge city started showing in the horizon. We're finally here. Dambrath's capital. Hera pulled the curtain of the carriage to the side, and excitement filled her eyes. If not for Leylin and the rest, she and her younger sister might have already died on their way here. Dambrath Kingdom, it is rumored that the first-generation king killed an evil dragon along with his followers and distributed the earnings from the dragons to the commoners. From then on, he built a city and developed it into a kingdom. Rafinha couldn't help but show signs of admiration, yet Leylin found it funny. Stories that praised kings like these were nothing out of the ordinary, their sole purpose to make these kings seem more divine and lawful. Well, those civil servants could say anything they wanted, but Leylin would not believe a single word they said. Killing an evil dragon. This isn't even an environment that dragons favor, but obviously, no one cared nor did they hear Leylin's grumbles. Even Yolani peeped her head out of the carriage to check out the surroundings, and listened to Rafinha's story with glee. After they'd all reached the capital, Hera brought the horse to an aristocratic area on the east and they arrived in front of a prestigious mansion. We were able to reach the capital safely all thanks to you guys. Thank you for all of your protection along the way, my fiancé, and I will definitely repay you. Suddenly, the normally quiet Yolani spoke up, with a trace of arrogance on her face. Contempt. Oh ho. Fiancé. Hera, you actually brought your sister here to get married? Rafinha was the first to shout, her eyes seemingly full of stars, gallant adventurers protecting the beautiful princess, who has come to the imperial capital to meet her prince. There's nothing more romantic than this. Pam and Leylin said their congratulations, making Yolani blush a little, but Leylin was rather flabbergasted. He had thought that this journey revolved around Hera, but who would have thought that the final lead was actually Yolani, the young lady who hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Plus, her elder sister is the one sending her off to get married. Such a tradition doesn't seem to exist in the kingdom. Did something happen to their elders? Leylin could sense that something was not right. Seeing the mercenaries make a racket in front of them, the two bodyguards standing at the gate of the mansion could no longer hold themselves back. What are you doing? Don't you know that this is the Viscount's residence? A bodyguard walked out. He was wearing a brand new set of armor, wiped so conscientiously that it was shining without a single speck of dust on it. He towered over Leylin and his company, his eyes filled with disdain. The reputation mercenaries held in the imperial city was only slightly better than that of bandits and gangsters. They were never a synonym of law-abiding citizens, and the nobles even loathed having any sort of relation to them. It would be so embarrassing. As for the fiancé and so on. The bodyguard sized up Hera and her sister, who were dressed plainly, and evidently chose not to believe them. Yelani tugged at the hem of her elder sister's skirt, then turned to look at her own clothes. Her family wasn't very well off to begin with, and they had encountered huge misfortune. After a long and arduous journey on foot, even their best clothing would look like beggar's rags. She and her sister now looked like unsophisticated girls from the countryside, entering the city for the first time. "I'm from Eamon City." She simultaneously took out a small cloth bundle that she treasured. Peeling it open layer by layer, she revealed the medal of a noble family that was in good condition. Perhaps it was the effect of the badge. The bodyguard glanced at Hera before taking the badge in to inform others, even if he was still doubtful. Leylin and his company waited in the wind for more than half an hour. Raffania had grown rather impatient by the time the entrance to the Viscount's mansion finally opened slowly. Someone who looked like a butler walked out, his face plastered with a professional smile. "May I know who is the young miss from the Lanta family?" Hera inhaled deeply and walked forward, with a smile to please. "I'm Hera Lanta. She's my sister, Yelani." This was their reality, they had no choice. She and her younger sister had no one to rely on in the imperial city, and they could only attach themselves to Yelani's Viscount fiancé if they wanted a good life. They couldn't leave a bad impression on the butler whom he trusted as well. "Respected young ladies, please follow me in. The Viscount is waiting for you." The butler bowed at the side. "Also, they are the mercenaries I hired. I was able to make it safely to the imperial city all thanks to them." Hera looked over at Leylin and the rest and explained herself. "Mercenaries?" Disdain was apparent in the butler's eyes, and only Raffania, who was riding a warhorse, made him do a double take. But the Viscount only mentioned 2 ladies. "Hera, you guys head in first. We'll just wait a while longer at most," Leylin smiled as he said to Hera. He glanced at the scornful look in the butler's eyes, and inwardly smiled to himself. This expression. Does he treat Hera and her sister like poor relatives who came knocking because they ran out of money? Interesting, interesting. Leylin magnanimously forgave the butler's offense because he was watching a show. He even pulled Raffania back, someone whose expression showed that she had a belly full of anger, leaving her with no one to vent it on. Leylin was laughing so hard to himself that his stomach was about to start cramping. Hera sent him an appreciative look, then took her sister's hand as she walked into the entrance. Look at them. That expression. Raffania's hair was completely about to explode, like an enraged kitten. "Ah. I can't take it. At worst, I won't take the commission this time." "You don't have to take it if you don't want to, but don't drag the rest of us down." Leylin's sarcastic blows at the side met with old Pam's common sentiments. His eyes went watery. "Missy. You can't let poor old Pam leave without a salary. You haven't gotten your salary." "Just the mere ogre ears we got on the way should be enough of a profit," Raffania mumbled to herself, but her temper did not flare up. In actual fact, Hera and her sister didn't have many assets to begin with. The two announced that they would raise the commission on the way, but after half the journey their group was stunned. The amount of cash they had on them was not even enough to pay what they'd promised before. Furthermore, they hadn't paid half of the coachman's commission and the fee for the carriage at the Gloomwood Castle. Although Raffania didn't give a hoot about that little sum of money, she couldn't not care about the others. After hearing what Leylin and old Pam said, she could only walk away while fuming. "Anyway, I won't demand the money, you guys can split it among yourselves." "Oh, Raffania. You're really the most kind-hearted lady in the world." The dwarf, old Pam, immediately cheered. Even the coachman at the side revealed a smile. He had gained a deeper understanding about this strange team of mercenaries after spending time with them. Raffania didn't lack money at all, and neither did the mysterious Lay. The only remaining people who would split the money would be him and old Pam. People of the lower class never once minded having an extra share, even if it was just a few copper coins. Clang, the main door swung open once again. Yelani's arm was hooked onto a young nobleman's, while Hera and the butler were standing behind them. "These the mercenaries you employed? There's even a dwarf. I think joining a circus would be more suitable for it." "Oh, right, have you seen the Golden Dwarf Circus?" This youthful nobleman had a wan face and very dark eye bags, making him look like a person whose body had been wasted entirely on wine and women. He appeared very depressed, and completely disregarded Leylin and company, turning around to chat with Hera instead. "Daniel, Raffania and Leylin are both extremely powerful professionals," Hera smiled cordially as she began to turn the nobleman's attention to Lei Lin and the others. I believe that they'll be of help to you if you win them over. Although she had started to notice that Daniel was harboring malicious intentions, Hera still tried as much as possible to indirectly make her point, even though this made Raphania shoot a resentful look at her. She was indeed trying her best to help Lei Lin and the others from the bottom of her heart. Raphania aside, the only way out for civilian professionals was to wait upon a noble family. This way, if they did great service decades later, they might be able to receive their master's favor, and obtain the position of an honorary knight or a lord. With this, they would be able to seek a piece of territory and gain a hereditary title. From then on, they would have entered the ranks of the upper class. In actual fact, that was how Leyland's grandfather started out, just that the person he had vowed his loyalty to was the king. You're right. Viscount Daniel couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he stared at Hera's full bosom. As compared to his fiancée, who was still a young girl, her sister was evidently a much more mature woman. Of course, it would be perfect if he could have both of them. Under the beauty's pleading, Daniel finally looked at them in the eye reluctantly as he sized them up. You are very lucky. I, Viscount Daniel, am willing to accept all of you as my followers. Kneel and swear an oath. And you? You can be my honorary knight, my personal one. When his gaze fell on Raphania, Daniel's eyes clearly got brighter, and his eyes lingered for a little longer on her slender thighs. His butler, however, was trying his best to bite his lips, and didn't say anything. He understood his young master's character very well, and knew that he would absolutely turn a deaf ear to any advice. But how could he promise to take them in as followers so easily, especially when there was also a dwarf and a coachman in their party? However, the young master would regret his decision after a few days at most, and give them a random position as a guard or a servant or something. They would be satisfied anyway. Even if they were servants, people in the Viscount's mansion were a notch higher than average civilians. This was an established theory in the butler's mindset. What? Aren't you going to quickly thank the Viscount for his grace? Hera signaled at Lei Lin and the others with her eyes. She thought that she had found the best way out for these mercenaries. After all, compared to living a life of brushes with death, what was so bad about being a nobleman's subordinate? It was an unavoidable fact that although she was sharp-witted, she had a rigid mind. Or perhaps this was the way nobles thought. Mighty master, I, Pollen, hereby swear that, what exceeded her expectations was that Raphania, Lei Lin and even old Pam did not move an inch, only the coachman leapt forward with bright eyes. We are extremely grateful for your kindness, distinguished Viscount. Unfortunately, I do not have any intention to serve a noble family. We are here just to settle our commission. You all, Hera was flushed with anger. This was the first time she felt hateful towards Lei Lin. How dare he decline her good intentions? Did he not know that there was a world of difference between a noble and a civilian? Even Raphania frowned at this move, not appreciative of Hera's kindness. Now that she thought herself to be the mistress of the Viscount's mansion, Leyland's actions instantly made her feel like her pride had been hurt. Imperial capital. Interesting. Her change in status actually brought about such a huge change in her mentality so quickly. Lei Lin found it meaningful that the sisters had begun to change so quickly, despite being of the same status as them a little while ago. The mere change in their status made these two sisters act in such an unfamiliar way. As they required Leyland's protection on their journey, they had chatted with him in an amiable manner. But now that they had reached the imperial capital and had someone to rely on, they drew the line, dividing their position and social class in the blink of an eye. Lei Lin used Beelzebub's memories to analyze most of her thoughts in a flash. Excellent. Such an interesting soul will be the best candidate to corrupt and degrade into a devil. A vain heart, just as Lei Lin was considering whether he needed to corrupt her, the rightful master, Viscount Daniel, finally spoke. If that's the case, then forget it. Give them a sum of money and make them leave quickly. What would others think if they saw them? Yes, young master. The butler standing behind Viscount Daniel tossed out a small bag of coins. Take the money and get lost, you greedy vultures. You, Raphania instantaneously felt as though she could no longer recognize her close friend, and suddenly became dispirited. Let's go. As she patted her mount's head, Nick immediately let out a whinny, while Lei Lin scratched his nose and followed behind old Pam, who had picked up the bag of money. Viscount Daniel's voice could be heard faintly as they left. Why would you bother with those country bumpkins? Hera, Yolani, let me take you to. Repulsive. Abominable. Why did Hera and Yolani turn out this way? Did they fall under the spell of a devil that took control of their hearts? The young female knight finally yelled after they had walked a distance. All right. These nobles are all revolting. Old Pam has seen it all. Only gold never lies. Raphania was totally speechless at his greed for money, and could only roll her eyes after hearing what he said. Lei Lin, on the other hand, asked interestedly, why didn't you just swear to become his follower right away? He's a nobleman after all. If I did that, the elders would kill me. Besides, do you think a dwarf will be conferred a title in a human country? Old Pam winked, exposing his innate cunning self. Old Pam would rather than drown in rum than slog his guts out for a noble and end up with nothing. Ha! You are a clever dwarf indeed. Raphania was still a young lady after all, and was immediately amused by his humorous tone. Lei Lin was the first to suggest disbanding when they reached a crossroad. If there isn't anything else, should we part ways here? Part ways? Aren't we going to get paid for the mission at the Mercenary Association? Raphania was surprised, and also a little reluctant for some reason. I have other things to do. Lei Lin declined tactfully, but even Raphania could read between the lines. He wanted to be alone. Once she understood this, she even had the urge to cry. Then, where will you be going? The young female knight still asked stubbornly. I intend to stay in the imperial capital for a period of time, then begin my journey once again. My objective is not clear yet, perhaps I will make a trip to Silvery Moon City up north. Goodbye. Lei Lin seemed as though he was waving elegantly as he left. But Raphania and old Pam did not realize that a gloomy thread of light had already wound itself around Raphania's body like a strand of hair, one that disappeared almost instantly. The mark of a devil. I look forward to the moment when your soul falls from grace. The low mutter of a devil sounded in Lei Lin's heart. There were a few reasons he occasionally did right by Raphania and the others. For one thing, they were his group and saving them was a matter of course, but another reason was to observe the souls of people and attempt to corrupt them. Lei Lin wasn't a masochist. Why would he insist on waiting outside the Viscount's mansion otherwise? Did he lack that small sum of money? It was only at the actual scene that he could grasp the most subtle undulations of the soul and guide it. From the looks of it, Hera and her sister have been consumed by vanity. With just a slight push, it would be perfectly normal for them to be lured in by the devil. Raphania, on the other hand, has the purest soul. Once she's corrupted, she will possess strength that will make all the other devils drool. Once a soul like Raphania's fell from grace, it would be extremely enticing for any formidable devil. However, Lei Lin was already a near archdevil, and he naturally didn't have to resort to such unclassy behavior. It was out of prudent consideration that he decided to personally make a trip down to experiment on average human souls. Since his main body had already robbed Beelzebub of all it had, having dealings with the underworld and other devils would be unavoidable. Even Lei Lin himself had a few devilish characteristics. Souls in the world of gods were different from those of the Magus world after all, and Lei Lin had to personally verify this matter. When he was in the outer seas, the people of his family were unsuitable to experiment on. As for those pirates, their souls were even similar to those of devils wreaking havoc. Only Raphania and the others made Lei Lin's eyes light up. This was precisely why he made the mark of a devil on her, making it convenient for him to track and monitor her at any time. All of these other matters can be put to one side. There are even more important matters to attend to on this trip to the imperial capital. The first problem that Lei Lin had to resolve was to cleanse himself of any suspicions of his piracy. Otherwise, the priests and paladins of the God of Justice would always follow him like houseflies, which was impossible for him to defend against. Even if he destroyed one group, others would emerge to come after him. However, both Lei Lin and the nobles were very skilled when it came to distorting the truth and covering up evil deeds. It's simple in theory. As long as His Majesty makes a statement to conclude the case, it will be sufficient. After confirming the murderer, even the Church of the God of Justice would be unable to continue investigating. Lei Lin was very clear on the fact that he currently was not considered a suspect. Even the priests and paladins of the God of Justice could only seek his assistance in their investigation, at the very most. However, if they really did so, it would be all over for him. Which noble didn't have a crime penalty tied to them, or wasn't implicated in a gray area? Once a single event was uncovered, it would be linked to even more. He wouldn't even be able to think of walking out of the church alive at the end of it all. His only path was to nip this in the bud. The church's hand was reaching too far. Once the king makes his final conclusion, it will be difficult for even the church to overthrow it. After all, they must respect the royalty in this region. The network of connections that the fallen family has is insufficient for this. Lei Lin was in deep thought. It would be best if a member of His Majesty's inner ministerial circle spoke on my behalf, and he would have to be a very important person. The network that Beelzebub left behind would probably come in handy in this aspect. The higher one's status as a noble, the easier one would become corrupted and collaborate with the devil. The same happened to the king of Dambrath, and even the person in charge that Beelzebub had personally appointed himself before he entered dormancy. It was undeniably a form of mockery towards the gods. Let me see. In the list of names of the chiefs in charge in the Dambrath region, the one situated in the Dambrath kingdom's capital is. Lei Lin browsed through the information that the AI chip had recorded. An odd smile gradually crept onto his face. Interesting. A devil? In Beelzebub's memory, the imperial capital of Dambrath was obviously the main disaster area where devils wreaked havoc. He had even specially dispatched a devil over for the convenience of control. Although she was suppressed by the prime material plane, she should still have the strength of a high-ranked professional. She had even mastered a few special concealment techniques to help Beelzebub's believers successfully avoid countless searches by the churches. A smart chap, Lei Lin evaluated her indifferently. If Lei Lin had used his true strength to subdue her, then the outcome of the fight wouldn't even need to be considered. Unfortunately, fairness didn't exist in such matters from the start. With Beelzebub's memories, Lei Lin had control over a trump card that could instantly make him an archenemy. But before I subdue her, I'll go meet an old friend. A strange smile flashed across Lei Lin's face. Damn it. Damn it. Those loathsome nobles all have their eyes on my territory, and have completely forgotten about their friendship with the Golden Thorn Blossoms. Also in the imperial capital was Lei Lin's old acquaintance. Viscount Tim had returned from the imperial palace, crestfallen. Being a spy, he'd fortunately escaped the unforeseen event of the pirates' tide, and had even brought a portion of the family's wealth to the mainland. Soon after, he began to take action in the imperial capital in hopes of obtaining the title of Marquis of the Gold Thornblossom family, as well as the territories in the Baltic archipelago. However, reality had slapped him in the face. Once the old Marquis had passed away, his original relationships had all become invalid. Those nobles of the imperial capital with their insatiable appetites had started planning to split up the Baltic archipelago. The profits from oceanic trade were enough to make these nobles go green with envy. After multiple trips to the palace to meet with the king, he realized that His Majesty also seemed unenthusiastic about his requests. Although we are blood relatives, the benefits are irresistible to others. Unless someone with real authority is willing to support me. I didn't bring a lot of gold coins, who should I choose? Just as Viscount Tim was pondering over that, a servant entered to ask for instructions. Sir, there's another noble requesting to see you. He displayed the fallen family's badge. Ping! The exquisite porcelain cup in Viscount Tim's hand fell onto the floor right away. The FAU. Fallens. Tim covered his forehead. Is he still not going to let me off? In his heart, there was no difference between Lei Lin and other demons and devils. Ironically, that was indeed the truth. True name. After much consideration, Tim still gave the command. Let him in. He met Lei Lin with a solemn and tragic expression on his face, and was startled by the youthful face before him. This is the first time we have met, Viscount Tim. However, we have already made many deals in the past. I'm Lei Lin Fallen. Pleased to meet you. Get out, all of you. Tim rudely chased his subordinates out, and fiercely shut the door and windows. Lei Lin was even considerate enough to add a magical protective screen. I've already done as you requested. Why have you still come here? Tim asked in a rage, but Lei Lin could still see the fear and weakness under his tough and unyielding expression. Don't take offense, all right? After all, we had a really pleasant time working together before, didn't we, Viscount Tim? Lei Lin said with a light smile. You damn bandit, you absolute savage. The veins on Tim's face bulged grotesquely. Aren't you afraid I'll inform on you to the king and the church? What do I have to be afraid of? Lei Lin laughed exaggeratedly, then whispered next to Tim's ear, after all, the person who killed the old Marquis wasn't me. Once the words left Lei Lin's mouth, Tim immediately curled up on his seat and started crying bitterly, as though his spine had been ripped out of him. It's you guys. You guys forced me. No one forced you. If you came clean to the old Marquis, both of you could have fled before the pirates came, Lei Lin sneered. Also, you don't have to make yourself look pitiful in front of me. You really should hire a new acting teacher. The cold look in Lei Lin's eyes told Tim that the wizard had seen through him. If that's the case, then why did you still come and look for me? Tim took out a napkin to wipe the tears on his face. He calmed down in an instant, and his expression was even gloomy. Ha! Good. That's the person I want to negotiate with. Ley-Lin clapped his hands, of course, the same as last time. A deal. A deal? Speak. Tim wasn't even half as timid as earlier. I will help you obtain your title and territory, and in exchange you will end all suspicion on me. Ley-Lin was very direct. Tim was the key person in his plan to cleanse himself of suspicion. After all, if even the victim proved Ley-Lin to be innocent, what else could anyone say? End all suspicion. TSK. Seems like the investigation team of the God of Justice is giving you trouble. Tim folded his arms in front of his chest. Just a little, but you can forget about haggling. I have many other options as well, just that things would become a bit more troublesome. But the only person in the entire imperial capital who can support you in your obtaining a title of nobility is me. Ley-Lin appeared extremely enigmatic. I need to see what you're capable of. Tim did not agree at once. The fallen family's head was just a baron after all, and Tim did not believe that his influence would extend beyond the outer seas. You'll soon see. With an indifferent smile, Ley-Lin got up to leave. Now was the time to utilize the Devil Network. Ley-Lin made turns here and there in the imperial capital, as though he was just strolling around, and finally arrived at an entertainment club. Young master, we are not open yet, the doorman said awkwardly. Ley-Lin examined his surroundings. This place was evidently a street filled with the entertainment facilities of the imperial capital. There were similar buildings all around, just that the streets were rather deserted. After all, not every noble was so idle as to come over to play around in the day. I know, Ley-Lin stretched his right hand open in front of the doorman. A bizarre magic pattern appeared in the center of his palm, a thorny rose. The color of its petals changed continuously as time elapsed. The doorman's face changed drastically upon seeing this mark. Come in with me, he said as his aura changed, and his languid gaze brightened up greatly. After vigilantly glancing around Ley-Lin's surroundings, he opened the main door and let Ley-Lin in. Pink veils greeted him everywhere when he entered through the main door. There was a strong scent of perfume here, and wine bottles and scented handkerchiefs were strewn across the floor. A smooth arm or sleek thigh would peek out from the cracks of the doors from time to time. The entire place was filled with an exotic atmosphere. The doorman led Ley-Lin to the deepest corner of the club straight away, into a hidden private room. Let me meet with the person in charge. Ley-Lin no longer bothered to conceal his identity. His eyes turned blood red, and he emitted traces of the aura of the devil. Yes, sir. The doorman performed a ceremony exclusive to followers of the devil, and retreated respectfully. He even seemed to be trembling as he could distinctly sense the aura of a powerful devil radiating from Ley-Lin. The boss arrived swiftly. The devilish undulations radiating from her made Ley-Lin smile. Oh. Handsome young master, were you looking for me? A relaxed voice said. Ley-Lin then saw a beautiful and alluring lady enter the private room. She was clothed in a crimson evening gown, which revealed half of her snowy white shoulders. Her eyes were glistening as she coquettishly entered the room. With a gentle tap of her right foot, the door of the private room closed slowly. As she shut the door, the high slit in the hem of her gown inadvertently revealed her smooth thigh, as well as her pretty little feet and her toenails that were painted with daffodil juice. She didn't seem to be wearing anything under her luxurious clothes, and she radiated an aura which was infinitely tempting. A rare creature. This was the first thought that came to Leyland's mind. She was even more attractive than that fox lady, Madame Tillon, whom he had met previously. She was an already extinct creature that could make men go crazy. It's me. Leyland looked her up and down without even bothering to be polite. Her clean, bare feet that stood upon the carpet were especially attractive and flirtatious. However, what he said made her face change drastically in a split second. As expected of a high-ranked pleasure devil, one that graces the beds of men. A pleasure devil? Are you joking, young man? The beautiful lady covered her mouth demurely, and even appeared a little pale. This was a natural reaction that normal people would give after hearing about a devil. No need for this pretense. Since I know about this place, it means that I already know everything about you that there is to know, including your real identity. With a flick of Leyland's hand, a magical barrier formed immediately. Shadowy divine force suddenly erupted from his body. Master's divine force. This fake divine force made the attractive lady across him cry out in surprise. It was as though her fog of disguise had been pierced, revealing her true form. The amorous smile persisted, but her pupils had turned a strange burgundy. Her violet hair was topped with a curved horn characteristic of devils, and she appeared charming and adorable. Her feet had also turned into a pair of cloven hooves. A layer of strange purple runes appeared on her body. They were like tattoos on her skin, yet they had a bizarre charm to them. Although one would recognize her as a devil with one look, she was more attractive than before. "So you're the divine one that appeared in Gloomwood Castle, Kukulkan." The pleasure devil looked at Lei Lin restrainedly, fear showing on her changed appearance. As the priest in charge of the entire Dambrath kingdom, she'd certainly paid close attention to Lei Lin's appearance then. The worshippers from Gloomwood Castle wouldn't dare hide anything from her either. If not caring about costs, she could receive news rapidly from across the kingdom. "Yes, it's me." Lei Lin had his hands behind his back, and seemed extremely mysterious. His divine force was suppressing the devil opposite him. "Are you here to add me to your party?" "Hee hee. What a pity, but without master's orders, I will not comply with you." The pleasure devil watched Lei Lin with vigilance. As a high-ranked devil, she had personally seen Beelzebub before, and knew that he was absolutely impossible that it would bestow his divinity on other devils. "I'm afraid that's not for you to choose, Lady Delia. Or perhaps I should call you Adelius Dodo Krau Menschfakel Enkanina." Lei Lin uttered a string of complex and tongue-twisting syllables. When the pleasure devil heard this, she immediately turned wild. How? How did you know?" Her expression changed drastically. With a wave of her hand, a powerful magic force appeared in the private room once again, similar to a large-scale confinement spell formation. The reason why Lady Delia was so anxious was entirely because Lei Lin had just uttered her true name. A true name that was reserved for devils. High-level devils had unique true names, and these were their greatest secret. They were almost as important as their lives. Once it was divulged, even ordinary wizards would be able to easily imprison them, and enslave them or boss them around. As the sovereign king of gluttony who had control over her, it was only natural that Beelzebub knew the true name of this pleasure devil, and could cast a deadly curse on her at any time. This was the greatest form of control he had. Lei Lin, who had stripped Beelzebub of everything he owned, had obtained the true names of all the devils Beelzebub controlled from his memories. It was this trump card that he counted on. "Why? Do you want to hit me?" Lei Lin smiled weakly. The rune representing Lady Delia's true name had already flown into his palm. His terrifying divine force was like a vicious dragon, ready to smash the rune into pieces at any moment. "No. Don't." The pleasure devil cried out in alarm, and knelt on the floor. "I am willing to obey your orders, master." As a devil, she would of course treasure her life. As for loyalty and moral principles, they had long been fed to the dogs. Strategy. Good. I won't deprive you of your position, but you must use all the resources you have to assist me. Lei Lin glanced at the pleasure devil in front of him and nodded indifferently. With Beelzebub's divine force and knowledge of her true name, this devil would even agree if Lei Lin said he was a reincarnation of the sovereign king of gluttony. With her life under a threat, it was not difficult to make requests of her. "How vast are your connections? Can you influence the king?" Lei Lin asked bluntly. "Master, I secretly have control over around 1,000 followers. 2 are earls, and 5 are viscounts. I can also indirectly affect 2 marquises and a duke," Delia immediately reported to him. Beelzebub was completely ignored by the 2 of them, such is the sad fate of the loser. Only Marquise Louise can influence the king. She is the king's lover, and his newest conquest. The pleasure devil bit at her lips, looking very seductive. In order to survive and gain higher status, she did not mind using her own body. Hence, after the scare, she still unwittingly displayed her beauty in front of Lei Lin. She was very confident. No matter how resolute a human was, they wouldn't be able to resist her charms. Marquise Louise. Lei Lin was astounded. He had not expected this devil to be so effective as to influence the highest class of the kingdom. Madame Delia finally explained how it was done to Lei Lin. Like other devils, she first used her pleasure house to attract nobles, and tempted them into their falls. Shady methods had allowed her to gain control of a large number of noble families' madams and ladies. Making use of these social nobles, she frequently held dinner parties for the fallen, attracting even more to join. This network was like a virus that constantly expanded. Recently, Madame Delia herself had personally guided the Marquise, Madame Louise, to try out some forbidden pleasures and successfully captured her. She had become devil worshipper and was even sent to the bed of the king. Delia herself had the true body of a devil, and it was impossible for her to bypass all the detection methods and the wizards inside the court. However, it wasn't an issue for pure humans. I now have control over a batch of noble ladies, and they are all followers of the master. If you like them, Madame Delia licked her lips, sending him an invitation that was very attractive. If I'm free in the future, I'll give it a try. When it came to such a sweet invitation, Lei Lin did not hesitate to accept. He did have these needs usually anyway. Hee, our services here will definitely satisfy you, master. After hearing Lei Lin's promise, Madame Delia seemed to feel relieved. At the very least, while she still had value, Lei Lin would not get rid of her. Her entire body relaxed, which only made her seem more charming. After understanding the power she held, Lei Lin nodded and sat on a couch nearby. Have you heard of Viscount Tim from the Baltic Archipelago? Him. Delia shot Lei Lin a glance, seeming to be guessing at Lei Lin's relationship with the person in question. I've heard of him. He used to be the commoner's son in the Gold Thorn Blossom family, and he's scheming to get a position as the Marquis, as well as land. What do you think are the chances of him succeeding? Lei Lin laced his fingers together. There are many nobles hoping to obtain the Baltic Archipelago. There is a Marquis eyeing it, but the other party is the nephew of the king. While he did not do well and had his land attacked by pirates, that's the problem with the previous Marquis. His tragic story already earned him pity points, and I expect that he can get what he wants at the end. I'm not sure how much or what he'll have to hand over in exchange though. Delia was a devil after all, and had also worked in the Dambrath imperial capital for many years. She, who had seen these power struggles countless times, could easily guess what would happen. Does Master wish to help him? No. Dispatch some of our people to make contact with him, but don't give him anything too substantial. I'm sure you're great at that. Lei Lin stroked his chin. Dangling a carrot in front of a donkey's eyes so he can see it but not eat it, and therefore get him to struggle hard in vain. Hee, Master, you're terrible. Madame Delia grinned brightly. Truth be told, devils were the best at using benefits to entice humans, unceasingly tightening the ropes around their necks or getting them to sell their souls. It's good that you understand. Do this for now, I'll inform you about other things in the future. Lei Lin stood up, completely ignoring her astounding beauty and looking ready to leave. Master, aren't you staying? Madame Delia was truly surprised. No, I still have many things to do in the capital. I'll come over whenever I have time. Lei Lin always drew a clear line between work and pleasure. Seeing this, Delia could only watch as Lei Lin left. Only after his figure completely disappeared did she look grim. Damn it. How could he have my master's strength and know my true name? Just a look at him makes it obvious that he's a steel-hearted freak who wouldn't treat his underlings more leniently because of their beauty. It was the greatest misfortune of a pleasure devil to fall under such a master. However, with her true name in his grasp, Delia could do nothing else. Damn it. Damn it. She could only begin to curse hatefully. The other servants and dancers watched their boss fearfully. Only they knew what violence and darkness was hidden under her perfect and beautiful face. Hence, they all wished they could turn into ostriches, burying their heads in the ground. Upon seeing this, she yelled even more violently. You dwarf swines, get working. Do you want to get whipped? Days later, Lei Lin had changed into noble clothing and headed out of the Church of Wealth. Using the transfer services of the church, he'd received a large amount of gold from Fallen Island. Due to the fall of the Baltic Archipelago, the family's profits from trade had risen bit by bit, which gave Lei Lin even more abundant funds. Wizard training could not be sustained without money. They needed it for their expensive experimental materials and magic tomes. Tim's side has also surrendered. Everything is going well. I might go to the Imperial capital and train for a while, since the Wizards Guild can give me access to any materials below that given to high-ranked wizards. With help from my connection with Mentor Ernest. Lei Lin looked at the distant wizard tower that reached through the clouds, and his eyes couldn't help but glint. His plans were going extremely smoothly. After seeing Lei Lin's strength, Tim's side had easily agreed to the deal. After all, compared to what the other nobles could want from him, Lei Lin only needed Tim to confirm the deal and asked a low price. With Lei Lin having evidence of Tim having murdered the old Marquis anyway, it was impossible for them to go their separate ways. Hence, as long as he was still in the outer seas, he would have to consider Lei Lin's stance. After considering it comprehensively, Tim naturally knew what to choose. With proof of harm, Lei Lin would just need to create a ruckus, forcing the king to make an announcement and with proper documentation, make everything official. What would the Church of the God of Justice be able to do then? On top of that, even if the king finds out the truth in the future, he won't acknowledge that this is the truth. He'll stubbornly protect the legitimacy of his reputation. He represents the dignity of a kingdom, so how could the king announce something that might be wrong? For his own reputation, he would rather allow absurd events like this. Such is the sorrow of those with power. Leyland's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Offending a king just for the son of a baron, who was only guilty of piracy and therefore less of an issue than associating with devils and demons. Was that worth it? The priests of the God of Justice would have to consider this properly. With this done, Lei Lin, who was now considered clean, could revert to strutting around on the streets in his original appearance. Come to think of it, there was no crime pinned to him. At most, there were only suspicions. Now that I've shown my face outside the Church of Wealth, the others should emerge soon, right? Lei Lin had never doubted the rate at which intel flowed between large organizations. After all, even Madame Delia had a huge intel network, much less the churches. With the transfer of money at the shrine, his status, name and all other information were exposed. I'll be waiting. Lei Lin chuckled and walked into the Wizards Guild. The Wizards Guild was less cheery than the Thieves Guild or Warriors Guild, but in turn it was filled with a solemn, stately aura. 2 magic puppets loyally guarded the place, emanating magic light. There were evidently spells of eternity cast on them. With such an air of wealth and extravagance, as well as their expenses. It's no wonder that there's only one Wizards Guild in the Dambrath Kingdom. Welcome. May I know which services you require? A wizard apprentice received him and bowed towards him with etiquette that befitted wizards. I am Lei Lin Fallen of Fallen Island. I'm here to take the wizard ranking examination. Lei Lin had a bright smile on his face. If he planned to study in the Wizards Guild, he'd obviously need to have his rank verified. The rigor of this was far greater than what warriors underwent. He even had to make clear whom he'd learnt from before and what he'd studied. Wizards were a bunch of serious people. However, Lei Lin was already prepared for this, and was therefore unafraid. Black and white. Maribald was a 367-year-old high-ranking wizard, although he preferred to be called a scholar. With the power of his magic, even at his age he was plenty vigorous, and had very supple skin as though he was a young man. Only his graying hair betrayed his age, but it seemed more like an accent to his wisdom and foresight. He had served as president of the Wizards Guild in the Dambrath imperial capital for over 100 years, and had handled innumerable major events. He had also awarded numerous medals to talented wizards, and judged notorious ones. By now, he'd begun to think his still and unfeeling heart would no longer receive any blows. He hadn't expected how stunned he would be today. Maribald pushed his spectacles up, his finger brushing against the uneven imprints on the identification document. There was no problem with the magic imprint. That was what his abundance of experience was telling him, but he was horrified by what the results of his investigation meant. Proof of nobility. Wizard Ernest's testimonial. And the final round of examination of the documents didn't meet with any issues. In that case, this young noble, who is just 16 years of age, is really a rank 10 wizard. In Azutha's name, Maribald's jaw slowly dropped as he looked at the young man in front of him. With such innate skill at his age, Maribald wondered whether he was about to witness the birth of the kingdom's wizarding legend. Excuse me, guild leader. Is there any problem? The question raised by the young wizard across him shook Maribald from his reverie. Of course not. Congratulations, Wizard Lei Lin. Maribald secretly sighed as he placed his magic imprint on the wizard ranking document. This document would be filed away as proof of Lei Lin's identity as a wizard. From today onwards, you are a mid-ranked wizard as verified by the Wizards Guild. May Azuth bless you. Although this was not the deity he believed in, Lei Lin still lowered his head respectfully to express his humility. Maribald passed Lei Lin a wizard robe enhanced with a remove dust spell and other coats of arms and documents. When conducting the ceremony, Maribald could see Lei Lin's love of magic and the pursuit of truth in his eyes. This same look once existed in his eyes when he was younger. Perhaps only such a person will truly have the ability to break through into the realm of legends, and become a being that I can only dream of. Maribald gasped in admiration to himself, a warm-hearted expression on his face. He kindly gave some advice to Lei Lin as well. Wizard Lei Lin. Although you have already entered the ranks of a mid-level wizard, I suggest that you study in the Imperial Capital's Wizards Guild for a while. A few of the latest philosophies and models in magic are present here, and will be very important for you right now. That is precisely what I wish for, distinguished guild leader. Lei Lin performed a wizard's bow to the high-ranked wizard. His movements were unbelievably graceful. I didn't expect that things would get this troublesome. It seems like the talent I displayed made me quite outstanding. However, I can't get the attention of the other guys without doing so. Lei Lin secretly gave a bitter laugh. A 16-year-old rank 10 wizard. Such innate talent seemed rather horrifying. After verifying his rank, a few old fogies immediately acted as though they had suffered a stroke, and even involved the guild leader. Fortunately, he'd already earned his fame as a genius wizard. All of his improvements had been witnessed by Ernest, and it had saved him a lot of trouble. With regards to the devil blood dagger and other items that would easily be associated with evil, Lei Lin didn't carry any of them with him. Proof that I'm a rank 10 wizard. Even if I travel abroad, it's enough for me to receive preferential treatment. Lei Lin fiddled with the wizard insignia in his hand. It was decorated with a silver moon and stars, and there a sense of indistinct beauty to it. In addition, it was also bound to its wizard owner, and outsiders would absolutely be unable to make a counterfeit copy. Lei Lin fallen. A few men carrying the symbol of a high-level inspector stood at the door of the Wizard Guild. A team of guards crowded around Lei Lin, intercepting him. Lei Lin even saw a few priests of the God of Justice among the team, watching him with judgeful stares. They're only here now. It's a little late. Or are they afraid of the power of the Wizard Guild? Is anything the matter? Lei Lin asked the inspector in front of him with a smile. You are suspected of a crime in the open seas. I need you to assist in our investigations. The inspector said expressionlessly. Judges, public security officers, policemen and the like all advocated righteousness, and were the main source of followers for the God of Justice. Lei Lin wouldn't be surprised if they had the backing of the Church of the God of Justice or if they were tipped off by them. If I say no? Lei Lin looked at him ridiculously. You do not have the authority to reject. With a wave of the inspector's hand, a few guards immediately closed in. Lei Lin's gaze was as harsh as lightning, and he raised his voice by a few notches. Don't tell me you dare to apprehend an innocent nobleman in the imperial capital. And slander a noble mid-ranked wizard in front of the Wizard Guild at that. Noble. Wizard. Once these two upper-class identities were revealed, many guards immediately retreated in fear. In their plain and simple thoughts, this was definitely a struggle between influential powers. Why should they take part? Aren't they afraid of getting into trouble for being involved? After witnessing this scene, the inspector knitted his brows. But before he could take his next course of action, the intense sound of a horse's hooves could be heard. His Majesty decrees that Lei Lin Fallen will enter the palace and have an audience with the king. An imperial knight dressed in a splendid suit of armor dismounted his steed and displayed a document to the inspector with the king's royal seal stamped on it. His Majesty wishes to convene a legislative hearing with regards to this, and has specially gathered Viscount Tim to testify. For some reason, Lei Lin's peaceful state gave the inspector a bad feeling. However, he couldn't stop this from happening, or he would be declaring war on the law that he had vowed his loyalty and devotion to. You know. Even when things seem black and white, there will always be infinitesimal shades of gray existing between them. Isn't that right, Sir Inspector? Lei Lin mounted the horse and taunted. Even with Viscount Tim bearing witness, His Majesty definitely will not let you off. The inspector's face changed drastically, but he eventually chose to have faith in the king. I'll wait and see. Lei Lin smiled lightly as he disappeared into the end of the road along with the knight. We'll wait in front of the main entrance of the court. I don't believe it. The inspector bit his lip and waved his hand firmly. Evidently, the unease he felt had become stronger. What a pity. If Laurent and the others can reach in time, the priest of the God of Justice sighed. Even if that's the case, the sinner must receive trial and punishment. The events that followed progressed like a stage play. Numerous people appeared on stage one by one like marionettes at Lei Lin's fingertips, and evil got the last laugh. With the victim, Viscount Tim, testifying personally, as well as the instigation by Marquise Louise, when her husband was asleep, Lei Lin didn't even need to open his mouth to speak. When it came to such matters, taking part in them himself would lead to a loss. He had to maintain the reserved and cold attitude of a noble. The inspector's last trace of persistence was thoroughly smashed to smithereens with the king's single statement. With regards to the murder of the Gold Thornblossom Marquis in the open seas, our investigations have confirmed it to be a crime committed by the pirate crew called the Barbarians. I hereby order the arrest of the leaders of the aforementioned, namely Oj and Tillin. Why? Why did it turn out like this? The inspector knelt on the floor with tears in his eyes as he began to sob silently. Because this was a misunderstanding to begin with. In actual fact, I'm proud of how the kingdom has such a responsible and diligent inspector like you. Lei Lin happened to walk out at this moment, and saluted elegantly to the inspector upon hearing him. He had the attitude of a person who was trying to put a stop to the enmity between them with a smile. There were now 2 more titles to his name. One was his identity as an imperial wizard, and the other was as an honorary viscount. They weren't of much use, but they had a nice ring to it. He had received them after entertaining the king. Even though the king used to be brilliant when he was younger, he was clearly addicted to wine and women at present. As long as it didn't involve his authority and prestige, the king wouldn't have any reaction. Lei Lin had his methods of handling such an old fellow. What made him happier was that after this statement was issued in writing, no one else would give him trouble about the pirates. He could also conveniently hinder the barbarians. What wasn't there to be happy about? Why, Lei Lin smiled gracefully as he skillfully mingled with the circle of nobles in the imperial capital, and was even chatting cheerfully with Viscount Tim as if they were blood brothers. Seeing this, the inspector sunk completely into perplexity. At this moment, his faith was even in danger of being shattered. My child. Justice has always been lonely. The road of people persisting in justice is inevitably filled with thorns, but we believe that the ultimate victory will definitely belong to us. The priest's warm hand landed on the inspector's shoulder, becoming his sole support. The god of justice? Humph. Lei Lin's expression didn't change, but he sneered secretly to himself. Outside the imperial capital, Laurent and company could finally see the city walls after a challenging trek. We finally made it. According to our intelligence reports, he's in the city. He can't run away this time. Laurent's face was filled with excitement, and also a little fury at the same time. Previously in Gloomwood Castle, they had first been impeded by the matter regarding the devil worshippers. As compared to pirates, the movements of devil worshippers were obviously much more important. But after busying themselves with it, they discovered that it was a false alarm. Not only that, they had wasted a huge amount of time, and even let their original target get to the imperial capital. Fortunately, with the church's information network, he had nowhere else to run to now. Prepared to accept punishment, Lei Lin fallen. Although they hadn't met, Lorente had already sketched an image of him in his heart, cunning, savage, and full of evil. This noble should have been burnt alive at the stake. Visiting. Hold up, Laurent. The high-level priest in the team walked forward at this moment. What's the matter? Laurent furrowed his brows. The priest's expression gave him a bad feeling. I got the latest news through a sending spell. The king has already issued a statement. The barbarians have been found guilty of setting loose the pirates tied on the open seas. With Viscount Tim as a direct witness, there's no hope of saving this situation. The priest was visibly upset, but still informed the others of the latest news. We can't continue to investigate him as a subject. This mission must be abandoned. Then our hard work. Those thousands of innocent lives lost at sea. Will it go to waste just like that? Laurent seemed to burst into an indignant red-hot flame, and suddenly drew his sword and shattered an enormous boulder next to him into pieces. There is nothing we can do. We can't go against the king's authority directly. The priest had a helpless expression on his face. Although there would be no problem overturning the entire Dambrath kingdom if the Church of the God of Justice was mobilized, the crux of the matter was that the powers of the Church were spread across the entire mainland. It could not control the entire Dambrath kingdom. Besides, the human kingdoms regarded the Church overriding the king's authority as taboo. Success would only cause more problems than it gave benefits. Other churches were also eyeing them covetously, like tigers stalking their prey. They wouldn't allow the Church of Justice to become the most powerful party here. Are we just going to let that noble escape his punishment? Laurent's eyes were bloodshot. Of course not. The kingdom's statement represents His Majesty's pride, and we can't overthrow that of course. We can no longer accuse him of being a pirate, but we can search for other crimes. The priest was very experienced in this aspect. After all, this was not the only noble family who had ever committed such deeds. However, we can't act against him for the time being. Let's carry out other missions first. No. I want to stay here, and I won't go anywhere else until he admits to his crime. the paladin said willfully. He was a bull-headed individual, and once he made up his mind, it would be impossible to hold him back. The priest could only sigh helplessly upon seeing this. A luxurious carriage slowly came to a halt on the roadside. Here. Careful, it's slippery. Viscount Daniel was clothed in an extravagant suit. He alighted from the carriage, followed by Yelani and her sister Hera. However, the pair of sisters were now dressed in splendid attire, and appeared very sweet and charming. Yelani blushed as she gazed at Daniel, her face lit with joy. This young girl was just 14 years old, yet she had now lost her immaturity, and had the bearing of a mature and sophisticated woman. Hera stared at the unmarried couple in front of her, and could only sigh helplessly to herself. She was so astute, but how could she not have realized the changes in her sister's body? Daniel is too impatient, and Yelani. Sigh. How could she have let Daniel get his way so easily? They didn't even have a simple wedding. Hera sighed secretly to herself, and recalled the way Daniel looked at herself. His gaze felt invasive and was brimming with wildness, even mixed with a distinctive sense of violence. It was as though she was meeting a wolf face to face. Hera had seen her fair share of such looks, yet none gave her such immense pressure. This was the tragic part about having to rely entirely on someone else. If not for Daniel's inclination towards fooling around instead of settling down, perhaps Hera herself would have been taken advantage of by him. Grief suddenly overwhelmed her. Raphania and Lei, I wonder how they're doing. Hera quite liked little Raphania, and the mercenary named Lei had also left a deep impression on her. He was powerful and mysterious, his eyes filled with an unprecedented purity that could make one feel at peace. Forget Raphania, even that Lei guy rejected my good intentions. But resentment crept into her heart in a split second. Madam. The butler bowed respectfully and supported Hera as she alighted from the carriage, even passing her a handkerchief adorned with exquisite embroidery. Thank you very much. Hera accepted it gracefully, and suddenly felt much better. You can be a mercenary for the rest of your life, Lei. When you're old, perhaps one day you will regret declining my offer. Then as you're chatting with your grandchildren, Hera gripped the handkerchief tightly. It was only now that she realized why he left such a deep impression on her. Yelani, the person we're about to visit is a viscount. No wait. Perhaps I should now address him as Marquis Gold Thornblossom. This marquis just inherited his title, and a large fief off the mainland. Hera could hear Daniel constantly speaking from ahead of her. She could even detect an unconcealable envy from the tone of his voice. That's right, envy. This was huge territory and the title of marquis, things that Daniel couldn't obtain even if he worked hard for the rest of his life. After interacting with and observing him for a short period of time, Hera could roughly tell that Viscount Tim actually wasn't as rich as he appeared to be. Living in the imperial capital was extremely expensive, after all. Daniel was still giving strict instructions ahead. Yelani, you must bear your manners in mind. After all, he's a noble that hails from a royal family, and has high demands when it comes to etiquette. Also, Hera. Daniel suddenly turned around, and abruptly stopped in his tracks, which almost made Hera bump into him. I'm very sorry. Hera was slightly flushed as she curtsied in apology. It's all right. Seeing Hera's mature and beautiful face, Daniel was slightly intoxicated by her, but quickly came to his senses. The main point is, Marquis Tim is still very young, and he's never even had an official engagement. Do you know what this means? Daniel looked into Hera's eyes. Could it be? Hera felt a chill in her heart, but surprisingly didn't reject the idea. Becoming the wife of a marquis was simply a dream that she had never even dared to think of previously. Although competition for the spot of his actual wife would be fierce, it would be a great help to her small family in any case as long as she managed to have some sort of relationship with him. I'm afraid Daniel thinks the same way. He wants to get into Marquis Tim's good books through me, and even take a step further by getting support from him. Hera was rather sorrowful. She suddenly turned to look at her younger sister, who was tugging at Daniel's arm. She, too, was wearing her best clothing, and her face was filled with both arrogance and vigilance, just like when she was hugging her own doll when she was younger. Afraid that I'll take her husband's favor away from her. What a naive lass. I'm not her enemy. The two sisters shared similar facial features, and were both nobles in their own right, which would arouse the interest of males. I hope Daniel won't do that, or else. Hera grieved secretly, yet could only force out a stiff smile. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I know what to do. That's great. Daniel continued walking ahead, relieved. The gold Thornblossom Marquis mansion was indeed more imposing than theirs. It was said that this was just his temporary residence, but the entrance to his house was long filled with carriages, practically all of them belonging to nobles. The struggle for title and territory in the Baltic archipelagos had just passed. Those nobles who were on the lookout naturally had to express their goodwill, and even wanted to receive a share of profits from the overseas trade. In fact, Daniel was one of them. Viscount Daniel clearly hadn't thought that it would be such a grand occasion that the house would be filled with distinguished guests. Hera and Yelani could only accompany the Viscount to the tiny drawing room and continue waiting. After several hours, Yelani had already made countless complaints, and even Hera was starting to get a little impatient. A young noble then entered through the door. "Daniel, my friend." He embraced Daniel cordially, and hurriedly looked over at Hera and her sister. That kind of expression made Hera's heart sink. "Are these the beautiful sisters from the noble family you mentioned? They seem pretty good." Tim rubbed his hands together. In fact, ever since that incident, there had been a demonic fire burning in his heart, waiting to be unleashed. Daniel wasn't even some figure with authority. But on account that he had such a pretty fiancée and sister-in-law, perhaps Tim could consider his request. After enjoying the taste of immense power, Tim's eyes seemed to be ablaze. Yelani tugged her fiancé's hand tightly. But the flattering smile on Daniel's face that Yelani had never seen before made him seem like a stranger. "Something interesting has happened." Leylin wandered around Marquis Tim's mansion with his hands behind his back. In reality, this mansion was entirely his. Without the Fallens having a residence in the imperial capital, Leylin had moved into the place to create the idea that he and Tim were like blood brothers to outsiders. After all, the Gold Thorn Blossoms had bought this place specially to use as a stopover in the imperial capital. Its surroundings and all that were much better than those of hotels. Tim had been scared out of his wits by Leylin's tricks. Once Leylin showed some interest in this place, he immediately transferred the deed and other things over, offering the entire estate to him. Hence, as a matter of fact, this was already his territory. Leylin thought of how he still had to stay in the imperial capital for a while longer to study in the Wizards Guild. His family also needed a place to lodge in the imperial capital as well, so he accepted it without caring about politeness. It's better to have Tim in the outer seas than a stranger. There are so many opportunities for our family businesses to collaborate. Reversal. Leylin was rather satisfied with the current situation in the outer seas on the whole. Were external powers to take root there, extra variables would arise. Marquis Tim was someone he understood very well, so it was fine for him to be there. Being fully aware of the Fallen's abilities, Tim definitely wouldn't stupidly declare war on his own initiative. In fact, Leylin believed that the powers he revealed during this operation were sufficient to intimidate him. Given that Tim had already completely surrendered himself to him, Leylin didn't mind letting Tim have a taste of success. After all, Tim was the most influential nobleman in the outer seas, and at the same time, he was a vassal of the royal family. It would be a good thing if Leylin could bind Tim to his chariot of war through a mutually beneficial alliance. No matter how deep one's hatred was, it would melt like ice and dissolve in the face of sudden huge profits. Moreover, there were only a few misunderstandings between them. Still, although Tim had already expressed his will to pledge his allegiance to him, Leylin certainly wouldn't put down his guard against him. Ooh. No. Boo-hoo. Sister. Daniel. Save me. A familiar voice could be heard from the room. The guards and maids in the area undoubtedly recognized Leylin, and roughly knew his relationship with their master. They even knew about the transfer of the estate, and thus could only stare blankly at him as they didn't dare to stop him. Interesting. How should we play this game? The corners of Leylin's lips curled into a smile as he pondered over this. Shortly after, he suddenly pushed open the door that had been tightly shut. What's going on? Tim, my friend. I think I hear an unusual voice. Leylin scanned the room with a puzzled expression. Daniel stood at the side, his face as red as an apple, while Tim's pants were already half undone. The pair of beautiful sisters stood next to the office table, weeping. Oh, Leylin. Tim greeted Leylin as if it wasn't awkward at all, and gave Daniel an introduction at the same time. He's a court wizard, an honorable viscount. This is Sir Leylin. My closest friend. Tim then turned to Leylin and said, this is Viscount Daniel. Sir. Sir Leylin. Daniel felt that Leylin looked rather familiar, but he had long forgotten the mercenaries from earlier, hence he still bowed calmly. Court wizard. Honorary viscount. Although these were empty titles, they also represented an exceptional amount of glory. He could even be favored by His Majesty, and Marquis Tim was also his good friend. Just these facts were enough to crush Daniel completely. "Good day, Sir Daniel." Lei Lin had a doubtful expression on his face as he gestured towards Hera and her sister, whose clothes were all over the place. "Oh. This is a pair of sisters that Daniel sent over from a noble family. What do you think? If you like them, I can give them to you for a while." Such occurrences were extremely common among nobles and were not worth paying attention to. Tim had evidently misunderstood Lei Lin's gesture. "Yes. Although I've popped the younger sister's cherry, I didn't touch the older one. She might even be the purest of all virgins." Daniel was obviously an expert in this field as well. It was just that from his supposed point of view, that statement seemed wrong. Perhaps he didn't even intend to actually marry the younger sister, and was just toying with her, thus he could just offer her as a gift without the slightest bit of hesitation. Hera gave up all hope upon realizing this. However, when she saw Lei Lin once more, her expression suddenly changed drastically. "Lei. You're Lei. Are you here to save us?" "Lei." Yolani was using the clothes on the floor to cover her chest as she sized up the noble who had hastily barged in. He really did look exactly like the mercenary from earlier, just that he now had the air of a noble. "Lei. The mercenary?" At this point, Daniel had finally realized why Lei Lin looked so familiar. Wasn't this Lei the mercenary who had escorted Hera and her sister to his doorstep previously? It was just that this was a court wizard, an honorary viscount. Compared to a mercenary who was worth as much as mud, they were obviously on two different ends of society. Even Daniel couldn't immediately see the connection between the two. Hera felt as though her face was burning hot, and was ashamed to death. She quickly came to her senses. To think that she thought she had magnanimously given Lei Lin a way out. Who would have thought this Lei was so secretive that even Marquis Tim, whom Daniel was trying to curry favor with, would be afraid of him? All her previous actions were probably clownish in his eyes, right? No matter how much adversity they had met with earlier, Hera did not waver. Now, for some reason, streams of tears had begun to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. You guys know each other?" Tim scratched his head as he looked at the people around him, who seemed to be caught in an awkward situation. "Yes. We met once on the way to the capital," Lei Lin spoke very ambiguously. "Viscount Daniel is my friend as well. If there isn't any other trouble." Since it was such a trivial matter, Tim did not particularly mind helping Lei Lin save face. "No problem. I agree to the matter you raised previously," Tim said as he clapped Daniel's shoulder, who immediately showed a joyful expression. "Thank you so much. Thank you Marquis Tim, and Viscount Lei Lin. Thank you so much for your help." Daniel was so emotional that he couldn't even speak clearly, and could only incoherently express his gratitude towards Lei Lin and Tim. He. I heard that Yolani is Daniel's fiancée. He actually even brought her here for this purpose, just to receive a tiny amount of benefits. Tim secretly viewed Daniel with disdain, but did not show it. What he was more interested in was the relationship between Lei Lin and the sisters. What were women worth to him? If he couldn't get these two, he could find others. However, if he could use the sisters to discover Lei Lin's weak points or the people he held dear, that would be absolutely perfect. Due to Lei Lin's deliberate interruption, the situation that had been about to occur naturally couldn't continue. Hera and Yolani swiftly rearranged their clothing. Thank you," Hera muttered as they brushed past him, her voice as low as a mosquito's buzz. "It's nothing much." Lei Lin looked at Hera, whose face was flushed, and Yolani, who was visibly silent. The corners of his lips suddenly curved into a strange smile. "If you feel like you can't stay on in his place, perhaps you can look for Marquise Louise." "Marquise?" Hera obviously noticed the honorific. "Yes." Lei Lin had to forcefully hold back his urge to laugh. This woman had just crawled out of a trap, yet was about to fall into an even deeper abyss. "Oh, and Lady Delia as well. Go straight to them, I believe they'll definitely help you." Thank you. Thank you. Lei Lin, you're really such a nice person." Hera looked at Lei Lin, who was helping them wholeheartedly, then recalled her attitude towards them earlier. She started to sob so hard that it was silent. Lei Lin watched as the sisters departed, and could even hear Yolani and Daniel screaming and quarreling not long after. Seeing this, Lei Lin's smile grew wider. "My dear Delia. I found you a pair of vain souls, don't let me down. What will they become with your exploitation? Pleasure devils? Or lust demons? I look forward to it. Sorry for disturbing a happy occasion, Tim. Lei Lin turned to Marquis Tim, who was next to him. No matter. It's my pleasure to be of use to you, sir. Seeing Lei Lin in this state, Tim suddenly felt a chill in his heart for some reason. Trying to pry into Lei Lin's thoughts was really such a foolish decision. Tim eventually left the capital and returned to his territory, the Baltic archipelago. However, with a handwritten letter of alliance from Lei Lin, Tim now had a little more confidence to continue surviving in the outer seas, and also develop new areas. After Tim had left, the enormous and magnificent mansion now belonged entirely to Lei Lin. Tim was even smart enough to leave behind a huge sum of operating funds for Lei Lin to squander, which pleased him greatly. With Ernest's recommendation letter, Lei Lin successfully met another high-level wizard, Simmel, and even obtained the authority to conduct experiments alone in Simmel's wizard tower. Although the president of the Wizards Guild, Maribald, had made the same gesture of goodwill, Lei Lin eventually chose Simmel after thoroughly considering the matter. After all, given that he was the president of the Wizards Guild, choosing Maribald would bring about a lot of trouble, but with Simmel, it would purely be a working relationship. Additionally, Master Simmel had remarkable academic achievements in alchemy, which appealed greatly to Lei Lin. Through his studies, he had gradually fused the alchemy techniques of the Magus world and this world into one, allowing him to regain his original ability as an alchemic grandmaster. After reading extensively through the Wizards Guild's latest magic research and the library resources, Lei Lin's understanding of magic continuously grew deeper. Time ticked by, and 2 years passed within the blink of an eye. Winter had passed and spring had just begun. After the harshest season had passed, the giant trees in the garden were impatiently sprouting their tender buds, full of vitality. In the study room of his mansion, Lei Lin was half reclined on his chair. His eyes were slightly shut as he connected to the AI chip. AI chip. Display my current statistics. Lei Lin inwardly commanded. Lei Lin fallen. Age, 18. Race, rank 10 human wizard. Strength, 8.1. Agility, 7.8. Vitality, 9.2. Spirit, 10. Condition, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, multi-talented. Spell slots, rank 4, 3, rank 3, 5, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Progress of weave analysis, rank 0 weave 100%. Rank 1 weave 100%. Rank 2 weave 100%. Rank 3 weave 53.71%. Rank 4 weave 99%. The AI chip faithfully executed Lei Lin's order, and displayed a row of data. Map. The lack of changes to his stats and wizard ranking was within Lei Lin's expectations. After all, he had used the Devil Blood dagger to advance in rank before, and couldn't be as arrogant now that he was in the capital. The bottleneck was understandable. What he had gained with the materials here was that he'd managed to complete the analysis of the second level of the weave, removing the restriction on spell slots for it. Though I haven't been working hard on increasing my wizard ranking to avoid arousing suspicion, I have already accumulated enough resources. There won't be any problems with becoming a high-ranked wizard. Once I leave the capital, I'll be able to advance quickly. Lei Lin was very happy about his progress and power, but there was something that made him frown. Since 2 years ago, he'd already sensed a malicious intent circling the surroundings of the capital, and felt a sense of someone watching him. He had a feeling that if he were to leave all of a sudden, he would immediately be met with a terrifying attack. Is it that bunch of evil paladins of the god of justice? This was the capital after all. If Lei Lin made his mind to hold himself up, the other party could only watch on helplessly. Lei Lin had a general idea about who those people hiding in the shadows were. He was planning to take care of the problem in one fell swoop when he left. I've recorded most of the information that I can from the Wizards Guild. There are only a few aspects of research left, and those are nearing completion. Dambrath is a small country after all, and it's already amazing enough that they have reserves suitable for up to rank 15 wizards. After the experiences over 2 years, Lei Lin had the chance to move once more. As for the destination, Lei Lin already had numerous choices, with Silvery Moon City in the north as his most fitting choice. But before leaving, there are a few things I need to handle. I should use this opportunity to take a look there. A map appeared before Lei Lin's eyes. This was the sacrifice from the unlucky captain of the Ashen Hawks, who had been a high-ranked warrior. The scope of the map is generally the capital, but there have already been changes to the names of places and their locations. Even with my abilities, I've only just incidentally found this place. I never expected it to be there. What kind of surprises are lying in wait for me? Lei Lin mumbled to himself, before getting up and leaving the room. Young master. Young master. The maids and servants that Lei Lin saw on the way bowed to him with exceptional respect. They were well aware that he was not just a noble, but also a powerful wizard. He was practically the same as those people in the legends of old. Lei Lin looked very calm as he hummed an answer, and it was enough of a response for his servants to feel grateful for. While walking on the streets, Lei Lin's wizard robes gathered reverence from many. His symbol which marked him as a rank 10 wizard gave rise to even more cries of awe. Lei Lin had gradually gotten used to such treatment. In no time, he arrived in front of a tall wizard tower. Lei Lin. A few low-ranked wizards who were similarly in wizard robes were already waiting there. A delicate and pretty female wizard took the opportunity to greet him, her eyes gleaming at the sight of him. Julia, Jael, Angelo. Good afternoon. Lei Lin nodded, with a gentle and calm expression on his face. These wizards were all Simmel's students. He was currently studying with them under Simmel, and they were somewhat like classmates. Senior Lei Lin, help me take a look at this bottle of exploding potion. I've tried it so many times but to no avail. Julia produced a fiery red test tube, almost leaning against him. She knew very well what kind of background he had. Not only did he have exceptional talent at magic, his family had control of the tremendous trade in the outer seas. Such status had turned Lei Lin into a sort of Prince Charming for many ladies in the capital. Some had even taken the initiative to proclaim their love for him, but unfortunately, Lei Lin politely rejected all of them. In his opinion, that sort of thing was just too boring. If he wanted to enjoy himself, there were more than enough means to do so at Delia's place. Why would he waste effort on this? The warm treatment he received from the women made other male wizards shoot envious looks at him, but Lei Lin was completely unperturbed. He took the test tube and took a quick look at it. There are errors in the settling time of the neutralizing agent. Also, the spell was cast far too early. While he had only made a few comments, many wizards suddenly looked enlightened. All right. If there's nothing else, I'm going in. After casually chatting with others, Lei Lin entered the wizard tower, leaving behind gazes of envy. Mentor Simmel gave Lei Lin the authority to enter the wizard tower as he wishes. That's something only a few disciples get the chance to have. Julia gazed at the tremendous wizard tower with an envious expression. He is a rank 10 wizard, the most powerful magic genius here. If you get to rank 10, Mentor will also give you that right. A male wizard beside her glanced at the badge at his chest. The symbol that implied his status as a rank 5 wizard had always been the source of his pride, but it only seemed unsightly now. We really can't match up to that talent. The few other wizards were around rank 5, and could only smile wryly at each other after hearing that sentence. Grandmaster Simmel. Lei Lin had rather good luck. Simmel hadn't been performing any experiments, rather resting in the entertainment room outside. Oh, it's Lei Lin. Come in, take a seat. Simmel was a very spirited old fellow, less than a meter tall with a kindly look on his face. Strictly speaking, Lei Lin was not his disciple. Their relationship was similar to modern-day postgraduate students who helped their mentors with experiments, and things were easy and comfortable between them. After hearing that, Lei Lin did not hold back and sat down, exclaiming, Grandmaster Simmel, I hope to get the authority to enter alchemy room number 1. As he spoke, he placed a golden card on the table. While he was free to do as he wished, there was still a price to pay. Lei Lin knew this very well. Looks like you're finally preparing to begin. Have you gathered all the materials? Simmel chuckled as he glanced at Lei Lin's left hand. Thanks to you, I've collected everything. I still need to perform the last step in lab conditions within the wizard tower. Lei Lin rubbed the ring on his left hand. I'll authorize the tower genie to let you in. Also, please take Julia and the others into your care a little. I don't have that much time, Simmel spoke. How could ordinary, low-ranked wizards or wizard disciples compare to Lei Lin in his extravagant spending? Every day, they could only accumulate spell slots, and then through brewing potions or smelting items at an elementary level, gain rewards of a few gold coins. For those who were unlucky, they would have to copy large quantities of spell scrolls and slowly save them so that they could be exchanged for spellbooks and other materials to break through. Some mentors would just completely forget their students. Simmel having Lei Lin help out meant he was already quite kind. Alright, I got it. Lei Lin got up and took his leave. Within the alchemy lab, Lei Lin took off his ring of wizardry on his left hand. This ring that could increase the number of spell slots of rank 5 spells by 1 was like a divine artifact for low-ranked wizards. It was also made of unique material with possibilities to strengthen it further. Through his studies under Simmel and his own ideas, he had finally found a way to strengthen the item. "Tower Genie, do I have the right to go in yet?" Lei Lin asked bluntly. "Master has authorized Wizard Lei Lin Fallen to use Alchemy Room Number 1, as well as the Elemental Pools, Particle Accelerator, Rank 2 Magic Puppets," a robotic voice sounded. This was the Tower Genie of the entire Wizard Tower. With its help, a wizard's abilities could be displayed to the limits. However, the tremendous price to create one meant that even if many wizards hoped to have one of their own, they couldn't go through with it. Mithril, adamantine, and all sorts of items were shifted out of Leyland's bag of holding. "It took me such a long time. I finally have a way to use it." Leyland had a smile on his face, the ring of wizardry already on the table. Dazzling lights enveloped the ring. 7 days later, Leyland gazed at the brand new ring in his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. The AI chip immediately showed the stats. Item name, Ring of Wizardry. Weight, 15 g. Materials, obsidian, wizard's alloy, dragon blood, mithril, adamantine, rainbow feathers. Effects, 1. Spell slots for all spells under rank 6 increase by 1. Specific to wizards, 2. Secondary rank 5 spell, Wail of the Banshee. Available for use once every 7 days. Power is comparable to a weaker version of Wail of the Banshee. Description: this is a powerful ring that other existences might covet. Its materials have been utilized to bring out its utmost power. Close to becoming a legendary item. The Ring of Wizardry now seemed darker in color. The powerful magic rays from before had completely disappeared. After refining the soul force on the ring, I get a rank 5 spell. Wail of the Banshee, a rank 5 sound attack spell. Not bad. Lei Lin was very content with this improvement. Wearing the ring that was now slightly heavier than before on his left hand, Lei Lin got up and left the wizard tower. He had accomplished all that was possible for him to do here, and there was now nothing holding him back from leaving. All that's left is this map. Lei Lin looked through the information the AI chip supplied as he muttered to himself. The names here are the original ones, and it's been hundreds of years since some of these places had these names. Seems like this isn't Siegfried's treasure map but something even more mysterious. Lei Lin even had the suspicion that Siegfried had not explored the map enough, because there were far too many riddles here, to the point that Lei Lin was left scratching his head in his confusion. Thankfully, Lei Lin had had a lot of time in the past 2 years. He'd whiled his free time away trying to decode the map. Recently, he had finally begun to discover its true secret. Dark history. This secret was hidden so carefully. I'm growing more and more interested. Following the map, Lei Lin arrived in front of the capital's library. The library was in the central district, a place mostly visited by nobles. In an era where the passage of information was strictly regulated, the so-called public library actually only catered to a few high-ranked people like scholars and wizards. Lei Lin was a frequent visitor, to the point that even the doorman recognized him. "Mr. Lei Lin." He called out sweetly, not surprised at all at Lei Lin's arrival. Lei Lin had frequented this place in the last 2 years, using it to augment his database on the world of gods. With the various databases in the AI chip having gradually been filled to completion and its foundations completed, his visits had also grown more infrequent. The library was as tranquil as ever. The white marble building stood tall, seemingly eternal, and the only sounds within it were the rustling of turning pages. The interior of the library was very spacious and empty. Next to the rows upon rows of bookshelves were a few rattan seats, where many scholars rested. In these 2 years, some had become acquaintances that Lei Lin was on nodding terms with. They would nod at him if they caught his eye, before bending their heads down and wading into the sea of knowledge again. Everyone quietly did their own work, and Lei Lin loved this atmosphere. "I never expected that something I've been trying hard to find was right by my side." Lei Lin sighed inside, arriving in the deeper parts of the library. It was rather dim inside, and many of the tomes on the shelves had already fallen apart. Numerous scattered pages were sandwiched in worn-out book covers. The sight already left people dizzy. While the area had already been tidied up, a putrid smell from printing ink still lingered in the air. This region was where the library piled up random books and documents, and very few ventured here. The results of only passing on knowledge to the elites means that once society collapses, information can no longer be passed on. Lei Lin looked at the thick layer of dust on the shelf and sighed at the thought. Of all the historic records that he had gathered, from the invasion from the Magus world till now, there were many blanks in the middle. This was the result of a loss of culture. Descriptions of the dawn of the gods was a taboo amongst taboos. If any scholar dared tread on this forbidden zone, they would end up put on trial by large churches and burnt at stake. Trying to conceal it won't solve anything. Even rank 1 magi of the Magus world know already about the ancient final war, and have been working hard to regain the glory of the ancient times. The world of gods is more conservative. Is it because the world will is asleep, or is it a restriction on the gods? Leyland's eyes shone as he arrived at the depths of the library. This was a very remote area where it was exceptionally quiet. Not a soul was in sight, and even the cleaners rarely came here. Not bad, not bad. That saves me a lot of trouble. Leyland sized up the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. A transparent magic barrier isolated this place from the outer world. Just in case, Leyland had added a layer of illusion such that anyone who came here would only see a mess and darkness, with volumes and trash lying around. The immemorial elf of spring, Leyland slowly chanted a passage of a mysterious incantation. This was something he had obtained from the map, where the secret incantation to activate it was hidden in the poem next to the map. They actually used the mech coding which has been lost to history, hiding the secret incantation at the beginning of every line. If not for the AI chip analyzing it against a sea of data, it would have been impossible to decode it. There's even a restricted time where it can be opened. It has to be after the ancient spring sacrificial ceremony, or there won't be a response. Why do I find this method so familiar? Leyland looked at the changes to his surroundings with interest. This method of maintaining secrecy and such elaborate setups reminded Leyland of magi. Indeed, magi. Only they, who pursued the truth with the most extreme of harshness, could think of something so intricate, with coding and an incantation that was complicated to the extreme. It only served to further his anticipation. This is the beginning of spring, and the ceremony just passed. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it matches with the poem. The scorching sun travels to the northern corner of the sky, Leyland muttered, eyes glinting. A specific time, place and secret incantation. With these 3 requirements fulfilled, an ancient bookshelf suddenly creaked. It's not a magic formation. I didn't notice anything when I scanned this place earlier. Such concealment techniques, the glint in Leyland's eyes brightened. The shelf shifted away, revealing a path that led downwards. However, Leyland did not descend. If I didn't interpret it wrongly, I'll only enter a dimensional maze if I go there. Even high-ranked wizards could die there. The real treasure is here. Leyland headed to the shelf that had shifted, a spell formation appearing at his fingertips. This was not a spell model of the weave used by wizards, but a real, higher-grade model similar to that in the Magus world. Countless rays of light fused together like a loop to form a special 3-dimensional rune. In the name of Skunla, open. Leyland chanted. The spell model in his hands flashed and disappeared into the shelf. The light quickly dimmed, and nothing changed. However, a hint of delight showed on his expression. He knocked at the back of the shelf, and a hollow sound resounded. The solid wooden shelf became hollow. Leyland mumbled to himself, the item wasn't actually hidden here but in another void node. Only at certain times with the correct incantation will it link with space and time in order to show the true treasure. His expression constantly changed. Such a method of overlapping space and time is practically a reproduction of methods in the Magus world. Slightly agitated, Leyland used the dagger to slash at the shelf to take the treasure that his predecessor had hidden. At this stage, he was certain that Siegfried had never come here and only been lucky to get the map. The shelf itself was small. Even though it was hollow, only a thick black book made of parchment paper was there. This was the harvest from Leyland's exploration. I sense an aura similar to magi. There must have been magi who comprehended laws conducting experiments here trying to induct magi into the natives. Leyland was in no hurry to begin reading. After verifying it was harmless, he immediately kept it in his bag of holding and quickly began to clear the traces of his presence. After he left the library, the shelf had been silently shifted back to its original position. Even the wooden planks that had been hollowed out were exchanged. Once he had returned to his residence, he sent the servants away and went to his underground secret room. After activating his protection spell formation, Leyland made himself a hot cup of tea and began to look through his prophets this time. Past the black cover, much of the parchment paper had rotted. There were strange, twisted letters on it, with a unique air to them. It's the Amidic script used in ancient times. Thankfully, I've seen content on this before. The AI chip already has enough data to analyze it. Lei Lin began to interpret the words in the book. The stars in the horizon are falling. I've seen the falling meteors when a true god dies. They are a group of powerful gods from another world. They call themselves Magi. Is this a record by natives of the final war? Interesting, interesting. Lei Lin read on. The sky is crying, the earth is wailing. The continent is in pieces in an instant. After the paramount high gods sank into slumber, the battle god Ares and Mother Earth fell one after another. The Magi and the gods brazenly showed their strength. A careless attack seemed to consume what had accumulated in the universe over millions of years. As so much time had passed, there was still damage despite the perfect protective methods. It made it more difficult for Lei Lin to interpret. In the Dark Era, a god from another world descended. It called itself the Distorted Shadow, a great rank 8 Magus. The Distorted Shadow enlightened humans and imparted great power of magic. The gods all sent down their avatars, ruthlessly killing all who had inherited the power of distortions. The rejection by the world eventually caused the fall of the Distorted Shadow. The gods finally defeated the Magi and sealed off the world of gods, establishing a network to fend against magic to prevent something similar from happening again. Year 327 of the Dark Calendar. Another generation of people with extraordinary powers emerged. They successfully went through experiments to break away from the weave, and called themselves Arcanists. They had powerful arcane arts that allowed them to burn mountains and fill seas. Even the gods feared them. Year 981 of the Dark Calendar. The Arcane Empire was destroyed, and thus began the Age of the Gods. Arcanists became taboo. Any spellcasters who did not use the weave were listed as wanted and annihilated by the churches of various gods. Eventually, the dark history of the gods showed itself before Lei Lin. As expected, experiments to make Magi natives were conducted before, and they succeeded as well. All during the dusk of the gods. The rise of the Arcanists evidently was a result of this. Those obscure methods to cast spells were a mutated version of spell models from the Magus world. It's far too troublesome to simulate a profession out of nowhere. Even with the AI chip it'll take a long time. But if I can get an Arcanist's inheritance. Taking the bait. Lei Lin was inspired. Truly inspired from the bottom of his heart. Compared to the emasculated profession that was wizardry, the arcane arts were practically built for his sake. If he could change professions and become an Arcanist, his power would definitely grow. He was also very interested in the inheritance of the ancient Magi who had comprehended laws. It was a pity that most of the content in the notebook were records of history. There were only a few sentences that mentioned Arcanists. A matured path to power and an account of experiences will be a much better reference. Lei Lin's eyes shone as he scanned through the book, hoping to find any clues regarding Arcanists. Arcanists had solved the problem of being rejected by the world of gods. While they had been celebrated for a short while, they soon became taboo and intolerable to the gods. All information about them had been destroyed, and this was the first time Lei Lin was seeing descriptions of them. Through the AI chip's precise analysis and research, Lei Lin finally found a place that somewhat had connections with Arcanists. However, once he found the location on the map, his expression changed. I never thought it'd be here. Lei Lin unhurriedly memorized the landmark and then stowed the black notebook away. From the tone and clues, the person who wrote this must have been an Arcanist. In that case, their words should be trustworthy. Arcanists were the result of the painstaking work that ancient Magi had done to adapt to the world of gods. Though it was not as if Lei Lin could not begin his own research into the department, it would be a massive waste of time. He wouldn't be able to go as far as what those Magi had. He had to get the Arcanist's inheritance. But it's coincidentally in the north. This is just, Lei Lin sighed, I guess I'll need to bring my schedule forward. Thankfully, I don't have anything else to do in the capital. All the information accessible to wizards below the higher ranks has been recorded. At this thought, Lei Lin headed outside and clapped his hands, men. As the first son of a baron and honorary viscount, Lei Lin's status made him a nobody in the capital. His leaving would not raise any ruckus, except from those who had their eyes on him, of course. Crack, the wooden cup cracked, clear water splashing out from the gaps in his fist. What? He's finally leaving. Laurent was still in his paladin attire, though he now looked rather haggard, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ever since his decision to hang on to Lei Lin, he had been hiding in the shadows of the capital, waiting for his target to mess up. Unfortunately, that little noble was very slippery. He basically did not leave his residence, and the places he frequented were like the Wizards' Guild and places for nobles that were guarded tightly. He had not even left the capital, making the paladin grind his teeth the entire time. His target seemed to have noticed that he was being spied on, and had been unbelievably kind in his daily actions to the point where it was unquestionable. He lacked the terrible vices some nobles had, and he was practically the model that all nobles should have sought to emulate. Since he could not find other proof of him committing crimes, Laurent obviously could not do anything to him. After wearing down his patience, Laurent had already decided to make his move and take Lei Lin in. However, this was something he was doing in private. He could not attack a noble in public in the capital, or the church would be the ones that would not let him off. While Laurent detested Lei Lin, he had no plans to die together with him. Hence, the operation had been put on hold till now. There will be plenty of opportunities once you leave the capital. You will definitely be punished for your crimes. Laurent mumbled to himself, face gleaming majestically righteously. It was as if he was the personification of justice and kindness. Days later, a carriage slowly left the range of the capital. A few bandits that had been eyeing it definitely saw a young noble getting on the carriage and immediately sent out a person to inform the people at the back. A bunch of troublesome flies, Lei Lin was evidently the one inside. His eyes were now closed, obviously having discovered the people peeping on him long before. The followers of the sovereign king of gluttony in the Dambrath kingdom have all been gathered and managed by Delia. The faith is still spreading. After making sure that the bait was now on the hook, Lei Lin strangely thought of something else. In 2 years, he had reorganized the devil worshippers in the entire Dambrath kingdom, and with Delia's power as a pleasure devil, it was easy to control them. At the thought of Delia, Lei Lin was reminded of the depraved balls that she hosted for the fallen. He had to admit that she was very fascinating and knew how to enjoy herself. A certain pair of noble sisters were on the verge of becoming famous, and Lei Lin watched their souls in secret to find that they were just one step away from falling to become devils. Seems like I'm rather proficient in the abilities of devils. But even if they transform, those sisters will only become regular devils. Only souls that are exceptionally pure and determined will be even more powerful after falling, turning into the most terrifying devils. Lei Lin suddenly recalled the female knight, as well as the priest and paladins of the god of justice. Those souls were the ones that had devils extremely thirsty for them. The purer a soul was, the greater the possibility that a legendary being would be born when it fell. She might be going north too. Lei Lin thought back to the scene from before when they bade farewell, a slight smile about his lips. Till then. The carriage slowly rode out of the gates of the capital, and there appeared a wide expanse of wheat fields at both sides. After walking past a few ranches, signs of human activity gradually grew more sparse. "Master," the voice of the coachman was heard from the front, "I sense a wave of enemies nearby." He was evidently not a regular coachman. It was unknown what kind of methods he had used to conceal the powerful energy undulations on his body. "Don't worry about it. Go on." Lei Lin chuckled nonchalantly. The fish couldn't wait any longer and took the bait. He'd tolerated the paladin for long enough to smite evil. The other party had more tolerance than Lei Lin had anticipated. After driving into a low forest of shrubs, golden light in the shape of a crescent shot out from the roadside, the target evidently the carriage Lei Lin was in. The paladin's smite evil glowed incomparably hot, and held purifying power. It was very formidable against the undead, devils, demons, and all other evil. Even Lei Lin did not want to contend with this purification energy. Intense magic rays flickered from the carriage, and Lei Lin tore through a few spell scrolls. Magic barrier. Dragon's breath. Fireball. Boiling hot flame energy met the evil slash in the air. Chi and flame shot everywhere, exploding in resplendent heat and light. A magic protective layer had already risen in the surroundings, having the effects of preventing probings and prophecies. These were Lei Lin's accumulations over these 2 years. Not only had he learnt more spell models, he also had the wealth and physical resources to make suitable magic items and scrolls for himself. Evil will be punished. Lei Lin fallen, you will be put on trial for the loss of innocent lives in the outer seas today. Laurent had on a full set of paladin armor, the rays of light on his expression dazzling to the extreme. There was even an unusual flush on his face. He. Paladin. Haven't you seen the kingdom's decree and statement? Lei Lin pulled the fabric of the carriage and walked out. He seemed to be teasing the paladin. The pirates in the outer seas have nothing to do with me. As a follower of the god of justice, are you holding fast to your own justice by trampling over the law? Evidently, when it came to battles of the tongue, Lei Lin absolutely dominated him. Laurent immediately turned red. Ah. It's because there are so many evil maggots boring into the holes in the laws that criminals like you can get away with any crimes. Today, I, Laurent, will end all these mistakes. Knowing he could not refute Lei Lin, Laurent chose to use his own method to defend his justice. Holy light filled his long sword, and a powerful chi even more powerful than Siegfried's exploded. Shrouded in this light, the paladin seemed even more unsullied. It formed another layer of translucent armor, completing his original metallic breastplate. Paladins are all so troublesome. Not only are they immune to many negative effects, they have a terrifying vitality that gives them resistances to all sorts of illnesses. Unfortunately, I am not your only opponent. The spell that Lei Lin had prepared for a long time was launched. Hold person 2. Even if his opponent had resistance to magic, he still hesitated for a moment in the face of Lei Lin's high-grade spell. The coachman, who had been cowering aside, suddenly made a move. A black dagger instantly appeared in his hands, allowing him to break through the protective barrier and appear in front of Laurent. The dagger, which concealed a powerful curse, broke straight through Laurent's defenses and formed a huge wound on his chest. You. Tiff the Defiler. Laurent retreated, rays of divine healing spells flickering on his body. His habit of holding back when it came to commoners made it such that he did not have his guard against the ordinary-looking couchman, and he had been ruthlessly attacked by Tiff. You're actually banding together with someone like him? This crime alone could send you to be burnt at stake. Laurent glanced at Lei Lin, who was in front of him, looking delighted because he'd finally found evidence of Lei Lin committing a crime. Is that so? That's only possible if you can send that information on. Lei Lin shrugged his shoulders. Perfect body. Indistinct shouts and cries could be heard, causing Laurent's expression to change. We've been surrounded, and their numbers are huge. A high-ranked assassin suddenly appeared from the shadows, a demonic claw with sharp nails poking out from his chest. The assassin mumbled and collapsed, revealing the figure of a high-ranked pleasure devil behind him. You're actually colluding with a devil. Laurent yelled, unhesitatingly striking out. He had been overwhelmed with shock. This noble seemed to have some terrifying secret that surpassed his imagination. Quick! The confusion spell that I set up won't last for long. We can't let even one person go. Lei Lin's expression was icy. After 2 years, Tiff and Delia were now completely under his thumb. He had gathered the strength of all the devil worshippers to kill Laurente in order to ensure it was done. Don't worry, master. Delia had now completely demonified herself. With Tiff, who had almost legendary strength, it was no problem to kill a mere high-ranked paladin. Given that they were of factions that were natural enemies, with hatred accumulated between them, things blazed the moment they started fighting. All sorts of spell undulations rained destruction on the region. It was a pity that Laurent's extraordinary willpower and strength made no difference. A high-grade devil and a near-legend professional were enough to crush him. His surrounding comrades all cried out for the last time in their lives, gnawing at his soul like ants. Has it reached this state? Laurent's eyes were slightly blurry, with a black dagger stuck into his chest. His long sword had disappeared long ago, and his armor was full of holes from the devil's corrosive fire. He panted. There was no remorse for losing his life, instead indignance and pain that justice was not served. Why? Why are there people like you in the world? He looked at the young wizard drawing close, eyes like saucers and even blinking bloody tears. Because devils run amok in this world. Lei Lin seemed to sigh, and the devil blood dagger slammed into Laurent's forehead. The devil blood dagger trembled. This was a high-ranked paladin who was subordinate to the god of justice, definitely the strongest person it had ever absorbed strength from. It transmitted terrifying, berserk draconic energy to Lei Lin's body, sending it in waves. It eventually cried out, unable to take the burden. My devil blood dagger was made on Fallen Island. I hadn't used any high-grade materials, which is why it can't take this pressure. Lei Lin's eyes glinted. A dark luster shot into the dagger from his hands. Woo-woo, the skull at the end of the dagger roared, numerous tiny blood vessels extending and latching onto all parts of Laurent's corpse. Something that looked like a tumor was absorbed from these blood vessels. Powerful holy force was transformed, to the point that the dagger itself showed signs of breaking. Ting, finally, with a sad cry, the devil blood dagger shattered with a dull sound. But the moment before it cracked, Lei Lin felt the transfer of tremendous life energy. The AI chip's prompt sounded. Beep. Host has gone through a one-time boost from the devil blood dagger. Strength plus 1.9. Agility plus 2.2. Vitality plus 0.8. Leyland's current stats were abruptly refreshed: Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Spiritual Force, 10. The massacre and all of Laurent's life force had pushed the rest of Leyland's stats to the bottleneck of 10 points. Alike to 1 point, this was an incredibly difficult hurdle in the world of gods, showing how tough breaking through was. Leyland now heard a sharp ringing sound from his soul. After his various stats had broken through, a long-awaited power spread throughout his body and limbs, landing him in a strange state. The AI chip's prompts continued to show. Beep. Host's various stats have reached 10. Obtained feat, Elementary Perfect Body. An introduction to this feat followed. Elementary Perfect Body. As the host's genes have gone through their initial upgrades, host has obtained a quality unique to exceptional creatures in the world of gods. Body now possesses elementary resistances to poison, fire, cold, and corrosion. Endurance in various environments has increased. So having a property of 1 all round is a threshold for regular beings. 10 is the threshold for exceptional creatures. Leyland's eyes flickered. His current stats had changed. Leyland fallen. Age, 18. Race, human, rank 10 wizard. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 10. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots, rank 4, 3, rank 3, 5, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. After breaking through this bottleneck of extraordinary power, Leyland felt the limitations on the advance of his spiritual force loosen. It now grew extremely lively, to the point that he was only a step away from making contact with the 5th level of the weave. Deal with the aftermath according to my orders. Leyland slowly exhaled, as if he had gone through a complete transformation. Understood, Master. Madame Delia respectively bowed, her flaming tail and devilish wings playfully bouncing about. While they already knew his identity on the surface before, Delia and Tiff were now even more reverent towards him. On the surface, he seemed ordinary, which meant what was hidden underneath that front was something more terrifying. For Delia, who had been a devil for numerous years, she understood this fully well. As for Tiff, an existence that had been invaded by Leyland's soul force for years, the effect of Leyland himself being in front of him was obvious. Good. Tiff and I will go ahead secretly. Delia, you're in charge of the network in the Dambrath Kingdom as well as the surrounding followers. Leyland gave instructions for his plans. Once everything went as he had planned, Leyland turned to gaze in the direction of the imperial capital. The next time I return, things will be completely different. Leyland's eyes shone. Great azure waves roiled and crashed in the vast sea, and ice sheets and a snowy barren island could faintly be seen in the distance. A few seagulls soared in the horizon, occasionally letting out a few clear cries. A merchant ship heading north was speeding through the winds and waves. The sailors controlling the ship had tanned skin, their hands full of dark calluses gripping tightly on the mooring rope as if it was their life and everything. The oceans in the north are slightly different from the outer seas of Dambrath in the south. At this point, the guests had all returned to the hold of the ship, and only Leyland and Tiff, who was disguised as his butler, were on deck. In the face of such a sudden stormy sea, Leyland did not find it hard to adapt. Rather, he began reminiscing about his time with the Scarlet Tigers. The kingdom's navy has long since returned. I wonder how Isabel and the rest have been doing. Leyland gazed at the huge waves afar, yet he did not seem to see them. He instructed Tiff, legends are active in Silvery Moon. Your identity is sensitive, so once we reach the northern lands you don't have to follow me. Try to gather some forces in secret. Understood. Tiff pressed his right hand to his chest, looking exceptionally solemn. In this period of time, he was now certain that this little noble must be the chosen one of the feathered serpent god, Kukulkan, and could even be the child of the god. Come to think of it, we're finally reaching the northern harbor. Leyland nodded, noting that the ship had already successfully passed through the storm. The world of gods was vast, and hastening on the journey was an exhausting and dangerous matter. Even as a medium-ranked wizard and with Tiff who was on the verge of becoming a legend protecting him, it still required much effort to reach the north from the south. They set off from the Dambrath Kingdom and headed north, passing through numerous human kingdoms and bypassing a few regions belonging to other races. They had even met with danger a few times. The horse carriage had been relinquished after that, and they switched to a ship. The entire journey took around a year's time. Welcome, esteemed young master. The leader of the sailors came over, a trace of respect in his gaze. To be able to take on such huge waves without even a twitch meant this noble was a true man of the sea. That meant he was worthy of being respected by these sailors. We're finally past that stormy area, Lei Lin laughed. Recently, the sea tribes in this area have been very irritable. The tsunami was caused by an angered deep-sea whale. Thankfully, our druid managed to calm it down in time. His expression was grim. If this situation continues, I'm afraid we'll have to give up on this route and invite a great or even legendary druid to investigate the cause. Lei Lin had to admit that druids were extremely proficient at protecting the environment and placating dangerous species. Being closely attuned to nature, most druids were elves, though there was no lack of humans and other races. This was even more obvious in Silvery Moon. So we're finally reaching the jewel of the northern lands, Lei Lin exclaimed in admiration. Silvery Moon was the city of wizards. This legendary city was also called the Jewel of the Northern Lands. The city was protected by the chosen of the goddess of the weave, who was also her daughter. She represented the peak of magic among humans, and every year countless wizards were attracted to this place so they could further their studies and train. Silvery Moon contained the most advanced research on magic, and the Imperial Palace even held information about legendary spells. Meeting. Lei Lin obviously would not let go of this city of magic. Dambrath didn't have much information past that to get to the higher ranks, forget becoming a legend. Furthermore, the AI chip deduced from the ancient notebook Lei Lin had obtained that the inheritance of arcanists and arcane arts was likely to be found in the northern lands. Given all this, it was necessary for Lei Lin to go to Silvery Moon City. While the journey took almost a year, it's not as if I gained nothing, Lei Lin smiled as he took a look at his stats. Lei Lin Fallen. Age, 18. Race, human, rank 11 wizard. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 11. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots, rank 5, 2, rank 4, 4, rank 3, 6, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. After obtaining a perfect body, Lei Lin sensed his body could adapt better to terrible environments. On top of that, his spirit seemed to have broken through some bottleneck. His rate of improvement had increased, as if there was a further boost to his own innate talent in wizardry. Lei Lin had broken through to rank 11 after a year of meditation, even without the ability of the Devil Blood Dagger. He could now cast rank 5 spells. In the world of gods, rank 3 wizards could cast rank 1 spells, rank 5s could cast rank 2 spells, rank 7s rank 3 spells and so on. A rank 11 wizard could cast rank 5 spells, and once one became a rank 15 wizard, they could cast rank 7 spells without backlash. That was when one became a high-ranked wizard. High-grade professionals above rank 15 would get special treatment no matter where they went, and that was especially so for high-ranked wizards. With a large number of spells that affected groups, their destructive power surpassed that of those that relied purely on their physiques. This put them at the peak of power. Were there no gods in this world, given that they could cast spells of priests, druids, and sorcerers would long since have named the world of gods the world of wizards. Wizards held the balance of power in the world of gods. The Arcanists had even established a tremendous empire after the twilight of the gods, but with the comeback of the gods they soon collapsed. It's because of the powerful abilities of high-ranked wizards that information on these spells are strictly regulated in all nations. The only place where things are less stringent is Silvery Moon, Lei Lin thought inside. This was so because they were extremely wealthy and also had the backing of Mystra, the goddess of the weave. They naturally had the means to do so. It said that the master of Silvery Moon City, the chosen of the weave goddess who is rumored to be her daughter, is a peerless beauty. Lei Lin stroked his chin. The secret rumors state that one can get the favor of the goddess of the weave by growing close to her, and it's even possible to increase the number of low-ranked spell slots in one's possession. This slight benefit was nothing to Lei Lin. Having analyzed the first 3 levels of the weave completely, he no longer needed these low-rank spell slots. Furthermore, if he were to get too close to the goddess, his disguise could be noticed. That would be a true tragedy. Come to think of it, the analysis has progressed more quickly ever since I hit rank 11. Level 3 is almost completely done. The higher the rank of a wizard, the further one could make contact with the weave. The AI chip could therefore analyze the weave at a faster rate, which was something he had already tested before. Given the resources Silvery Moon can provide, it won't be difficult to become a high-ranked wizard, but I'll need to get lucky to become a legend. The Devil Blood dagger won't help much either, there's no point smelting another one. With stats below 5, the dagger's boost remained obvious. Even from 5 to 10 points it would be found lacking, not to mention its weakness later. On top of that, it wasn't logical to carry a devil's item by one side for such a slight increase in stats. After all, this was not a rural area like Dambrath. There were legendary wizards here, but on top of that there were the Chosen, who were personifications of the gods. Lei Lin had no confidence in facing them. Since the dagger did not give him any obvious boost, Lei Lin was already prepared to stop using it even if it had not been destroyed, and perhaps hand it down to his underlings. When it comes to raising strength quickly, there are quite a number of ways in Beelzebub's memories. They can all help one reach the realm of legend and above. It's a pity that there's either terrible repercussion or the contamination of devilish energy. It's far too troublesome to deal with that. I guess it's better to walk the path of a wizard step by step. It'll be even better if I can get the inheritance from the Arcanists. Just when Lei Lin was deep in thought, a shy voice sounded from his side, May I know if you are a wizard apprentice heading towards Silvery Moon City? It pulled Lei Lin out of his thoughts, and he eyed the 3 females behind him, no, the 3 little girls behind him. They had evidently heard about the sea having calmed down and come on deck. The one who had spoken was the youngest of all. She had brown hair, and under her fair forehead were a pair of azure eyes. The slight smile on her lips easily gave one a favorable opinion of her. Beside her were 2 female companions, one taller than the other. They seemed to be sisters, with similar faces and both wearing blue checkered skirts with little flowers at the edges. Tiff glared at the girls who had interrupted his young master. Though he concealed his strength, his aura alone left the 3 girls feeling suffocated and terrified. I'm sorry, mister. I was just curious. The girl in the middle grasped her skirt, looking on the verge of tears. Though they had housekeepers and nannies sent out by their family by the side, they had never faced an old man so stern that it was frightening. Stop it, Tiff. You're scaring our friends. Lei Lin saw the figure behind him and chuckled like the warmest spring wind. It melted away the terror. My apologies, young master. Tiff took a step back, and the 3 young ladies as well. It's all right, the girls spoke more fluently now. My name is Besseni, and the 2 sisters here are Aina and Isadora. We're all looking to apprentice in Silvery Moon. Are you the same, mister? Wizard apprentices, apprentice wizards were below rank 3. They had talent in wizardry and could use magic, able to cast rank 0 spells. Lei Lin scanned the girls to see that they all had the spiritual undulations of wizards, and they'd all made contact with the first level of the weave. My name is Lei Lin, and I'm a wizard. Lei Lin smiled, hiding his rank. After all, there was no point in that. As expected. Isadora spoke from beside Besseni. Where are you from, Lei Lin? Why do I hear a southern accent from you? These girls were like excited little sparrows as they surrounded Lei Lin, asking a whole bunch of questions noisily. Lei Lin smiled as he conversed with them. This was the sort of infectious power he had, able to instill a favorable impression in the hearts of weak existences. Of course, this could also be attributed to his training as a noble. From his conversation with the 3 girls, Lei Lin quickly came to know of some basic information. Besseni and the sisters came from 2 little families in the north. They had tested with talent in wizardry, and their families had sent them to train in Silvery Moon. Besseni was good-natured and spoke the most enthusiastically. As for the sisters, Aina was not as carefree and bright as Isadora, seeming more shy. My family gave me 500 gold coins this time, and I'll need to use it sparingly. Hopefully, I'll be able to train under a middle-ranked wizard. Besseni suddenly sighed, looking worried. 500 gold coins was obviously a huge amount that was enough for even a noble to live liberally for 5 years. However, this amount was far from enough for the development of wizards. But what could be done? Besseni's family was merely the smallest of noble families. The 500 gold coins themselves had required quite a bit of effort, and they'd had to sell some property to raise that much. Still, it would all be worth it if a wizard arose from their ranks. At this thought, Besseni inwardly gritted her teeth. The registration fees for the poorest wizard academy in Silvery Moon is already 100 gold coins. As for studying under a middle-ranked wizard, that's basically impossible. Apprentices like us from small noble families can only help others with experiments or copy scrolls to earn money. Isadora laughed wryly. Evidently, she had a better understanding of the training of wizards. Lei Lin realized something. These wizards were probably sucking up to him so that they could become allies. As expected of nobles, huh? After studying so much, they consider more than the average person. It's a pity that most of it is useless, Lei Lin sighed. He looked less than 20, and without the emblem that showed his wizard ranking it wasn't surprising for him to be mistaken as an apprentice. If he really was a low-ranked wizard, he might have played along for a while, but he had no intentions of doing that, they were not at the same level. The North. Having made up his mind, Lei Lin naturally made his stance clear. In that case, we won't bother you longer. Bethany sounded somewhat disappointed and even upset as she pulled at Ina's hand to leave. Isadora, on the other hand, seemed unresigned, but similarly did not say a word. How nice it is to be young, Lei Lin stared at the backs of the three disciples and sighed. If he added up the years from his main body as well, he was old enough to be their grandfather's grandfather, perhaps even older than that. He naturally was qualified to say such a thing. Tiff, who was beside him, saw how old and experienced Lei Lin seemed, and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. Oh, we've reached the harbor. Lei Lin cast eagle eye on himself and gazed at the harbor in the distance, unable to stop the smile blooming on his face. The sailor on the observation deck noticed this as well, and cheers immediately spread through the ship. After getting off the ship, Lei Lin first parted ways with Tiff, telling him to work from the shadows. He, on the other hand, hired a carriage and hastened towards Silvery Moon City. With how close the port was, it only took about a day via horse carriage. The coachman driving the coach was an old man with a crooked back. Lean muscles protruded on his arms, and there were a few long scars on his face which seemed to be memories from a time adventuring or in the army. He was called Old Bear, and was rather entertaining. His smile revealed a few missing teeth, but not only did it make him look less threatening, it even made one fond of him. Hack, Old Bear swung his whip in a practiced manner while talking to Lei Lin. You must have great foresight to have chosen our company. Honestly, do you think there's an area here Old Bear doesn't know well? The northern lands, especially. When I first joined the army. Lei Lin's eyes darted everywhere as he took in the sights. The first impression he had was that the northern lands were vast, the boundless plains not having a soul in sight. The second thought he had was that it was cold. It was not yet truly winter, but the people outside were already wearing thick coats. Seeing the white breath steaming from Old Bear's mouth, Lei Lin chuckled, Army. So you're a retired soldier. Who did you go to war with? Upon hearing this, Old Bear made a conclusion, you must be from another land, yes? Indeed. I come from the south, the Dambrath Kingdom. Lei Lin had nothing to hide when it came to his birthplace. He had no criminal record, and the only thing worthy of picking it was his work as a pirate, but the king himself was vouching for him which rendered it meaningless. After reaching Silvery Moon, he was prepared to show his status as a noble and see if he could get special treatment. The south. That's a good place, Old Bear sighed. How can there not be battles in the north? Not waiting for Lei Lin to ask, he continued, we have to fight off the invasion of the orcs and other ambitious human kingdoms, and even clear the plains of the green-skinned goblins. Those wretched goblins really know how to breed, and we have to wipe them out practically every year. Compared to the orcs and knights from other kingdoms, I'd rather stay on the plains and kill the elves. Orcs. Lei Lin slapped his head, right, I forgot about them. The world of gods was huge, and Silvery Moon City of the North was only the most northern human-occupied region. Through the Sunrise Mountain Range and past the boundless wilderness, there were many orc tribes and even a kingdom. Humans had their gods, and the orcs also had their own. Under the command of the master god of the orcs, Gelsh, there were practically wars every year as they invaded the civilized world. Due to having their own circumstances and personalities, the gods had divided factions and clashes when it came to their own organizations. They even fought themselves. Seems like gods can never rid themselves of their emotional state of mind. Of course, it's the same for magi who comprehend laws, the so-called gods and magi of laws were merely powerful mortals. Lei Lin knew this well. Of course, he preferred it this way. If he lost his personality and emotion, even if he became a true supreme god, what difference would there be between him and a computer? Immortality and freedom were two aspects that could never be separated. With varying circumstances, the Orc Empire frequently had clashes with the kingdom, and even caused war to break out. Those in the north obviously would not wait to get killed. They gathered in Silvery Moon, and with some guidance formed an alliance. They used the power of magic to tenaciously resist the invasion of the orcs. In this world, humans had a great advantage. Their divine strength far exceeded that of the orcs. Even with internal strife, it was still possible for Silvery Moon to stand tall. With the unceasing battles, Silverymoon's status grew higher and higher, to the point that the lands they had influence over expanded bit by bit. There were already faint cries for the Chosen, the ruler of Silverymoon, to become the queen and establish Silverymoon Kingdom, and even unify the northern lands. This was the cause of the current biggest crisis and catastrophe. Of course, old Bayer hadn't said everything. Some things Lei Lin had gathered from his descriptions. New nobles wish to rise, and older ones are unwilling to let go of their status and land. There's an obvious backlash. The orcs wouldn't let go of this opportunity, which is why the human world is now in chaos. The external support the northern lands get is very little, and from the looks of it the past few decades have not been calm. A slight smile rose on his lips. It's good that things aren't calm. It's better that things aren't calm. As a foreign noble, it was still impossible for Lei Lin to get into the core of Silverymoon and obtain knowledge limited to high-ranked or legendary wizards, even as a middle-ranked wizard. No matter where nobles or wizards were from, they all were prejudiced against foreigners. This still held true even in Silverymoon that preached openness and freedom. Under normal circumstances, unless Lei Lin stayed here for a few centuries and went through life and death situations for the city and signed a large number of unfair contracts, he would not have hope of entering the core of the government. However, with war looming ahead, everything would change. In times of war, everything could be bypassed for the sake of victory. The usually harsh rules for advancement could be disregarded. As long as one had military merits, then advancing quickly was possible, perhaps even to the core, but only if one did not fall before succeeding. Hence, for Lei Lin as he was right now, war was a huge opportunity. It would save him a great deal of time in getting to the core of Silverymoon, and was the best path to gain high-grade and legendary spells. As for danger? When had Lei Lin ever been afraid? Tiff needs to work quickly. I'll have to change my plans. Rather than entering the Wizards Guild, I'll do all I can to become a guard of the city. War marked suffering for commoners, but it was a stage for heroes. With the trails of blood and elimination of rotten old organizations, there were plenty of opportunities for new organizations to rise. Lei Lin was obviously going to take this opportunity. While it would bring great suffering to the people, what did that have to do with him? Once I sneak into the city guard, I'm sure I can gain merits rapidly through battles in exchange for high-grade information on spells. It'll be much faster than entering the wizard tower and slowly accumulating merits. The city guards belonged exclusively to the master of the city, which meant that he would directly be subordinate to the Chosen. Mistra would be another guarantee of his safety. I'm pretty lucky. While Lei Lin was nodding inwardly, his expression suddenly changed. Old Bayer stopped the carriage and cursed, "Damn it. There's trouble ahead." Lei Lin jumped off the carriage. His clairvoyance and the quality of his body now making it easy for him to see the scene ahead. There were 3 carriages lined up one in front of the other, and they had been surrounded by a group of creatures. It was a group of green-skinned monsters, looking like dwarves with muscular dystrophy. Their heads were large, and their noses and mouths protruded. They were mostly naked, holding wooden clubs, rocks and all sorts of weapons as they surrounded and attacked the carriages. That darned bunch of goblins are out again. Are they preparing food to tide them over for the winter? Old Bayer cursed and laughed bitterly. I'm afraid we're in trouble. Those goblins have noticed us. The goblins in his line of sight had already discovered Lei Lin, and dispatched a wave of green streams that surrounded them. Though legend stated that goblins could not even win against a child of 10 or so years old, Lei Lin guessed that there were over 500 of them. If the numbers were vast, in the hundreds and thousands, even the weakest worm possessed terrifying strength. That wasn't even considering the large goblins and bugbears in this wave. These 2 types of goblins had bodies similar to regular humans. They even wore tattered armor, and had weapons that required elite human warriors to take care. For the winter. Tiding them over. Lei Lin recalled the contents of a geography book he had read before. The extremely cold winters in the northern lands can even freeze the earth. Going out in these conditions means certain death. The elves and other wandering beasts in the wilderness, and even the orcs at the Sunrise Mountain Range all attack humans to build up their food reserves, and do not even mind starting wars. This was a battle for survival, which was why the closer to winter it was, the more these living beings would become crazed. This was because if they did not have enough food, they would be the ones dead in the end. Summoning spell. Lei Lin noted the bloodshot eyes of the goblins that were charging towards them. As winter drew near, even the weakest and most cowardly goblins would go crazy. They were small, and it was hilarious to see a group of green-skinned, short people pouncing towards you. However, their gazes were as fierce as wolves, enough for even a retired soldier like Old Bayer to tremble in fear. Dying at the hands of enemies was just death, but dying by the hands of goblins meant that their corpses would be dragged back for food. Old Bayer shuddered at the very thought. "Please mount the horse and leave, my guest." At this moment, a trace of decisiveness flashed on his face. He produced a rusty longsword from under the seat of the carriage and released the old horse that had been pulling the carriage. "It may be a worn-out horse, but these bunch of short-legged creatures won't be able to keep up with you. After you break out of here, just go backwards. Don't stop till you get to the harbor." Old Bayer passed the ropes to Lei Lin, turning back and now in a defensive stance. "As a noble young master, you must have learnt how to ride, yes?" Lei Lin nodded, but did not leave since his luggage was still on the carriage. "Can you tell me why you're leaving your chance at survival to me?" he asked, slightly curious. "I'm hot-blooded, that's why. You nobles are so troublesome. Quick! Quick! There's not much time left." Old Bayer yelled. The goblins had already surrounded them, so close that they could see the filth on the goblins' green skin. Their putrid smell invaded their nostrils. "You are a true soldier. But I am not like those weak nobles." Lei Lin calmly walked ahead. He abruptly closed his eyes, and a threatening aura burst forth. Intimidation. A domain with the might of a dragon erupted from him, making the goblins halt their attacks immediately. "You filthy vulgar bastards. How dare you block the way of a mighty wizard? Even death would be too kind of fate for you." Asterisk rumble. Rumble. Rumble, asterisk bundles of dazzling flames abruptly appeared by Lei Lin's side. Lesser fireball. Numerous spheres of blazing energy shot out, and then exploded amidst the group of goblins. Asterisk rumble. Rumble. Asterisk the flames ripped apart the bodies of the goblins, throwing them everywhere together with the soil. Even those bugbears could not resist the power of magic. Numerous huge pits appeared in the ground, and the goblins then completely collapsed. They may have gone crazy for food, but the goblins wouldn't challenge an enormous dragons. There was a warning from their very souls, that if they proceeded forward they would all die. Ooga! Ooga! Amidst the terrified cries, Lei Lin's spell had murdered tens of the hundreds of goblins. The rest howled as they fled. The road was covered with the wooden clubs and stones, and some goblins were even trampled. The goblins that were grievously injured crawled in the opposite direction from Lei Lin, as if evading a demon. "You're an esteemed wizard after all." Old Bayer wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. As someone living near Silvery Moon, he was no stranger to the power of magic. "Thank you very much." Old Bayer sincerely thanked Lei Lin. If Lei Lin had not been around, he would be reduced to the fate of becoming goblin shit. That was not an honorable way of dying. With this strength, he's probably not a disciple or elementary ranked wizard. He's at least a mid-ranked one, Old Bayer thought himself. At this moment, there seemed to be a ruckus in the carriage ahead, revealing the frightened expressions of a few female disciples. "Sister. I've used up my spell slots." Isadora scowled miserably. Apprentices had few spell slots anyway, and the problem was that they were not that powerful. If the target was not directly hit, they could not even kill a single goblin. This was why rank 0 spells were also known as cantrips. "Hold on. We'll get reinforcements from Silvery Moon soon." Besseni gritted her teeth, misty rays shooting out from her hands. Vertigo. A hobgoblin who had been charging forwards fell to the ground in a daze, dropping the wooden club in its hands. It rubbed its head, but before it could react further, someone who looked like a housekeeper used a giant axe to chop off his head. "Good job." A joyful expression appeared on Ana's face, but she then saw the housekeeper being pushed to the ground by even more goblins, a few of them widening their large brown mouths to reveal sharp teeth. "No," Besseni wept. The sounds of gnawing had her on the verge of breaking down. "Are we going to die here? I don't want that. I'm a noble, and I'm a wizard. I shouldn't die like this. My fate." At the other side, Isadora looked ready to fall apart. Ana was usually quiet, but at such a crucial moment she was able to persevere. If not for her care, Isadora would long since been dragged away by the goblins. Just as Besseni was on the verge of total despair, a carriage behind them suddenly caught her attention. Powerful spell undulations were transmitted, and a young wizard got off the carriage and took care of the goblin attack with a few fireballs. "It's Lei Lin. We have hope." Besseni looked ecstatic, suddenly waving the handkerchief in her hands. Lei Lin. Mr. Lei Lin. Please save us. The tender voice of a girl pierced the air and attracted Lei Lin's attention. Oh, I didn't think I'd meet acquaintances. Lei Lin recognized the young ladies he had met on the ship. Since we meet again, you're in luck. Lei Lin didn't mind a passing kindness. After all, he could improve their favorable impression of him. Of course, he still found these 3 wizard apprentices beneath him. What he truly valued was Silvery Moon's evaluation of him. The city guards of Silvery Moon would definitely investigate the incident. An impression that he was kind was much better than one that he was wicked and callous. Lei Lin never did anything that went against his principles. Everything was based on benefits. Rank 4 Beast Summoning. Summoning rays flashed, and 4 wild wolves which were 2 meters tall jumped out of them. Spell rays flashed on Lei Lin's body again, and after 2 more summoning spells he now had control over 12 wild wolves. These large carnivorous animals had stiff fur, sharp canines and an astonishing jumping ability. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. Charge! With the guidance of Lei Lin's spiritual force, 12 wild wolves charged towards the group of goblins that had already crumbled mentally. A woo, wolf cries could be heard faintly in the distance. As their gleaming white teeth tore at the flesh of the slower goblins. There were even miserable shrieks from the goblins that had fallen from the ground and been torn to pieces, further causing others to flee. With Lei Lin's attainments in his spiritual force, controlling the wild wolves was no issue. Under his command, the direction in which the goblins fled was controlled, and they began to pounce towards the carriages ahead. Ooga! The large hobgoblin ahead roared, smashing the head of a deserter with a mace in its hands, but that did nothing to deter those who were now frantic. It was quickly drowned out by the goblins. The 100 goblin deserters who had surrounded Lei Lin darted into the goblin formation behind, resulting in great disorder. Though goblins weren't orderly beings from the start, they had orders to attack and withdraw. Now, however, they were in great disarray. Howling and trampling could be noticed everywhere, and even the hobgoblins and bugbears found themselves useless. The faint howls of the wolves sounded. All of a sudden, a wild wolf perked up and threw itself at a bugbear, its sharp canines biting through its neck. Under Lei Lin's directions, the wolves ignored the fleeing goblins, targeting the active group instead and prioritizing the hobgoblins and bugbears. Their command system completely broke down, and it was natural that the goblins were defeated. Numerous goblins abandoned the wooden clubs and rocks in their hands, fleeing in all directions and leaving behind the carriages and survivors. Only 8 remained of the 12 wild wolves under Lei Lin. All of them had injuries, but Lei Lin did not feel bad for them. After the spell dissipated, they would return to the place they had come from. If they died, then so be it. Even if it's a mid-ranked wizard, it's not that easy to defeat 500 or so goblins. Old Bayer's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. That last attack in particular had strategy to it. Is that the art of command that the core leader once spoke of? Lei Lin was also quite satisfied with the results. Casting suitable spells at opportune moments was something all wizards had to learn. Being able to disperse this group of goblins at the most minimal cost and limiting the casualties of the attack wolves was something that made him proud. Are you alright? Of course, he limited his pride to that single thought. Lei Lin had the abundant experiences of his main body, and if he couldn't manage even this he should just have killed himself. We're alright. Thank you, Lei Lin. Bethany thanked him gratefully, eyes reddening as she began to bawl over a destroyed corpse nearby. Sob, sob. Uncle Ida. This corpse already had several parts missing, and there were also many small bite marks. It looked exceedingly horrifying. This was the masterpiece left by the goblins from before. If Lei Lin had arrived a little later, everyone in the carriages would have been reduced to this state. The aftermath had Aina and Isadora quivering in fear as they expressed their gratitude to Lei Lin over and over again. Enlist. Lei Lin and Old Bayer were speechless at the scene before them. The victims' remains were collected, unable to be buried here lest they were dug out by goblins. They would be taken to Silvery Moon City, given their final rites and blessings by clerics, and then buried. Thank you, Lord Lei Lin. Are you a mid-ranked wizard? Bethany had recovered, and her eyes had swollen to the size of walnuts. Yes, I suppose so. I'm also going to Silvery Moon City to study. Lei Lin looked at the scenery outside and indifferently replied. After meeting Bethany and the others, and since they were going to the same place, Lei Lin naturally did not mind accompanying her. The others happily welcomed him with open arms, as that last attack had scared them into cowardice. Without Lei Lin's protection, perhaps no one would dare to continue on the journey. The young ladies in the carriage were all surprised. It was rare to find a mid-ranked wizard as young as Lei Lin after all. How amazing! I always thought that mid-ranked wizards were all white-bearded grandfathers, Isadora exclaimed. She'd actually recovered quite quickly. It's nothing, there are many more wizards who are more gifted than I am. There will be many of them in Silvery Moon City, Lei Lin replied modestly, and after chatting for a while the atmosphere of the carriage grew more solemn. After all, a mid-ranked wizard was a big deal to minor nobles. Isadora and the others did not dare to say anything more in fear of offending him. Bethany seemed as if she was about to speak, but she was not able to say anything until they reached Silvery Moon City. Lei Lin understood her intentions, as she had recently told him on the boat that she was looking for a tutor. However, he would gain no benefits from taking her on as his apprentice, and it was not something that could be done with no extra trouble. Where would Lei Lin even find the time? As a result, he could only pretend that he did not know. You were attacked by a goblin swarm. A patrol officer from Silvery Moon City seemed to take the matter very seriously, and had personally come to register them. I understand, our city patrol will soon leave on their watch. The monsters in the wilderness have increased greatly in recent times, you must all be more careful. A clerk began to record the identities of Lei Lin and the others as well as their ranks. When he got to Lei Lin, his pen paused. Wizard, please show me your proof of identity. Lei Lin nodded, taking out his proof of nobility as well as his wizard insignia and handing it to him, which immediately made the clerk cry out in surprise. Please take back your identification, mid-ranked Lord Wizard. A rank 10 wizard was uncommon even in Silvery Moon City, especially one who looked as young as Lei Lin. It was actually rather scary. Good, I want to join the Silvery Moon City Guard, do you know where I can enlist? Lei Lin asked with a smile. You want to join the City Guard? It wasn't just Bethany and the others that were extremely astonished. Even the officer from earlier walked over, attentively sizing Lei Lin up. Yes, I hold Lady Hope in the highest esteem, and I would love the atmosphere of Silvery Moon City. I hope that I can fit in here. This Lady Hope was the ruler of Silvery Moon City. Her name was Illustrial, and she was a tolerant and good person who was one of the chosen of Mistra. It was rumored that this city ruler had a very liberal attitude towards her subordinates from different races. She very much enjoyed disguising herself as an ordinary person outside of her palace to observe the lives of common folk, which won her the support of the lower classes. Naturally, Lei Lin was telling a bald-faced lie. His true purpose was to assimilate into the ladies' troops as quickly as possible, and make preparations for the war ahead. News of the war had broken out. Perhaps many knew, but information would be limited to the city ruler's core organization. This was precisely where Lei Lin would be able to seek benefits. You must be clear on this, once you truly join Silvermoon City, there will be many restrictions on your freedom, sir. Although the human fiefdoms all recognized the others' nobility, the nobles on the continent all traditionally thought that only those with hereditary titles and with their own territories could be considered true nobles. It was evident that Lei Lin's title as an honorable viscount was not equal to the respect he got as a mid-ranked wizard. Perhaps if he really inherited Fallen Island it would be different and he'd be treated better, but Baron Jonas was hale and hearty, so Lei Lin could only remain his heir. Noble heirs like him were usually called sirs, and did not gain any particular privilege or preferential treatment. The office reminded Lei Lin of this point, and naturally made other implications. That won't be a problem, Lei Lin calmly shook his head, indicating that he already clearly knew all of this. Although foreign wizards could occasionally receive missions from the city governors, and receive patrol duties, it was clear that it was part of the system for outsiders. They were destined to never become part of the inner circle of governance. When the war came, those patrolling wizards would not be able to escape their fate of forced enlistment. As a result, Lei Lin thought that since he would have to eventually participate in the war, it would be better to join in advance with his status as a noble heir. The officer stared at Lei Lin, as if trying to predict what the wizard was trying to do. In the end, he could only grudgingly give up. Afterwards, he called another officer to take Lei Lin away, in this case, Olin, go through the procedures with this wizard Lei Lin. Even as she saw Lei Lin's back disappear into the streets, Bethany retained the expression of disbelief on her face. He's immediately joining the city guards. Perhaps Lord Lei Lin is actually a second son of a noble family, and hopes to get knighted through this method. Illustrial naturally had the power to confer noble titles, and in reality the authority she possessed in the north was not at all inferior to any human country's king. She was very generous as well. For second or third sons of nobility, or even other adventurers, serving Illustrial to become a viscount was a rather good option. As a noble wizard in the city guard, he would naturally receive more attention and preferential treatment compared to the others. What other benefits would an heir get? Perhaps serving as a military wizard would grant higher authority in Silvery Moon City's wizard library, and they can read even more advanced books. Lord Leylin probably had this thought in mind when he joined. Aina shook her head from next to Bethany as she expressed her own opinion. It had to be said that although she was normally rather uncommunicative, her guess was close to the truth. However, they had their own family interests, and could not be as reckless as Leylin was and do as they pleased. It's such a pity. As a wizard, we should of course immerse ourselves in the sea of knowledge, and not wander around attacking and killing. Isadora was the most dim amongst the three, and felt that Leyland's decision was a great pity. Let's not talk about this anymore. Which college should we go to? I've heard that Silverhand is rather good, but they don't offer accommodation. And if we choose it? The three apprentice wizards very quickly forgot all about Leylin under Isadora's influence, and began to discuss their future studies. For them, this was the truly most important issue at hand. It really is very nice. Leylin followed behind the officer named Olin and sized up the facilities around him. As the city of wizards in the north, Silverymoon's design was extremely exquisite, and was filled with a sense of artistry, borrowing from the artistic sense of the elves. In addition, Leylin saw many different races on the streets, including dwarves, halflings, elves, pygmies, and even beast slaves. This country appeared to be very liberal. What, is it surprising? Olin smiled as she took off her helmet, revealing shiny long hair as bright as silver and pointed ears as well as fair and delicate skin. It was clear that this guard was an elf. Although most elves heeded the call of the elven god to live in an enormous island overseas, there were still many tribes who stayed in the continent. In the north, Silvery Moon City was an important elf settlement, and no more than 40% of the population was pure humans. A fifth were free elven citizens. It's because I used to live in the south, Leylin lightly explained. Although dwarves and halflings could be seen in the Dambrath kingdom, they were few in number. As for elves, they were the highest grade of slaves, and were very rarely seen outside. Ever since the Baltic archipelago had fallen islands Port Venus had received part of their slave trade, and there had been a few pure-blood elves amongst them. Naturally, neither Leylin nor Baron Jonas would admit to this. After that, the elf officer Olin led Leylin to the city hall. Every year, Silvery Moon attracted many wizards and outsiders into joining it, and they had a well-established process. The procedures were completed smoothly, as Leyland's identity had not been fabricated after all. The arcane imprints on every file were completely in order. All done. Congratulations on becoming a member of the city guard, child. Leyland's professor was an elderly wizard who looked very energetic. He wore a handsome military uniform which molded to his body, and had sharp eyes from many years of serving in the army. This wizard was a battlemage, and his experience definitely far exceeded that of those who worked in laboratories. In addition, the undulations he gave off made Leylin wary of underestimating him. At the very least, these were the undulations of a high-ranked wizard. Although talented wizards were scarce, Silvery Moon City obviously didn't lack in them. A military uniform set was handed to Leylin under the high-ranked wizard's blessings, similar to the one he wore. It only lacked the medals of honor and other military decorations. Elven Wizard. With the uniform, you're now a member of the Silvery Moon City Guard. The magic equipment is enchanted with 3 uses of mage armor and 1 cure moderate wounds. Please use them sparingly. Yes, sir. Leylin played his role very convincingly as he accepted the military uniform. The uniform was soft in texture yet it felt tough and durable, and glowed with magic. Leylin couldn't help but sigh at the luxurious and rich Silvery Moon City. Eternal enchantments were naturally very precious, so the wizard uniform was naturally limited in its uses. However, every year the guards would receive a new set, which could be considered a very good perk. Tell me, why did you want to join the city guard? The elderly patrol wizard finally asked in a respectful manner. Leylin felt hidden magic undulations probing him. Is this lie detection? It was personally cast by a high-ranked wizard as well. Such a shame that I'm the target. Leylin inwardly laughed coldly to himself as he raised his head and puffed out his chest, his face lightly flushing with emotion. I wanted to quickly raise my ranking as a wizard, obtain many more wizard resources for my research and to study. I could only receive these benefits as a city guard, sir. The elderly wizard sensed the answer his secret spell fed back to him, and his eyes softened considerably. You're very honest. At ease. Yes, sir. Leylin saluted smartly and respectfully withdrew himself. The elderly wizard inwardly nodded to himself at this swift and decisive reaction. I haven't seen a young man of his caliber in a very long time. A beam of light lit the room up once Lei Lin left, and a portal opened unexpectedly. A high-ranking elven wizard dressed in green exited it. The robe was embroidered with many plants, and looked almost like an ornate and exquisite dress. What's the matter? Is there a problem? The elderly wizard furrowed his brows together. No, I've investigated the recruit's background. He is the heir of the fallen family of Dambrath, and he matches the major image as well. The elf nodded lightly, and continued in a graceful voice. In addition, he has shown a powerful aptitude for magic since he was a child, and passed the rank 10 wizard certification when he was 18 years old. Impossible. He's already rank 11, his speed of advancement makes us in the older generation blush with shame. The elderly wizard smiled wryly. So you're saying that there aren't any problems with him? I can only determine that there are none at the present. After all, we don't have any conflicts with those human kingdoms in the south. As for his temperament, his reason of choosing to join us for more advanced magic spells is acceptable. The elven wizard nodded. This sort of genius wizard will be a huge advantage for us in the future. Remove some limits on him for a few basic resources. Understood, the elderly wizard nodded solemnly. As a high-ranked wizard of Silvery Moon City, he had already begun to anticipate the dangers that lay in the future. Congratulations, Wizard Lei Lin. Allen congratulated Lei Lin on the outside, seeing him clutch the military uniform. You are now one of the patrol wizards in our city guard. A benefit of being a new recruit is the private accommodation in our barracks. You can set up a small laboratory in there, and Silvery Moon City's wizard database will be open to you. You have 3 days to report to duty at the barracks. Allen began to explain several things of note to Lei Lin. Given that patrol wizards were fully integrated into the military structure of the city, and they even had restrictions on their freedom, they received excellent benefits and a great salary. With him being a noble genius, Lei Lin obtained even more than normal. Although we're part of the city guard, we usually don't have much else to do apart from a few patrols and inspections. I'm hosting a banquet in 5 days, and my handmade scallion pancakes are really very good. I hope you can come. I can introduce a few people to you. As an elf, Allen had a long lifespan. However, she did not seem to renounce her desire for art and beauty, and still enjoyed life pleasurably. Lei Lin could easily discern her character from her appearance and other aspects. On the other hand, it was difficult to find an elf's gender without the AI chip or spiritual force scans. Allen clearly regarded Lei Lin as a true colleague, extending this benevolent invitation. Of course, thank you for inviting me, Lei Lin thanked her sincerely. After he parted ways with Allen, Lei Lin strolled around Silvery Moon City, in his hand a map that she'd given him. As it was a city of wizards, there were a lot of them out on the streets. Many of the shops nearby sold magical resources as well. Lei Lin leisurely walked into a shop and looked at the magic materials inside a transparent crystal showcase. I've almost used up all of my magic materials, I should replenish them. Lei Lin looked at a few materials which looked like blue crystals. This blue diamond is very pure. I never thought I would see this inside a normal shop in Silvery Moon City. Lei Lin called the shopkeeper over and replenished all the magic materials he was lacking. Of course, they were only his most basic resources. He later headed towards the sections with magic potions and alchemical reagents. There are a lot of low-grade potions and limited-use alchemical items, however there are very few premium products. Perhaps I can work a bit harder to find some. Lei Lin nodded to himself, noting the sky-high prices written below the high-grade alchemical items. Rank 10 and 5th level spells were a very important threshold in alchemy. This was because of permanency, a rank 5 spell which could make any spell effects permanent. Permanency was something one couldn't do without when they wished to practice making magic items and everlasting alchemical items. Even in Silvery Moon City, wizards who could use rank 5 spells were not exactly a dime a dozen, and there were even fewer who had high attainment in alchemy. As a result, the extremely high price of high-ranked magic items was understandable. In addition, as the war draws closer, those high-ranked healing potions and completed sets of magic items which can rapidly increase strength will naturally soar in price. For the same reason, the price of raw materials will drop. Lei Lin couldn't help but stroke the ring of wizardry on his right hand. If he auctioned his ring, which was nearly legendary, it was sure to create a violent commotion. Perhaps, I can refine a few toys to earn some money. Wizards would never turn their backs on earning more wealth, and Lei Lin was the same. To become a legend required the support of enormous wealth and resources, and poor little boys who dreamt of soaring in advancement after putting in backbreaking effort were just dreaming up a fantasy. In comparison, low-ranked wizards and apprentices can only undertake the most basic processing tasks, and they don't earn much from it. It would be difficult for them to maintain their lifestyle and continue with more advanced studies. Lei Lin thought about this indifferently, before taking out a gold card account from the Church of Wealth. Just when the serving girl had respectfully left, several other acquaintances had entered. Wizard Lei Lin. Bethany called out in astonishment, with her Aina and her sister. Wow! That's a gold card from the Goddess of Wealth. Only those with property worth at least 10,000 gold coins can have it. Isadora's eyes were fixed on the gold card in Lei Lin's hand, and countless stars seemed to appear in her eyes. She only regained her senses once Aina pinched her hand. Oh, it's you. Have you entered a college? Lei Lin asked indifferently. We've already registered at Oakleaf. Their tuition is cheap and they have inexpensive student accommodation as well. We've come to buy some materials. Bethany had been similarly shocked by Lei Lin's net worth, but she felt that this level of wealth was appropriate for a mid-ranked wizard. Although she was still a little bitter in her heart of hearts, Bethany still managed to smile. Has Lord Lei Lin joined the city guard? It's all right to just address me as Lei Lin. Lei Lin appeared very amiable and approachable. As for the city guard, I have of course become a patrol wizard. I hope I can still meet you all in the future. Every wizarding college in Silvery Moon had its own assignments, and the compensation for joining the city guard on their patrols was very generous. If the three of them continued to stay here, they would certainly have the chance to meet Lei Lin again. Really? That's amazing. I wonder where Mr. Lei Lin lives. I hope I can come and visit soon. Bethany bit the bullet and decided to seize the opportunity. Visit? Lei Lin looked at the little girl and shook his head. My residence is in the military barracks. I'm afraid that without a pass, you cannot enter. After hearing this, the little girl's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, I'm preparing to buy some property in Silvery Moon City, to begin alchemical experiments and the like. If you agree, we can meet there. I agree. Of course I agree. Bethany immediately shouted, and her face flushed immediately. What I mean is that the three of us are very willing. Establishing a relationship with a mid-ranked wizard was a very good decision, so Aina and her sister both nodded as well. Very well. Purchasing reagents and collecting resources, as well as selling the products afterwards were all tedious tasks. Lei Lin had long prepared to employ a few apprentices to do this. If they were already acquaintances, then it would be even better. Moonwood. A year passed very quickly. North of Silvery Moon, in the enormous Moonwood. Gigantic trees which towered into the clouds hid the moonlight filtering through them. The still pitch-black surroundings filled one with a sense of foreboding. A small squadron with both humans and elves wearing the uniform of Silvery Moon city guards were now pushing their way through Moonwood without rest. It's here. The squadron leader, Olin, parted a thick shrub and saw dark brown blood stains on the ground, with a grave look in her eyes. Lei Lin, she turned and looked at the patrol wizard behind her. Detect evil. Lei Lin was currently clad in his wizard uniform, and looked very dignified and solemn with a mature air about him. *SSS. ***. Black streams of air began to soar, centering on that particular area, before it pointed to somewhere in the distance. Stay vigilant. Olin said in a low voice, and at her call the others gripped their weapons tightly. Even Lei Lin had a very grave expression on his face. It was because this place was the Moonwood. It was a dangerous place filled with creatures who believed in the god of the hunt, Malor. They had formed a powerful tribe called the Black Blood, and hated the civilized life of Silvery Moon City. The guards' skirmishes with the creatures had turned to battles, and they had become the biggest complication apart from an invasion by Sunrise Mountain's Orc Empire. I see you. Olin and the other members followed the spell guide to the entrance of a pitch-black mountain cave. Olin quickly gestured to Lei Lin. With the mutual understanding they developed over a period of time, Lei Lin nodded his head. The surrounding members involuntarily let out a breath of relief, and shortly after Lei Lin pointed towards the middle of the cave. Light. A blindingly white light momentarily illuminated the area, and several crossbows with spellslayer arrow loaded were aimed there. Under the brilliant light, they swept through the cave with a single glance. However, there was not a soul in sight apart from some ragged clothes and a human skeleton on the floor. The clothes were severely damaged, and the style could be vaguely related to a city guard uniform. Several scraps were even found covered in mottled bloodstains which had turned dark brown. Kel Rosa. This is the missing bowman. Olin took out an emblem from the rags of clothes bearing the name, and although Lei Lin thought it looked like a dog tag, he pensively muttered, this arrangement, is that the ritual of the god of the hunt. Those wretched were creatures. The god of the hunt, Malor, was one whose name many were too scared to mention. Although he was a weaker god, he very much enjoyed slaughter. His believers were a bunch of savage were creatures. They were different from orcs in that were creatures only retained part of their beastly characteristics, and they had some unknown hereditary disease. From Leyland's view, they looked like the symptoms of genetic instability. It was rumored that these were creatures came from the laboratories of a wizard, and Leyland was in favor of this opinion. The suffering that the were creatures went through made their minds more prejudiced, and they were filled with hatred towards other living beings. As a result, they enjoyed slaughter, and they just so happened to hold the same view as the god of the hunt. There was a chance that captured orcs could become slaves, but as for were creatures, this was just a dream. Moonwood was the gathering place for the were creatures, and they occupied the entire north of it. Black blood was large enough to threaten Silvery Moon. The ruler of Silvery Moon City, Lady Hope, due to her kind heart and other considerations, had once actively sent out bowmen in the hope of improving the lives of those residents of Moonwood, but they had frequently been attacked. This Kel had been one of the unfortunate ones. Kel Rosa was a loyal, brave ranger. The suffering of the world can no longer tarnish your soul, may you go in peace to the kingdom of God, Olin prayed. Other than being a powerful ranger, she was also a cleric. As Olin prayed, Leyland and the other squadron members lowered their heads one after the other in tribute. It was at this moment that Leyland's eyes suddenly widened. Someone's there. The thief in their squadron was the second one to notice, and a dagger immediately flew into the shadows. A dull whining sound came from the shadows like a wild animal's growl, and the nearby tree leaves began to tremble. It's a were creature. An armored fighter went over to brush away what was obscuring the were creature, and only saw a bloodstain. Still, the beast fur nearby was very conspicuous. Those were creatures had innately inherited some unknown disease, but at the same time they possessed tremendous life force and other strange abilities. It was rumored they'd been created by a legend. Our task was to search for them, not to kill. The were creature must have gone to find its comrades, we must all leave for the time being. Olin held her elven rapier at her waist, but finally they left without a choice. Playing hide and seek with the were creatures in the Moonwood was something only an insane person would do. They were very good hunters, and with the advantage of being in their home ground, unless the entire main force came with high-ranked wizards as well as legends to clear the path, they could push through the Moonwood. Although Olin and the others retreated very quickly, the were creatures were soon about to overtake them. The roars of wild animals came from all around them, and all the damned were creatures hid in the shadows of the trees. All the squadron members had unsightly expressions on their faces. Damn! Leyland. Olin took off the longbow on her back and notched an arrow with a grey eagle feather to it. Enchant weapon. Leyland and Olin had worked together many times, and they had established a deep rapport. A burst of magic spread across the arrowhead. Elves were excellent at archery, and Olin was a ranger. The minute she let go of the bowstring, a muffled grunt could be heard in the darkness and an enormous shadow fell from the branch. While a common arrow naturally would not penetrate the defenses of a were creature, a magic arrow would have no problems doing so. Enchant weapon. Force field. Bull's strength. With Leyland's tireless actions, many of the squadron members glowed with the light of amplification spells. Well done. Olin praised him. In reality, she had always been afraid that this new colleague would be haughty and arrogant because of his status as a genius wizard, and would not listen to her command. However, Leyland's performance clearly exceeded her expectations. Not only did he obediently obey orders, he even fit in very well with the other squadron members, he really did not seem like a wizard at all. Perhaps after we return, Leyland's title should be changed. With Leyland's qualifications and contributions, he might be promoted this month, Olin thought to herself, but afterwards pushed the matter to the back of her mind. No matter how much she thought about it, they had to make it out alive before they had the privilege of enjoying promotions. Kill them. A jarring sound of metal scraping against metal came from the darkness, and the surrounding were creatures seemed to go mad as they charged towards Leyland. Follow me, we need to break out of this. Olin gritted her teeth, and the bow and arrow in her grasp shot out arrow after arrow. Once done, she tossed the bow away and replaced it with a slender rapier that had been hanging at her waist. As a patrol wizard, Leyland was protected at the center of their formation, and did not suffer any injuries. In battle, a wizard's spell slots should be used to serve their comrades. However, a wizard's spell slots are limited, and so they must leave their own safety in the hands of their teammates. In this situation, unless they were good friends who would give their lives in return, it would be almost impossible for them to remain on good terms with one another. I'm almost out of spell slots. He shouted gravely, but in reality he was lying. Whether it was spiritual force which would allow him to directly use the first few ranks of spells or the ring of wizardry, Lei Lin still retained a great deal of power. However, he had to keep it a secret. How many spell slots do you have remaining? Olin looked at Lei Lin anxiously. At the moment, she did not have the time to even wipe the traces of blood off her face. She no longer had the grace and elegance of an elf. Without the support of spells, they basically could not break through the siege of these war-creatures. I still have Cloud Kill, and I only have rank 1 and rank 0 cantrips left, Lei Lin replied with a solemn expression on his face. In this forest, I don't have the ability to meditate and recover. Damn! Everyone, immediately break through the siege and run for your lives. Whoever can make it out will make it. Lei Lin, follow me and immediately cast your spells once most of the others have left. Olin had another cleric in her squadron. Jinx's palm lit up radiantly with a divine spell. Although Olin's rank as a cleric was very low, the divine spells of a cleric did not require spiritual force and mana. One only needed to pray every day to obtain divine spell slots, and it could be considered very convenient. After several healing spells, the other fighters all seemed to have recovered their vitality one after the other. Even the small wounds they had accrued on their bodies seemed to have been restored. With this power, Olin and the others finally broke through the tight encirclement. Now! Olin roared. Cloud Kill. Lei Lin pointed behind his back, and the terrifying Cloud Kill dispersed, engulfing all the war-creatures within it. Let's go! The other fortunate people began to summon up their courage one after the other in the hope of making it out alive, and followed behind Olin. We've finally made it out. Olin looked at the scattered squadron members behind her back with an expression of hatred. Those damned war-creatures, they've been acting up more and more frequently these days. Lei Lin, our escape is all thanks to you. Your spells were fully put to use and very precise, and I will include this in the report. Olin looked at the distant silhouette of Moonwood with a heavy expression in her eyes. Once she turned away from it however, her expression had changed completely. Now, let's go home. Life in Silvery Moon. Even the ordinary soldiers feel the looming shadow of war. Lei Lin nodded expressionlessly as he reflected on the issue in his mind. He didn't remain in the barracks upon their return, instead returning to the property he'd bought. I'm done with yet another mission. The contribution points I earned should be enough for me to buy that information, right? The database for wizards in Silvery Moon could not be accessed purely with money. There were specific requirements to get things, and high-grade information on spells required contribution points to access. This was part of why Lei Lin had entered the city guard. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at his stats. Lei Lin Fallen. Age, 20. Race, human, rank 12 wizard. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Spiritual force, 12. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots, rank 5, 3, rank 4, 5, rank 3, 7, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Silvery Moon City was truly the birthplace of wizards in the Northern Lands. With ample resources and research material, Lei Lin was able to move up a rank just by diligently working towards it. With more information, the progress on analysis of the weave had also advanced at lightning speed. Analysis of level 3 of the weave has already progressed to 99.99%. There's just a little left, Lei Lin sighed as he entered the workroom. Good morning, Mr. Lei Lin. 3 wizard apprentices jumped up just like startled rabbits. Bethany looked a little flushed, and the sisters behind her were obviously trying to clean up the messy lab table. Welcome home, sir. Bethany spoke in the end, having gathered her courage. A year of study had taught them how difficult it was to cross rank 10, which meant that this young noble in front of them had a lot of talent and status in the wizarding world. Lei Lin nodded sternly. I hired you at the price of 10 gold kronas per month, you also have permission to use my workroom. You don't have to feel embarrassed. While helping with Lei Lin's work, these girls had also been attempting to train their alchemy. It was a pity that without guidance from their mentor, it was difficult for them to improve by a large extent even if they had an alchemy lab. Oh. Just as Lei Lin's voice sounded, Isadora cheered. I knew Mr. Lei Lin wasn't a stingy person. So, that's how you thought of me in the past. Lei Lin rubbed his nose, scaring Aina into dragging her sister to apologize with her. There were countless apprentices in Silvery Moon City, and their chances of finding such a good job were meager. If not for their coincidental meeting with Lei Lin, the three of them wouldn't even have been able to get this position. Hence, Aina treasured her current job. Forget it. I was just joking. Even if it was what he had said only in passing, the beautiful apprentices in front of him were already cowering in fear. Such was the power of a high status. This power originated from Lei Lin himself, and nobody could snatch it away from him. Lei Lin waved his hand with waning interest, approaching the sales counter on one side and opening its magic lock. How have the sales of magic items been lately? Lei Lin took out a black boxing glove from the locked counter. The dark hide on the surface had a chilly glint to it, and looked to conceal some sort of strength. Under the guard was an incomplete magic formation. A few parts of the circuit were obviously broken off. The 2 items we asked Hawk's Bazaar to sell have already gone on the market. We have received a total of 8,000 gold coins. Based on the contract, they will receive 10% of the profits, and the funds have been remitted to your account at the Goddess of Wealth's church, able to be withdrawn at any time. Also, a few other magic item shops and auctions have contacted me, saying they wish to obtain your masterpieces, Beseni reported normally. Lei Lin was a grandmaster alchemist in his previous life. Once he made sense of the rules of alchemy in this world and got a hold of permanency, his magic items were rather good. Beseni was definitely envious of Lei Lin given that the items he made randomly sold for thousands of gold coins. It was a pity that she was only qualified to take care of the sales records and statistics. Whether it was delivering magic items or transferring money, this was something Lei Lin personally took care of with the clients. There was no way for her to interfere. Tempted by greed, humans could abruptly gain terrifying strength and not even twitch in the face of death. Knowing this well, Lei Lin obviously would not give her the chance to betray him. It looks like Beseni is rather skilled at this type of work. There's some value in nurturing her, Lei Lin thought to himself, placing the boxing glove on the table while putting on a device over his eyes which was similar to a magnifying glass. A fine powder mixed with mithril floated down softly from Lei Lin's fingertips. It emitting a shiny silver luster in the ink bottle it landed in, after which Lei Lin used a fountain pen and dabbed at the ink before beginning to draw on the magic formation. Beseni and the sisters immediately held their breaths, watching his actions closely. Alchemy masters all had their unique techniques. Even in Silvery Moon, it was rare for people to let others watch without reservations. The other alchemy apprentices would go crazy over this if they found out. His movements as fluid as water, Lei Lin quickly finished drawing the last magic formation. A radiance then appeared on his hands. With the incantation done and energy provided, the magic formation began to radiate energy that enveloped the glove. Now, Lei Lin's eyes shone, and he unhesitatingly cast a rank 5 spell. The gorgeous, powerful luster of permanency caused the girls to look intoxicated. With it, the rays from the magic formation grew in strength, and then began to be hidden within the guard. Beep. Glove of Strength successfully created. A prompt sounded from the AI chip, followed by the item stats. Item name, Glove of Strength. Weight, 525 g. Materials used, giant skin, limestone, mithril. Effects, able to increase user's strength by 1 point, limited to those under 10 points. Description, this is a glove filled with strength, the love of all warriors and knights. The maker used a unique technique in creating it, giving this guard even more power. Not bad. An item of this rank was something Beseni and the rest could not even hope for. For Lei Lin, however, was merely something to practice his skills on. After soaking the fist guard in a solution from a glass bottle, he proceeded with the last adaptability procedures. Lei Lin then spoke to Aina, tell the people in the shop to come over and get the goods. Understood, Mr. Aina bowed respectfully and left the room. How is it? Did you understand? Lei Lin glanced at Beseni, a teasing look in his eyes. As for Isadora, he completely ignored her. No. Sire's techniques are even more profound than those of the Elven Masters, Beseni unknowingly used honorifics. She obviously wanted to become Lei Lin's official student, but it seemed like he had no intentions of taking her on whatsoever. Alchemy needs to be learned systematically. It's natural you can't understand it for now, Lei Lin looked at Beseni, seeing her thirst and determination towards magic. Out of the 3, perhaps only she would be able to succeed. In that case, are you willing to give up your pay every month and work for 3 hourglasses more every day? This will be in exchange for half an hourglass worth of time every week being mentored on alchemy, Lei Lin asked. Passing on knowledge in exchange for manual labor was common amongst high-grade wizards. There were even cases of female wizards giving up their bodies in exchange for tutoring. I am. Of course I am. Bethany immediately grew so ecstatic that she kept repeating her words. With her background, truly studying alchemy was but a dream. Besides Lei Lin, no master would be willing to take her in as an apprentice. Good. Come to my room after you get off work. Lei Lin nodded and headed out of the shop. He could not keep staying here to create more magic items. Since Bethany had interest and talent in this area, there was nothing bad about teaching her. Congratulations, Bethany. Behind him, Isadora's congratulations and Bethany's tearful delight sounded out. A ruminating smile was left on Lei Lin's lips. Things that belonged to a devil were not so easily obtained. At the heart of Silvery Moon, in the Wizards' Guild next to the palace. After passing through a series of stringent tests, Lei Lin came outside the Wizard's vault. The Tower Genie's robotic voice sounded, "Welcome, Lord Lei Lin Fallen. As a middle-ranked wizard with the army, you can view the content at the first 3 levels. Level 4 and above can be accessed through contribution points." The Wizard's Vault was a small library, and inside a few old wizards were reading. Lei Lin did not bother them as he found a book he was in the middle of. He began to read, exploring the 6th level of the weave. The AI chip continued to work, recording everything he saw. Farewell. Tower Genie, I wish to exchange contribution points for a brief introduction to the 4 great elements, as well as Gandalf's Exploring the Cosmic World. When it was time to leave, Lei Lin spoke to the managing genie of the Wizard's Vault. Lord Lei Lin, you now have a total of 580 contribution points. Exchanging for these 2 magic resources will require 80 contribution points. Continue, the Tower Genie asked. Yes. Lei Lin touched the emblem on his chest. With some secret probes, he could sense that the Tower Genie was communicating with the information in his emblem and refreshing it. Soon, it deducted the correct number of contribution points. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk 2 earthen statues walked over, holding crystal balls with information inside them. The Tower Genie's voice sounded again. Please note, the information is only meant for the wizard to use alone. It must not be shown to outsiders, or you will be punished by the enforcers of the palace. Lei Lin already knew about this rule, and he shrugged his shoulders, taking the 2 crystal balls and walking out of the guild. Regular wizards can only read the information on the first 2 levels, and there are even some restrictions on that. My permissions are already the highest that all foreigners can get, Lei Lin sighed inside. Whatever it was, he was still a foreigner who had enlisted for less than a year, and was only a middle-ranked wizard. While he had a little bit of a reputation as a genius, he was nothing before he had fully grown into his power. All the research and procedures that are free to read in the Wizard's Vault has been stored in the AI chip. I need to spend contribution points for the rest. Short of becoming a legend, he couldn't access the vault free of charge. He could only use his accumulated contribution points to slowly get the information on the disciplines he wanted. Were there no war, it would have been delusional to completely obtain all the information he wanted with his current means. However, things were different now. Lei Lin's eyes glinted icily, soon. The shadow of war will soon be upon us. The advent of war was no secret. Intelligent people like Lei Lin could tell this was about to happen years ago, and now even the junior-most officers like Olin had found out. The most obvious evidence of this was the obvious decrease in the number of wizard apprentices and official wizards coming to Silvery Moon. The crowd on the streets had even thinned out. The city guards had been mobilized more often recently, and they were even openly recruiting. Of course, those who joined now would not have the great treatment that Lei Lin had gotten. With his own foresight and the advantage from his information, Lei Lin had made the most of this final chance to enlist. Now, if he was lucky, he could be recruited into the middle ranks. However, this was obviously not what Lei Lin needed. What did that mean to him? What he needed was to have achievements. By unceasingly getting more contribution points and spreading his fame, he could soar straight to the inner circle of Silvery Moon City. His actions would definitely be hindered by those stubborn conservative members, which was why it was necessary to walk the less trodden path. Tiff is doing well right now. He's gathered some power that I can make use of, Lei Lin continued to scheme. Oh my! Isn't this our genius foreigner from the south, mid-ranked wizard Lei Lin? This peculiar voice and the sarcasm in mentioning Lei Lin's title made him immediately aware of who it was. Commander Cass Lei. He inwardly rolled his eyes, but on the surface Lei Lin still straightened his chest and saluted. I heard that you did well this time and saved Allen and the others from a group of war creatures. Not bad. Standing in front of him was a young officer. His ears were slightly pointed and he had fair skin from his elven heritage. His appearance concealed his true age. He was a true high-ranked wizard. On top of that, he was also a higher-up amongst the city guards, and Lei Lin had to treat him with respect. He obviously knew that the instant he seemed disrespectful, things would be deliberately made difficult for him. Hence, all his actions strictly followed the etiquette in the army with no errors. Seeing Lei Lin's display, Casley had a shady look in his eye and even some restrained fear. I heard that your next mission is a punitive expedition. Work hard. Once we expand the army, it'll be a chance for you youths. Taking the general encouragement, Lei Lin got out of the way and stood by the side of the road. Only after the commander vanished from the Wizards Guild did he continue forward, sighing in relief. Even a world with extraordinary powers was similar to ordinary human societies, with factions and power struggles. Lei Lin's achievements that outstripped his age already left a lot of people unhappy with him. With the quick promotions, his increasing contribution points, and the spread of his name, this discontent had reached the limits. In order to get more opportunities, Lei Lin had taken the initiative and entered Allen's faction, thereby relying on the big shot behind her. There was no other way around it. If he wanted to climb forward, his own strength was far from enough. It was necessary to be backed by other factions. Without anyone backing you, it was only a matter of time before you were eliminated. While he found this beneath him, lacking in strength, Lei Lin could only play by the rules. In that case, was there a faction better than his own immediate superior? By relying on Allen and the power backing her, Lei Lin had been able to survive up to this point. However, this also led to him offending the other factions. The high-ranked wizard Casley, for instance, was obviously from another faction. Lei Lin and Allen had long become eyesores to him. Of course, with Alessandro and the elders around, this competition was still positive. Nobody dared make a move in public. Hence, since Lei Lin had presented himself perfectly, Casley could find no excuse to reprimand him. Looks like he's going to give our team trouble in the next mission, Lei Lin muttered to himself. This degree of treatment was still within the scope of the rules, and his backer must have also done something as well. But he's taking the lead to make things difficult for us and is unafraid of telling me about the dangers of the mission. Does that mean they are absolutely prepared? Lei Lin's expression was grim. This action of his implied a 60 to 70% confidence. Of course, Lei Lin was already used to concealing his strength. A plan based on his surface strength would fail to account for his true might. This alone could lead to Casley losing everything he banked on. It's a good idea to discuss this with Allen as soon as possible, and see if the big shot behind her can help us. Lei Lin had a feeling that this was a confrontation between the two organizations, and his team had coincidentally been involved. The two sides had long since discovered the incoming battle and were now doing all they could to suppress their opponents and gather more strength. That he was pushed to the front of the stage to become the vanguard meant things were now very dangerous. As the bannermen, they would obviously be attacked at full strength. But danger is also an opportunity. Lei Lin laughed grimly to himself, as long as we can get past this, the rewards won't be meager. How else could this be fair? Lei Lin never feared danger. Lei Lin. Hey, hey. I'm here. The young girl's tender voice attracted the interest of many people, causing them to stop and look on. However, the person who had called him out did not seem to be affected in the least, and was even waving her arms. Is she finally here? The feeling from the devil's mark already told Lei Lin the identity of this person. He looked up and came before the female knight. Long time no see. Long time no see, Lei Lin. Raffania was still in a knight's attire, but there were now a few servants guiding the horse. It seemed like she had matured quite a bit in these 2 years, and grown a few centimeters taller. Her powerful and lush thighs immediately stopped passers-by in their tracks. It did not feel good to be ogled at like this, so Lei Lin brought Raffania away. You're a wizard. I knew it, you were bluffing me all this time. Also your name is Lei Lin, not Lei. Raffania exclaimed huffily, her personality still the same as before. That was all a disguise in the past. Having been seen through, Lei Lin didn't even blush. By the way, why are you here? There was a huge distance between the north and the west. Lei Lin had reached Silvery Moon ahead of Raffania, but the fact that she had actually come here still surprised him slightly. I'm traveling around now, and I heard rumors that a war's going to happen here. I came because you were here too. Raphania spoke seriously. As a knight, my dream is to maintain justice and protect the peace of Silvery Moon. I knew it. Leyland massaged his temples. Only foolish girls like Raphania would run to battlefields when there were no benefits. He glanced at the servants behind her, eyes full of pity. With a mistress like this, it must be exhausting. Upon hearing this, the servants behind Raphania nodded vigorously, but when Raphania turned back, their expressions immediately changed, looking indignant. Struggling for a career of righteousness is all I live for. The Miss methods are correct. We support you wholeheartedly. How is it? So many people are supporting my dreams. Silvery Moon City will definitely win this time, and the evil orcs will definitely lose. Raphania proudly raised her head. Yeah. Have you joined the city guard? Leyland asked bluntly. Not yet. I came to meet you once I arrived. Raphania answered truthfully. Good. I'll introduce you to people then. How about joining my team? Leyland suggested. With Olin's authority, taking a new recruit into his team was no issue. Deliberately making things difficult. While Raphania had a screw loose, she was still a real high-ranked knight. A hot-headed idiot like her was still useful in battle, able to take care of things on the front lines. As long as he brought up the path of knights and justice to sway her, this little lady knight would be charged forward like an enraged bull in spite of the dangers ahead. Well then, I'll leave things to you. The female knight casually spoke, making the few servants behind her turn pale. Miss, the master let you come out and travel, not to join the army. You're making it hard for us to answer to the master, the oldest servant summoned up the courage to say. Boom, however, before he could finish his words, the little girl's slender fist struck his right eye directly and he toppled. The power of a high-ranked knight was not something that a mere servant could take on. How shameless. Too shameless. Raphania's entire body trembled. Such a person with no heart for justice whatsoever is my servant. That's an insult to me. How about you? Anyone against it? Raphania's metallic gloves produced sharp sounds, causing the other servants to immediately shake their heads and toss the unlucky guy on the floor aside. There's no problem now. Raphania clapped. You guys, come with me. Leyland had a dark cloud over his head but did not say much in the end as he led the way. In the barracks. Hey, Leyland. There's trouble. Olin's anxious expression did not ease up, and she didn't seem to notice Raphania who was behind him. She looked completely disheartened. What's going on? Is this the mission that Casley messed up further? You know about it already? That bastard mixed blood. If not for his sorcery, it would have been impossible for him to become a high-ranked wizard even in 3 centuries, Olin cursed. Life in the army had caused the elves to lose their original elegance. Skill with sorcery. Bastard mixed blood. Ha. Olin, I never knew you were good at swearing, Leyland chuckled. The AI chip had already told him Casley had both elven and giant dragon blood in him. With 3 bloodlines, he truly was a mixed blood. Giant dragons and elves were both proficient spellcasters, and with their blood Casley had become a high-ranked wizard before he turned 200. That was a classic example of relying on the heavens to succeed. Oh, there's also an outsider here. My apologies. It was only now that Olin saw Raphania behind Leyland. The female knight was astonished by the profanities the elf had spouted. This is Raphania, a high-ranked knight and an old friend of mine. She wishes to join us. Leyland introduced her to Olin, as this was basic courtesy amongst nobles. Raphania, this is Olin. She's not usually like this. A high-ranked knight? Not bad, not bad. Is this the external help you got for this mission? Olin's eyes brightened. No. It's actually just a coincidence. Besides, I don't know the contents of the mission in detail yet. At the mention of proper business, Olin turned grim. It's an extermination mission. They want us to annihilate a camp of war creatures, with at least 5 high-ranked professionals and even possibly Mailer priests. Damn it, it's basically telling us to go on a suicide mission, Olin spoke aggrievedly. How about that elven wizard? Has he managed to get us anything? Leyland was referring to their backer. He seems quite determined now. A team of theirs with powerhouses is also going on a dangerous mission, and the upper house as well as master of the city have approved it. Olin laughed wryly. All that he's obtained for us is a group of new soldiers and some supplementary items. We still have to do the mission though. Never mind the new troops. They aren't that powerful and might affect our rapport. What do you think about roping Rafinha in? Leylin suggested. Olin had the same thoughts as Leylin, and she nodded. That's what I was thinking. As for those stupid new recruits, I know them better than you do. Well then. Are you willing to enter the city guards and join my team, Miss Rafinha? Olin asked seriously. Of course. Spreading justice and punishing evil is the reason I'm traveling around, and my lifelong path as a knight. Rafinha's face seemed to glow. Great. Welcome. From today onwards, you are a comrade that we can rely on. Olin exclaimed seriously. She seemed to have a favorable impression of this female knight whose thoughts were incomparably pure. Rafinha had always been very carefree, and that personality allowed her to integrate into the team quickly. Upon noticing this, Leylin asked for information regarding the mission and headed out of the camp. He walked along the streets aimlessly, suddenly disappearing into a little alley. A layer of dark magic light began to spread around Leylin's body and completely concealed his figure. In a private house nearby, Leylin caught sight of Tiff. Young master. Tiff had now swapped to another face and was wrapped up in a black coat, emitting a strange aura. After seeing Leylin's arrival, he immediately bowed respectfully and set up a powerful isolating barrier. With his strength nearing the legendary realm, nobody would be able to see through it unless the Chosen herself decided to stalk him by intention. Is he already about to break through? As the god that Tiff believed in, Leylin had a great understanding of Tiff's feelings. The energy in Tiff's body had already almost been completely purified, and he was truly only one step away from becoming a legend. Observing the process of someone else becoming a legend was a huge source of enlightenment and motivation for Leylin now. The realm of legends holds true power in the world of gods. It's also the beginning on one's path to godhood, not as easy as purifying one's power. While Tiff was not purely a wizard, there was still much information that Leylin could make use of. Light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and Tiff's stats and aura undulations were accurately copied by the AI chip. How have things been lately? Leylin indifferently asked. I've taken in more followers, though a few organizations have begun to take notice of this. Also, news of the incoming war can no longer be hidden. It's quickly being spread amongst the regular people, and the price of rations and weapons in the black market has been steadily rising, Tiff reported conscientiously. He had initially been a loyal believer of the winged serpent god, Kukulkan. He now treated Leylin as the saint of his god and his substitute, so if his loyalty was quantified it would be at the highest possible value. With Tiff's strength approaching the legendary realm, he was one of Leylin's trump cards. Leylin sent him out to gather strength, ready to make a move at the most opportune moment. He was someone who had been able to do as he pleased for a long time due to his strength. His abilities and schemes were marvelous, and with Leylin's financial help, the plans proceeded smoothly. After reselling some rare and scarce items, he had even earned much wealth. The war has yet to break out, and we still have our most important mission. Once the invasion of the orcs begins, nobody will have time to watch us closely. Leylin rubbed his chin. Perhaps our mighty and benevolent city master will announce something that can coincidentally rid our group of all suspicion. War was comparable to allowing the people to carry arms, and demanding that they bring their own rations and take care of themselves. When the situation was dire, the city master probably would not raise too many objections against these empty promises of titles. Understood, young master, your will is my command. Tiff nodded gravely to show his understanding. Also, there's a large base in the dark forest. Do you remember it? Leylin immediately produced a map used by the military and pointed at the location where the mission was to be carried out. This place, Tiff's brows furrowed, as if he had been put in a difficult position. Such an expression on Tiff's face meant that something was abnormal, and it could even be dangerous. What is it? Leylin immediately asked. This is a war-creature camp on the outskirts. I've had dealings with them before. The people Tiff took in were obviously not good, pure people. They were the elites of the dark world, and war-creatures were included on the list. It was completely normal for him to have had dealings with the Moonwood or even the Black Blood tribe before. How powerful are they? Something that put even a near-legendary being on the spot was naturally not easy to take care of. Even knowing that Caslay would definitely give him the most difficult mission, the difficulty it posed seemed to have surpassed Leylin's expectations. There's a being there that even I feel is dangerous. Also, they have priests of the god of the hunt there. A being that could make Tiff feel danger was at least on the same level as him. On top of that, if this organization had a priest, then they would be at a completely different level than before. If young master must attack this base, please allow me to follow you in secret. Evidently, Tiff was not optimistic at all about Leyland's mission. Alright. Add the more powerful ones you've recruited as well, and have them tail us secretly. Leyland did not try to make things hard for himself. He was merely a rank 12 wizard now, and there was quite a number of people who were more powerful than him in Silvery Moon. However, compared to the great tide of orcs and orc legends, as well as the god backing them, the Black Blood tribe is rather weak, Leyland sighed. Given how difficult this mission was, Leyland would probably rise to the middle ranks of Silvery Moon after it was completed. March. Casley. I'll remember this. Leyland obviously wasn't someone who'd take a blow lying down. Everything Casley had done to him would be returned tenfold, even 100-fold. Wasn't everything possible in times of war? As the cold wind whistled, a small team slowly set out from the gates of Silvery Moon, radiating a solemn atmosphere. Although they know that the journey was perilous, they could not escape their orders. Such was the sorrow of enlisting in the army. Raphania, knights can't be mounted in the Moonwood. There are too many trees and brambles. Olin was still telling Raphania about things she should take note of. Don't worry. My skill is passable. I don't need to work together with a warhorse. Raphania patted her black sharkskin scabbard, looking relaxed. Mounts were usually half the strength of many high-ranked knights, but things were different with Raphania. After her previous experiences, she had deliberately trained herself in this area. She still retained much of her original strength even without a mount. She was on a completely different level when compared with those who could only become heavy-armored fighters once they lost their horses. That's good. Let me introduce you to the main forces of the troops. Olin exclaimed happily while introducing her to the rest of the men. You already know Leyland, our wizard. That is our scout captain, the thief Landshire. Olin pointed towards a slender figure wearing tight-fitting clothing with half his face covered. Then there's the brothers who lead our warriors, Og and Otto. As the defensive forces in the team, Og and Otto had sturdy muscles and carried halberds, claw hammers and other heavy weapons. Behind them were almost 20 elite warriors wearing steel armor like chain mail. They were rank 3 warriors or greater, and could be considered rather strong. Hello. Og and Otto smiled and greeted her. Their expressions were very innocent, a stark contrast to their insanity in battle. And then there's our healer and the beauty of the team, the cleric Jinx. Olin approached a blonde girl. She wore white cleric robes, and sat on a white horse summon. Sister Olin, don't tease me. What do you mean by beauty? Jinx blushed slightly. With her cascading golden hair, she had a calm aura. We used to be a team of 50, but due to a bitter fight, tens of our men died. We haven't had the time to replace them. Olin brought Raphania to take a look at the team, looking desolate and regretful. Even she did not dare bring in new friends when they were about to carry out a dangerous mission, not to mention that there could be spies in their midst. Raphania, you're a knight. As usual, you will be assigned 2 servants and 4 grooms. Every month, you'll receive an extra salary for them. Don't hesitate to report your name. Olin waved her hand generously. I only have 4 servants. Sister Olin, just do what you need to, Raphania answered without care. With her background, she naturally did not think much of the allowance from the army. However, for many commoner knights, this was great wealth. In order to get more gold coins, commoner knights did not mind reducing the number of servants and grooms while still earning the same amount. Leyland could not help but sigh. Embezzling money by adding non-existent servants to the payroll was a common situation everywhere, it seemed. It didn't need to be specially taught. Alright then. We'll treat it as 2 servants and 2 grooms. Olin watched Raphania attentively, but discovered she was not acting strangely. She could not help but shake her head, feeling ashamed of her thoughts. Oh look, are those goblins? Raphania's mind was obviously not on this matter, and her attention was already on something else. There were a few green-skinned creatures in the wilderness, looking exactly the same as the goblins Leyland had seen before. They were staring at the group greedily but did not dare charge forward, seemingly timid and afraid. Yes. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare attack fully armed human troops, Olin exclaimed, and then watched speechlessly as Raphania urged her horse to go forth. She then looked towards Leyland, who shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Alright, I finally understand why you had such a reluctant expression when introducing Raphania to me. Olin urged her horse to Leyland's side and rolled her eyes. Though the journey was more fun with the Lady Knight Raphania, they were now increasingly closer to the Moonwood. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly solemn. Night came, and tens of tents were erected in the army camp. Heaps of bonfires were ignited in an orderly manner, with simple army rations cooking above them. Lei Lin had opened a can and poured solid fish floss into the boiling soup. It's fish floss. I often ate this while traveling in the south. Raffania, who was seated beside Lei Lin, twitched her nose. Is that so? Lei Lin smiled slightly, not revealing that he was the master of the supply chain. Due to the location and matured supply chain, the Church of Wealth hadn't left the fallen family alone in its work. They'd invested in them to gain most of the ownership rights to the fish floss. With the support from their tremendous wealth and network, sales of fish floss had extended to the north in a few years. It had even become the required army rations in Silvery Moon, which made him feel rather honored. While imitations had begun to appear in the market, the quantity, scale and techniques could not compare with the Shrine of Wealth. Hence, the profits would be maintained for a long time. Lei Lin received these updates as the family sent him money every year. Although he was improving himself, Lei Lin hadn't relinquished control of his family and other organizations. Becoming a legend, or even a high-ranked wizard would be enough for him to do as he pleased in the world of gods, but his goal wasn't just personal improvement. He wanted to become a god, and personal strength wasn't enough for that. Even the great gods who were high above needed support from followers. Actually, the rules to become a god in the world of gods aren't that strict. With Lei Lin's foresight, he could obviously see through many things. If I become a new god, it will be easier to get support from the World Origin Force. 1,000 pious believers are enough to support the birth of a new god. It's the old ones facing more trouble. They need to expand about tenfold, and can easily become enemies to other gods with similar roles. Lei Lin's eyes glinted. Of course, there's an easier way to become a god, through luck. If I manage to obtain divine power crystals as well as the godhood of a fallen god, it would be easy to become one. But even after becoming one that way, I would still be immortal. Resurrecting as a god will not be a certainty. Lei Lin actually thought little of these gods that had gotten lucky. Comprehension of the powers of laws could not be completed in a day. Even high-ranked legends may not be able to fully comprehend the power of laws, much less those who had once been regular people. It was like using a child's strength to brandish a huge hammer. The result would be obvious. Of course, Lei Lin was different. His main body had the experiences of a near rank 7 Magus and assistance from the AI chip. If he ascended to godhood with weak divine power, it was still possible for him to embrace and support it. It's a pity. Something as good the heavens granting divinity no longer exists. The gods will never be forgotten. Even if they die from unnatural causes, godhoods and divine weapons will still land in the hands of the gods that killed them. It can't be given to others. Comprehension of another law like this will only pollute my path. Lei Lin looked incomparably grim. He was still a warlock at heart, and followed the path of magi. Rank 7 magi needed to completely grasp the power of one law, and rank 8 magi needed to comprehend multiple laws. Only by finding their own path and smelting the power of laws into oneself would a person find themselves at the peak of rank 8, peering into the realm of rank 9. With a rough idea of the path, Lei Lin wasn't willing to mix in more laws. Unless it's a law of divinity that I need, even should a godhood with powerful divine power dangle before my eyes, I won't pay it any mind. Lei Lin gave a deep sigh. Heh, what are you thinking about? His expression naturally aroused the interest of Raffania beside him. I'm wondering when this fish soup will be done. Lei Lin shook his head. If he were to tell the female knight beside him that he was considering becoming a god, she would definitely think he was a lunatic. Someone who wasn't even a rank 15 high-ranked wizard dared say that he wanted to become a god. Even those legends did not have the guts to do so. I'm almost there. Raffania breathed in deeply. She obviously had more experience from before, and seemed to have some culinary skills. My apologies for bothering the two of you. Jinx came over at this moment, her pure white robes gliding across the grass. She radiated a sense of exceptional beauty. Captain Allen told me to notify all officers who are squadron leaders or higher to come to the central tent immediately. Spy. The flame of a thick wax candle flickered within the tent, illuminating the area brightly. Lei Lin, Raffania, and the other team leaders formed a circle with Allen in the captain's seat. The map of the Moonwood was hung on one side of the tent. This mission is going to be quite difficult. Do any of you have viable plans? Allen furrowed her slender brows, but the responses disappointed her. Lei Lin, what do you think? She looked over to Lei Lin expectantly. As an army wizard, he held a remarkably high position. Besides, he had already proven his ability before, he was second only to herself in the team. There have been no further intelligence reports. I only know their rough position and the presence of high-ranked war creatures within their team. In this situation, we can only reinforce our security and wait for the right opportunity to grab them by the throat. Although what Lei Lin said made sense, it wasn't enough to satisfy her. Olin knitted her brows once again. Lei Lin naturally understood her worries, he did indeed have a plan. However, it required Tiff and the devil worshippers, so he naturally couldn't tell Olin and the team. She looked around the room disheartenedly, before waving her hand to dismiss them. Well, all right then. I'm sorry to have interrupted your dinner, let us end the meeting here. Despair was evident in her face. Don't worry, Sister Olin. Justice always prevails, those damned war creatures will not win against us. At this point, the only one left who was full of confidence was of course the young female knight. Ultimately, this was still a world led by physical strength. Raphania only attended the meeting because she was a high-ranked knight, it afforded her a position equivalent to a military officer who was a low-ranked captain. I trust you. Olin smiled helplessly, unable to find the strength to respond to Raphania in any other way. Lei Lin. Why did Olin look so dejected towards the end? Raphania wasn't able to contain her curiosity after leaving the tent. Is the mission too challenging? No idea. Lei Lin shook his head, and realized that the girl hadn't been changed at all by prior experience. The fish broth is done, miss. Raphania's servant brought up 2 bowls of fish broth and the staple white bread, not forgetting the wild berries they picked along the way. Woo! Raphania cheered and began digging in. Lei Lin laughed mindlessly at Raphania and tore his bread unhurriedly before dipping it into the broth and sending it into his mouth. He only called out to her as they were about to part, Raphania. Yeah. What's the matter? There were still leftover crumbs on the side of her lips, and she resembled a gluttonous little kitten. Nothing, I just have a premonition that tonight won't be peaceful. Keep your weapons close. Lei Lin notified her. After going their separate ways, Lei Lin looked around to make sure no one had their eyes on him before sneaking into Olin's tent. The silver moonlight was exceptionally dull this night, broken only by a few lone storm clouds that passed the region every once in a while. The winds howled and temperatures dipped, and everyone else but from the patrolling soldiers had long ducked into their respective tents. Only the unfortunate soldiers on night duty were left to fend for themselves as they cursed at their luck. Out of nowhere, a thick dark cloud floated across and swallowed the moon whole. The moonlight disappeared completely in the span of a second, and the only remaining light was from the handful of bonfires around. The guards' line of sight grew hazy and they could only see things within 5 meters even if they sat by the bonfires. What a dark night. And such dense fog. A patrol soldier grumbled. Come on. I've seen even scarier fogs in the endless wilderness, to the extent that you can't see your fingers even when you've stretched your hand out. Another patrol soldier replied with disdain. Well, you're right. The younger soldier nodded his head, but then he tightened his grip on his weapon. Who's there? A shadow approached them in the fog. It's me, it spoke with a familiar voice. Oh, it's the captain. Ma'am. The patrol soldier saluted immediately. However, in the instant they bowed, a few slashes flashed coldly in the night. Fear and confusion brimmed their eyes as they tightly pressed their hands to their necks for dear life, blood seeping through the fingers. The collapse of both their bodies attracted no unwanted attention. The hazy shadow seemed to let out a sigh of relief before arriving in front of another tent. Who's there? Lei Lin asked from within the tent. It's me, Landshire. The shadow sounded calm. I see, is there anything? Hold on, I'll deactivate the alarm. The tent lit up for a brief moment and Lei Lin lifted the entrance open with confusion written all over his face. Come in. Walking into the tent, the bright light carved out the figure of the shadow. She was slender, as thin as a thread, and wore a mask that covered half of her face. It was the scout of the team, Landshire. It must be urgent for you to visit at such an unearthly hour. Having shed his wizard robes and wearing only a plain white shirt that revealed his firm chest, Lei Lin exuded masculinity. Well. I have an idea with regards to the mission. Landshire's voice was rather strange. Idea? Why didn't you bring it up during the afternoon meeting? Was something preventing you from mentioning it? Lei Lin's expression turned dark and he took a step closer to her. Actually, Landshire lowered her voice causing Lei Lin to move closer towards her in an attempt to catch what she said. Something unexpected happened at that moment. A bright silver dagger appeared in Lanshire's hand out of nowhere as she mercilessly slashed at Leyland's throat, the moment he was completely defenseless. Given that she was a high-ranked assassin, there was only one way for this to end. Leyland would die. Pew. The dagger cut into Leyland's throat without difficulty, but the situation was different from what Landshire had expected. Instead of having blood splatter all over, Leyland's body turned into a huge soap bubble, burst in front of her and left nothing but a strong gale in its wake. This must be high-grade illusion. All color drained from Landshire's face upon realizing that the Leyland she had just encountered was just a fake. She fled from his tent. But things did not go well for her as she walked out into a group of people surrounding her. The real Leyland was wearing his robes neatly and was already aiming his staff at her, with a fully armored Raffania by his side. And in the midst of them all, Olin looked at Landshire in disbelief and, of course, disappointment. Landshire. I can't believe it's you. We've already been friends for more than 50 years, and you still couldn't resist the temptation of having power. Olin looked sorrowful. Friendship? Really? Landshire removed her mask to reveal a youthful face, but the remnants of a scar were still evident on her left cheek. It was like a flaw on a piece of art, completely destroying her beauty and rendering her rather ugly. In a world of divine powers, scars like these would be easily healed. But the people who had gifted her this scar back then left a destructive power in the wound that deterred the healing abilities of any divine powers. Since that night, I've never been the same. Landshire laughed coldly before putting her mask back on with hatred-filled eyes. I see, you've never been able to let it go, Olin said in a sorrowful voice. Who are you working for exactly? The Work Creatures? Or another faction? Leyland couldn't care less about emotional entanglements like these. He stood out from the crowd and sent orders to surround Landshire completely. Anyone who fought him was an enemy, and if they could not be roped in then he could only kill them. This was the code of law in the world of gods. Kneel and confess all your sins. This is your last chance of survival. Leyland stated fiercely, but he knew a surrender from Landshire was almost impossible. She was a particularly determined avenger with a strong will. People like her could even drag others to hell with them just for revenge. Leyland was familiar with unmoving fellows like these, thus he sent the command just as Landshire smiled, kill. Magic and vindication clashed in the blink of an eye. Landshire was just a high-ranked assassin, and though she could certainly bring much trouble to Leyland and his team if things were done in the dark, an open face-off like this was obviously not a strength of hers. Having cast slow and with Raffania's help, Leyland brought Landshire down in no time. She was stabbed in the abdomen by 2 enormous steel swords, and hot blood trickled from her wounds. Cripple her of all fighting ability. Jinx, treat her. She was Olin's friend, after all, Leyland still had some sense in him. Ha! I'd rather die than receive treatment from you. And do you think this is over? Landshire's mask had fallen off long ago in the middle of the fight. Blood trickled from the corners of her lips, and she looked even scarier than before with her menacing appearance. What? Olin's expression didn't look too good. Captain. Just then, Og, who had originally been in charge of planting traps and exterior defenses, was carried in by the others, and it was clear he had suffered an attack. It's the Work Creatures. Their abilities are beyond what we've imagined. Ambush. The roars and howling of beasts filled the vicinity, putting everyone on edge. Landshire laughed hysterically, ha! All of you will die with me. You can never beat those Work Creatures. Every one of you will be torn apart and then swallowed. Your souls will be caged in the depths of hell. After spitting out her malicious curse, Landshire's face flushed and fresh blood spurted out from her mouth. Her aura completely disappeared as she died. Ignore her. Listen to me, engage defensive formation. Seeing that Olin wasn't in a good condition, Leyland took over command. It was only now that he found out what exactly had happened directly from Og, and began to organize the troops. In reality, everything that happened tonight was within Leyland's plan. Firstly, he found Olin and told her that they may have a spy within their ranks to win her support, which allowed him to plant the trap. And to make things easy for the possible attack, the brothers, Og and Otto, were sent out to be on standby. There were high-ranked Work Creatures, so many of them, I can't be sure of the exact number, but my brother tried to protect me, he tried to protect me and dash. Og's eyes swelled red with tears and his facial muscles began to twitch. Heal. A spell flew forth from Jinx's hands, and swiftly cured most of Og's severe wounds. I'm gonna kill those damned beast bastards. He stood up and grabbed his enormous claw hammer without waiting for his wounds to recover completely. Were you the only one who managed to escape in the close combat team? It looks like I underestimated our enemies this time round. Lei Lin looked slightly ashamed, but a light flashed deep within in his eyes. Whether it was done intentionally or not, the capture and exposure of Lanshire's identity as a spy and her death had dealt a huge blow to Olin. Moreover, the troops led by Og and Otto were now left with casualties, and Otto had even died. Silvery Moon City would have to compensate Otto's family for that later on. Jinx was a priest and under heavy restriction, while Rafinha was a new member and did not have enough experience. The event seemed to have cleared quite a number of obstacles for him, but Lei Lin would never admit to that. He would probably say that it was a coincidence. By then, the war creatures were already directly outside the campsite, their mountainous shadows and the screams of the guards causing horror to tinge the atmosphere. Everyone stay close, we're in trouble. An eternal flame spell lit up Leyland's palm, and he managed to repel a large amount of the fog. As the soldiers gathered together, he managed to see the war creatures more clearly. This was a humongous group with at least 200 of the monsters among them, 6 of which had exceptionally strong physiques and savage auras. High-ranked war creatures, and there's 6 of them. Even the perturbed Olin was now anxious. The weir creatures' strength had greatly surpassed their expectations. If they were at all careless, their troop would be completely wiped out. Suppressing her emotions, Olin returned to her cool-headed self and sent out commands, defensive formation number 2. How could she not have realized that Landshire had conspired with the war creatures to kill everyone here? Landshire, my friend. I'm sorry. Olin muttered to herself and drew out her elven sword, the shaft decorated in plant motifs. Its luster suggested that it was an enchanted item. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk giant footsteps sounded out, and several giants that were at least 10 meters tall emerged from the fog. They were like walking hills clothed in coppery skin. Giants. These were creatures managed to tame giants. Olin's hand trembled ever so slightly as she watched these human-like but also bizarre creatures, and some soldiers even yelped in despair. Giants? Those extraordinary creatures from the north. Leyland massaged his temples in distress as data of the creatures was presented to him. Name unknown. Race, giant. Strength, 15. Agility, 6, Vitality, 13. Spirit, 2, Feats, 1, Strong 2. Regeneration 3. Armored skin. Description, a unique creature that only exists in the north. Cruel and fierce in temperament, unintelligent, easily tamed by other barbaric tribes. Looking at this strength, they're most certainly connected to the Black Blood tribe. They might even be a branch. Casley obviously wanted us to die. Olin laughed bitterly. Prepare to break through. We can only evacuate as many as we can. She now seemed to have lost heart. Elf from Silvery Moon City, and other humans. A shadow walked out from the group of war creatures. He was 2 meters tall, and had an appearance similar to that of a human. The difference was that he had unusual beastly patterns all over his face, and certain body parts of a beast. He choked in disgust after sniffing in the direction of Leylin and the rest. Damn Silvery Moon City. That is a place of evil, it should be wiped clean. As followers of Mailer, the war creatures were naturally hostile towards the civilized beings of Silvery Moon City and hated all who dwelled within it. The city guards were undoubtedly their first target. All of you will die here today. You are all too worthless to even be sacrificed to my lord. The war creatures growled, and more petrifying shadows headed towards them. War creatures had robust physiques and a staggering jumping ability. The temporary barriers by the side of the campsite posed no deterrence to them. Roar, the giants grunted, and every step they took was like a miniature earthquake, flipping tents and crushing soldiers under their feet. Damn it! Leylin, protect me. The elegance of an elf was long forgotten to Olin as her eyes were red with anxiety and she pulled the elven bow from her back. Greater magic weapon. Leyland's expression became heavy as the luster of a high-grade spell burst forth from his hand. Phew, silver arrows went off like shooting stars, the spell-filled arrowheads hitting the giants right in their eyes, their weakest points. The giants' defenses still couldn't match high-grade spells, and this was aimed at their eyes. The giants roared as their eyes cracked apart in a soft explosion, copious amount of shimmering liquid and blood dripping everywhere. One pressed a palm against his injured eye as he went berserk, charging towards Olin. Grease. Spell rays enveloped the giants as Leylin took advantage of this moment. He wouldn't be himself if he let go of the chance to target the giant's weakness. Bang! Magnificent lights shot out of his hands like fireworks, and the group of giants immediately went berserk. Even the were-creatures were unable to calm them down. Everything was in a frenzy as they roared wildly and attacked everything in their vicinity, including a handful were-creatures who were shredded into pieces. It's a high-grade spell attack. Get rid of that darned wizard, I'll dispel it. A were-creature clad in a priest robe stood out in the chaos. He, too, had strange decorative motifs and paint on his face. Kill. Allen made use of this chance and charged forwards with Rafinha and the rest. The only way they could survive under a situation like this was to go all in. The soldiers were well aware of this too as they plucked up their remaining courage, following Allen's lead and charging ahead. Roar! The clash of the two opposing sides created a fierce orchestra of howls and clangs of steel meeting steel. And yet everything was in vain. Allen's numbers started to dwindle, and they could not win no matter how great their fighting spirit was. The were-creatures were just too many. Go to hell. Having been enhanced by magic, the sword in Allen's hand was brighter than ever. It could easily pierce through the defenses of the were-creatures and cause unimaginable damage to their internal organs. With it, Allen severed the heads of 3 were-creatures in a flash and attracted the attention of their companion, a high-ranked were-creature. I admit you're strong. But too bad, you're still going to hell. The were-creature priest suddenly towered over Allen like a huge and tenacious mountain which she could not scale. I'm your opponent. Leyland had already cast Fly, and was blocking the priest from saving his companions. Mid-ranked wizard, you're not worthy to become a sacrifice. The were-creature said in pity, and looked into Leyland's bloodlust-filled eyes as if looking at his prey. It caused Leyland to furrow his brow uneasily. I can't be sure what other abilities this rank 15 or higher priest has. Hopefully Tiff and the rest will make it here soon. But of course, Leyland had more than one plan. He was also confident of escaping. As a wizard, there were countless life-saving spells. A simple fly could get him out of the scene in a matter of seconds as long as he wasn't shot down. Rank 15 wizards would escape death even more easily with teleport. This priest in front of him would just be a headache. Taking over. Although it's possible for me to deal with a magic-based professional at rank 15 or above, it really doesn't make sense. Leyland watched the were-creature priest while feeling a headache coming on. He was only a rank 12 mid-ranked wizard, and could not do anything that stepped beyond the boundaries of what was proper. Such a thing would attract the attention of powerful forces, which was the last thing Leyland wanted. However, with spiritual force that exceeded that of regular wizards, as well as the scanning functions of the AI chip, Leyland was able to discover some magic undulations that had been concealed. He abruptly stepped sideways, turning left to dodge a sudden long green arrow. This corrosive arrow did not reduce in strength as it whizzed right through the body of a were-creature, turning it into froth. High-grade poison arrow. Leyland looked grim, and the mage armor inlaid in his uniform activated. Why are you not in your black blood tribe? What are you doing out here? Hee, that's not something you need to know, because your head's about to become my loot. The priest opposite him snickered. At this moment, the situation changed again. Another high-grade were-creature suddenly emerged, launching a sneak attack on Allen. A dagger with terrifying black corrosive energy stabbed into her chest. Allen. Upon seeing this, powerful and dazzling chi burst from Rafinha. It seemed to have a burning effect, causing the other were-creatures around her to back off as she took Allen into her arms. See this? Your leader's going to die. Give up. As long as you give up your faith, swear in the name of the god of the hunt and join us, I can let you off. Tempting words left the were-creature priest's mouth. Perhaps he had also realized that Leyland would be difficult to deal with. While it was possible to win, there was a high chance that Leyland would run off. Leyland chuckled, and it caused the priest's expression to change suddenly. Seeing the summoning rays light up on the opponent's body, Leyland knew that his preparations had been successful. Even as the priest looked confused, he suddenly retreated and activated the spell scrolls he had prepared long ago. Magic Barrier 2. Thorns. Summon guards. Immensely powerful spell barriers instantly cleared out the area, enveloping Leyland and his teammates. Meanwhile, a thorny forest rose swiftly from the ground. Heavily armed soldiers were constructed from the soil, rising to confront the were-creatures. What's going on? After seeing the fall of the were-creature priest, a few leaders immediately headed over. Our base is being attacked. It must be a plot by those crafty humans. The priest spoke in frustration. The other weir creatures' expressions quickly changed. What do we do? The high-ranked weir creatures watched Lei Lin and the others within the barrier. While basically everyone had injuries, they naturally still were able to fight to a certain extent and had magic protection. While it wasn't impossible to break through and wipe them out, they needed time. In this period of time, their own camp could be wiped out. However, if they were to divide their troops, not knowing the power of the opponent would be very dangerous. Lei Lin's troops were not the benevolent type. These vile humans were of no importance at all compared to their own mission. While weir creatures were synonymous with brainless savages, the ones who could become leaders still possessed some level of intelligence. Let's go. The leader suddenly waved his arms, and the others quickly retreated. What about them? One of them looked unwilling to do so, but was immediately shot down. Just think for a moment with your stupid brain. What is more important, our camp or these humans? The priest was also in favor with this decision. As he left, he gave Lei Lin a deep look. This isn't the last you'll see of us. I look forward to it. Lei Lin answered with a slight smile. They retreated quickly. In tens of seconds, they'd completely disappeared. Arcane Eye. After using a few detection spells, Lei Lin nodded in surety. They really left and didn't leave behind any traps. Oh, we succeeded. Ha. I survived. I knew I wouldn't die so easily. The ecstasy of living through a desperate situation immediately caused the soldiers who had survived to descend into a chaotic mess. Many of them even began to cry. After this excitement, they looked at their camp that now looked to be in complete disorder, as well as their comrades who were dead or gravely injured. A soldier began to sob, and soon all sorts of wails began to burst out from the others. Lei Lin. Olin had a huge wound on her chest. Even with Jinx applying pressure and casting divine spells with milky white light, the blood still gushed out. The bright blood dyed Jinx's pure white priest robes red, making her look slightly disturbing. I'll leave my brothers to you. Promise me that you'll bring them back to Silvery Moon alive. Olin's lips were cracked, looking like a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst. What do I do? What do I do? This sort of wound needs a cure serious wound spell at the very least. I've used up all my divine spell slots, Jinx sobbed. Clerics and priests that used up all their divine magic were even more useless than wizards without spell slots. I promise. Lei Lin nodded grimly. Then. I can relax now. Olin's hands hung down, her eyes closing slightly. Captain. Captain. Jinx began to weep. She's not dead yet. Lei Lin was speechless as he pulled Jinx aside, a spell scroll abruptly appearing in his hands. Create water. Freeze. The powerful magic encased Olin in a gigantic ladder of ice like an insect. There was still a look of shock on her face. She might be able to hold on for a while longer. Lei Lin looked serious. Jinx. Yes. The female priest looked up, stunned. I have an important task for you. Lei Lin looked at the priest before him. I need you to escort her back. You're our only cleric beside Olin, only you can keep her alive. As for safety, I'll send a few people to accompany you. No problem. Jinx wiped off her tears and answered quickly. After they lost Olin, Lei Lin now had the right to command them all. Wait, won't you go back with me? Jinx only managed to react after a moment, asking in surprise. Go back. Do you want to be court-martialed? Casley definitely won't let us off. Lei Lin looked serious. I'll stay behind and complete the mission. Lei Lin now had a noble aura similar to a hero, which touched Jinx's heart. Oh, her tears began to flow again. Don't worry, I'll complete the task without fail and tell the church of your achievements. As she was a cleric, Jinx was one who would not be criticized. She obviously believed that Lei Lin was giving her this chance of survival, which completely moved her. Lei Lin picked 2 soldiers who seemed alright to send Jinx and those who were gravely injured back. After Olin left, the entire squadron was now entirely in Lei Lin's control. With the priest leaving, there was nobody who would be monitoring Lei Lin, and he could now act without reservations. But this method, will it work? I've never heard of it before. Watching the large horse carriage with ice inside leave, Raffania stood by Lei Lin's side, looking confused. Can using ice slow down the worsening of injuries? With this method, business at the shrine would pick up. Wizards would also begin to pay more attention to ice-type spells, but Raffania had never heard about this before. Yes, in theory. I haven't tested it out before though, Lei Lin nodded. In theory. The female knight shrieked. Yes. That's at least some hope. Lei Lin answered irresponsibly, and then clapped his hands to gather the rest of the soldiers. Standing high above, Lei Lin looked at the few men they had below. The team had had less than 50 people originally, and with last night's massacre and today's injured leaving, there were only a dozen or so people left. It looked rather pitiful. You'll definitely ask me why we aren't going back, Lei Lin's voice was low. Now, with the deaths of the many leaders and those who had gone off, he had the most authority here and was the only reasonable commander. Of course, Lei Lin only needed this authority. It would be much easier for Lei Lin to just die than make use of these scattered remnants of a defeated troop. To get them working together, Lei Lin even spoke of what had happened before with the mission, as well as their hostility with Casley/. After saying all this, he saw looks of despair in the soldiers' eyes. Yes. With Casley around, we will become deserters if we go back and be sent to trial. Don't think about escaping, because your identification as free citizens as well as your family are all in Silvery Moon. Lei Lin's voice had a strange infectious effect. This battle is not just for yourselves, it's for your future. We must eliminate those wretched war creatures. At the very least, we need to succeed in battle and return without blame. The soldiers below were first bewildered and afraid, but flames were now blazing in their eyes. Noticing it, Lei Lin secretly burst into laughter. Bestow. Once their commander was defeated, the subordinates stood out to lead their ruined army. They faced powerful enemies and obtained an unimaginable victory. Indeed, this is how a hero should be. Lei Lin nodded inside. His thought process was completely based off some melodramatic models in his previous life, but it appeared to be popular in this world too. After placating the soldiers and ridding himself of Rafinha, Lei Lin left the camp in the name of investigating the situation. Young master. Tiff appeared from the shadows. You did well. What harvest did you reap? Lei Lin asked calmly. Lei Lin's plan had two parts, one in the open and one in the shadows. In the open, he would attract all the attention onto himself, while in secret, Tiff had brought his men to the vicinity. This is why he had allowed Landshire to get in contact with the opponents and reveal the location of their camp, allowing for the attack. While the war creatures turned out in full strength, Tiff would destroy their nest. Meanwhile, with the perfect timing, they could also take care of the siege surrounding them. While Lei Lin alone could not match up to the joint attack of the high-ranked war beasts, he would crush them in terms of intelligence. Their camp was very strictly guarded and they recovered very quickly. We only managed to break through a part of the surrounding camp and did not manage to get to the core campsite. Tiff looked serious as he produced a scroll with powerful spell remnants. However, it had obviously been used once already. Based on the traces on the outside, their goal seems to be to slaughter dragons. Slaughtering dragons? Lei Lin froze slightly. Dragons naturally still existed in this world, and they were extraordinary high-grade beings. They were also considered a legendary species, purebloods of which could naturally become legends upon reaching adulthood. With skin that was basically immune to magic, they were effectively the children of the gods. The group of high-grade war beasts had conspired for a long time, and it was obviously not to kill a few mixed bloods or subspecies. They would probably target an adult dragon, a legend. Why would they slaughter dragons? Lei Lin pondered over this. While the heroes of human legend gained benefits and divine items upon slaughtering dragons, he knew that things weren't quite as simple. The dragon race was very powerful, and they had their own backers. If one were tainted with the vengeance of a dragon's soul, they would be pursued with hatred by the entire dragon race. Even historically, unless the heroes that slayed dragons had strong backing, few ended up well. On top of that, not every one of those dragons were wealthy enough to rival a country. Wanting to make a fortune off slaying dragons was just a fantasy. Of course, many war beasts were lunatics, and they could not be judged by normal standards. Could it be a ceremony for the god of the hunt? A legendary dragon would be enough for the god to show his grace. With a god acting, the dragons could do nothing even if they harbored a grudge. But what they would lose from this would be far too much to bear. Unless there's something else that's attracting the higher-ups of the war beasts, Lei Lin muttered to himself and asked Tiff, have you found their target? He first unrolled the scroll Tiff had gotten. There was a map of the northern lands here, with detailed markings of the various villages, mountain ranges, forests, and rivers. Even the copy Lei Lin had made with the AI chip's records was only slightly better than this, and a map with this much detail would absolutely fetch a great price in the northern lands. On one mountain range was a little blood-red mark of a beast tooth, looking formidable and evil. Tiff pointed at the mark on the map. There was a label beside it, the Nether Mountains. I used memory retrieval used on a few slaves, this should be their goal. The Werbeasts have received intel of the existence of an adult red dragon there through various means. They aim to behead it, he answered with certainty. While memory retrieval was thought to be a sinister spell, neither Lei Lin nor Tiff cared about it. Nether Mountains. The red dragon, Lei Lin mumbled, the glint in his eyes brightening. All of a sudden, his eyes suddenly flashed as the Nether Mountains combined with an incomplete image of the map formed by the AI chip. AI chip, show me the part of the northern lands where the inheritance of the Arcanists could be, he immediately commanded inside. The AI chip worked quickly, and a slightly blurred map appeared with a few tags. This map was something Lei Lin had copied from the notebook of the Arcanist. Sadly, with the passing of generations, most of the map was lost even with the magical protection. Lei Lin looked unperturbed as the AI chip copied a version of the map from the scroll and overlapped them. As expected, seeing the location where the Arcanist inheritance was and the beast tooth marking match up, Lei Lin's eyes flashed with understanding. Tiff beside him obviously could not see changes in the AI chip, but he knew that Lei Lin had discovered something. Still, he did not ask. This was smart of Tiff, and Lei Lin could not help but nod inside. Red Dragon. Werbeasts. The Arcanist. What is the relation between the three? Did those Werbeasts obtain clues of the Arcanist inheritance? Or am I thinking too much, and they purely want to offer a sacrifice to Malor? Lei Lin's eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions, but then went still. Whatever it is, the Werbeasts must be wiped out. Lei Lin made up his mind. He put a silver mask on his face, and his eyes turned a frightening red and white. Terrifying unstable strength burst forth from his body. In that moment, he changed into his identity of the Divine Devil. My lord. Tiff changed his method of addressing Lei Lin, knowing that he wanted to hide his identity. Alright, let's go see the underlings you recruited. Lei Lin nodded, the glow of fly coming forth from his body. In a hidden valley, Lei Lin stood on high ground to look at the underlings Tiff had brought. Almost all of them were scattered around secretly, being of various races. The only commonality was the bloody and savage aura they possessed, making people fearful at the sight of them. Welcome, brothers of my sect. Lei Lin now wore the robes of a high priest. His clothes that were lined with gold fluttered in the air, making him appear splendidly luxurious. Tiff stood behind him respectfully, emphasizing Lei Lin's status. The winged serpent god Kukulkan is a powerful and rewarding god. Lei Lin scanned through these men who would be considered the trash of their races. They had no faith to speak of, and only believed in strength. This was how they were subdued by Tiff, as long as you believe in our god, you will then be rewarded. Lei Lin saw the looks of disbelief in their eyes and pointed at a beast man wrapped in beast skin, you, come here. What is it? The beast man had the head of a lion and a sturdy body filled with muscles and scars. There was a rebellious look on his face. You will receive the blessing of our god. Lei Lin's arms wrapped around himself as he moved in a modest and respectful way. When it came to acting as a medium, Lei Lin had nothing to learn. Meanwhile, powerful energy undulations exploded from his body, filled with a dignified and heavy aura. Even the air was beginning to freeze. HSS, a bundle of flames in the air turned into a strange giant snake with 2 wings. The giant snake's pupils were trained on the lion-headed man, and a terror from his very soul got him to kneel, body quivering. My master, the mighty winged serpent god, Kukulkan. I finally meet you again. Tiff who was at the side knelt down piously. My master is the only serpent of the world and possesses boundless strength. Your mighty divine force can swallow the heavens. Lei Lin began to chant ceremonial verses, and a black ray of light descended from the snake's mouth, falling on the lion-headed man. Boom, the moment the black light descended, it turned into the most ferocious of flames for an instant as it wrapped him within itself. Miserable cries sounded out from within. Such a terrifying scene left the audience silent in their fear. However, before they could even think that Lei Lin was reprimanding him, the figure of the winged serpent god and the black flames had dissipated, revealing the figure of the lion-headed man. However, there was now a huge change to his body. His golden fur was now completely black, and there was even a black skull brand. He touched his body after the transformation, looking to be in disbelief. My master has enlightened you with abilities in magic, transforming you into a sorcerer. Lei Lin's eyes were aimed at the ground as he spoke calmly. Sorcerer. The dark lion-headed being looked puzzled, and then lifted his right arm. Demonic magic rays lit up on his body, and the black skull brand on his body flickered layer by layer. This was summon undead. Crash, the ground split open, and numerous incomplete skeletons crawled up. It's really magic. This is a sorcerer. How terrifying. He can actually bestow the gift of magic and sorcery. Amongst the stunned looks, the lion-headed man immediately knelt in his ecstasy. My God, the winged serpent god. I believe in you. As a professional who specialized in physical attacks, just a bit of magic would be a huge help to him. The lion-headed man sensed that he now possessed the power of a sorcerer of at least rank 5, and there even seemed to be a possibility of raising this strength. How could he not be delighted to the point of insanity? When compared to the rewards, his faith was nothing. Winged serpent god. You are the serpent of the world and possess boundless strength. The eyes of the others began to shine as they started to pray, voices filled with sincere piety. Once more. Faith is actually a contract between gods and mortals. Mortals place their faith in the gods, and in return they receive divine skills. When they die, their souls will have the right to advance to the kingdom of the god. Lei Lin watched those fellows who were fit to be ordinary believers with bright eyes. If they receive more benefits in return, they won't hesitate to make offerings and worship even a bogus god. This is why there are still so many worshippers of devils and demons in this world. Of course, there was a limit to the worshippers that gods took in. They naturally couldn't bestow their divinity without restriction, or they would make a loss. They could possibly lose a chunk of their divine force, even their godhood. Lei Lin was currently in the early stages of building the foundation of his church. He had to give Rai's first believers more benefits than normal. How else would he attract the faith of others and have them believe in this non-existent feathered serpent god? As his main body was still in deep slumber, he was completely unable to respond to his followers' prayers and bestow them with divine skills. In reality, that winged Targaryen phantom and the bestowal of the sorcery was all part of a show that Lei Lin had fabricated and performed with this body. Given that he was but a part of the main soul, even Tiff wouldn't be able to discover any flaws once he disguised himself. As for the magic-like abilities, although those with bloodlines in this world could only rely on what they inherited, Lei Lin had no fear of bloodline transformation experiments. He was already a mid-rank 7 warlock after all. Warlocks had always been the best among those who possessed bloodlines. Lei Lin himself had reached great peaks in the use of bloodline energy, and to use a few captured bloodlines to manufacture a few fake sorcerers did not take much effort. Of course, in the world of gods, this was a miracle that only gods, demons and devils could achieve, explaining the fervent looks of these men. Sorcery could even be passed on to their children. These benefits were attractive enough to make his subordinates gather around the Church of Kulukan, and unite under its name for the time being. They were all ready to drench themselves in blood and fight for Lei Lin. Another voice sounded at this moment, and Lei Lin's lips lifted even higher than before. Beep. Rank 3 Weave Analysis, 100%. Host body has obtained all rank 3 spell models. Spell amnesia has been blocked automatically. Casting of rank 3 spells no longer requires materials. The analysis of the third level of the weave had already been at the final leg, and now the conditions were ripe enough for it to complete. Lei Lin couldn't help but feel that the World Origin Force was watching over and taking care of him. Gods always achieved success. None were unfavored by the World Origin Force, and they were said to be the World Will's darlings. Seems like the dormant will of the world of gods can't control the World Origin Force anymore. There's a vacancy for me, eh? The edges of Lei Lin's lips spread even wider. In the name of our god, let's make war. Kukulkan. Kukulkan. Everyone's thirst for battle had already reached its peak. Of course, Lei Lin wouldn't admit that he had intentionally influenced this. Within the high-ranked war creature camp in the Moonwood. Damn it. There are actually other humans. The war creature commander ruthlessly flung a trembling war creature onto the ground as he huffed. Luckily, only the outskirts were taken down, and they didn't reach the core camp. The war creature priest on the other side added coldly as he held onto his human bone staff. We need to tighten security across the entire camp. I'm ready to carry out a large-scale sacrificial ceremony for our Lord's favor. He'll send out hunters from his kingdom to assist us. The lesser god of the hunt, Malor, was a gigantic monster similar to apes and monkeys. It didn't get rid of most of its bestial characteristics after it successfully deified, and had a morbid thirst for slaughter. The hunters were an exotic species in Malor's kingdom, and they were created specifically to hunt prey. The weakest of them was more powerful than a high-ranked professional, and if the sacrifices of his followers in the mortal world pleased Malor, he would even open up a passage to dispatch the elite forces of his kingdom. Although such forces from the heavens were definitely a little weaker as compared to an incarnated deity, the advantage was that they could be replenished without much heartache. Hunters. The highly ranked war-creature grimaced. The sacrificial offering required clearly cost him dear. Our forces were already enough, but in order to ensure nothing will go wrong, let's go ahead with that. I believe, if we can use the legendary red dragon as an offering in a moment, our master will surely be very pleased. Then I will begin. The war-creature priest arrived at a miniature altar within the camp. This was clearly the core of the camp. It did not suffer from any damage from Tiff's surprise attack. But the instant the priest entered the temple, his expression changed drastically. Woo. 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 Crimson divine force poured out from the altar into its surroundings, the dazzling radiance representing some sort of special message. There's an enemy. The sound abruptly came to an end, following which an icy cold ray of light flashed past. With a blade cold enough to freeze the entire room, it ferociously thrust itself into the chest of one of the highly ranked war creatures. A thief who has almost reached the rank of legends. It's the person who launched a sneak attack on us. The war creature chief roared violently, and landed his fist on the ground with a thump. Powerful undulations spread in all four directions. Earth's fist. A high-level physical professional skill erupted in a series of invisible ripples, forcing a black shadow out of thin air. Whoosh. 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 The silhouette bounced around nimbly, and ran several hundred meters away, his figure barely visible. The war creatures he passed by on the way collapsed with their hands covering their throats. You won't get away, despicable raider. The war creature chief had a fierce look on his face as he followed behind at supersonic speed. But right when the chief was at the entrance of the camp, the priest's voice could be heard. Be careful, it's a trap. He might have a formidable spellcaster. The reminder obviously came a little too late. Just as the war creature chief came to a halt, a sinister figure with a silver mask suddenly appeared, with a terrifying spell instantly taking shape on his palm. Rank 5 spell, Dragon's Breath. A powerful corrosive force instantaneously swept across the entire area, scorching the hair on the war creature chief's chest. Damn it! The war creature flew backwards as a dark green radiance on his body flickered continuously. A powerful force was resisting against the corrosive effects of the dragon's breath at lightning speed. The war creature priest behind the chief was constantly employing treatment spells. After retreating more than 10 meters, the war creature chief had already completely broken away from the attack range of the dragon's breath. However, the average war creatures around them were not so lucky. They all collapsed onto the ground, and the entrance to the camp was instantly filled with victims everywhere. The crowd-controlling powers of wizards were always one thing that commanders were most fearful of. Who are you? The war creature chief clearly didn't recognize Lei Lin, who was in disguise. Moreover, his opponent was formidable and nefarious, which made him feel as though he was facing his greatest foe. This feeling, as if he was devouring everything around him. The war creature chief's pupils constricted. He now saw Lei Lin as the most dangerous enemy he had ever met. Zoom, without giving the chief a chance to even speak, Tiff immediately charged forward. His powers as a highly ranked professional, which were close to being legendary, burst out from him completely. His magic abilities flashed on his body from time to time, and he actually managed to forcibly stall 5 highly ranked war creatures although it was 1 against 5. Kill. Arg. A wave of troops charged towards the camp. An eldritch lion-headed person who was almost entirely covered in black led the front line. With a ferocious roar, a suit of armor made of bones appeared on its body, along with numerous bony pikes that suddenly thrust forward into the line of war creatures that couldn't flee in time. Fresh blood dripped continuously along the bony pike. Charge! The army of scum instantly broke into the war creature camp. They were from different walks of life and all kinds of races, but had been brought together by Tiff recently. After seeing what happened to one of them earlier, these dregs of society were investing 120% of their strength in combat in order to obtain the power of a bloodline and even let their descendants inherit it. Even though their opponents were blessed by the lesser god of the hunt, Malor, they too were protected by the mysterious feathered snake god, Kukulkan. It was undeniable that those who were chosen by Tiff were all rather strong and talented. They were on par with the war creatures in the camp. Mass frenzy. Mass healing. The war creature priest hid somewhere behind as he watched the enemies solemnly. The races that made up the opponent's army were very diverse. thus he couldn't think of which influential party they belonged to at all. Could it be that a new influential force is already emerging in the vicinity? With their nearly legendary experts, this group cannot be belittled. The war-creature priest muttered. He raised his hand and continued producing a spell which he had been preparing for a long time. Dispel magic. A violet pillar of light descended from the sky, interrupting the war-creature priest and hindering him from casting spells. Lei Lin folded his arms, calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, as he stared at the war-creature priest on the ground. Your opponent is me. Lei Lin's eyes were ice-cold. Previously, he couldn't employ all of his strategies in order to conceal his true strength. But with his identity as a divine emissary, he didn't need to have any considerations. He raised his hand, and lightning chains shot out. Pale blue electric currents bounced across the place, causing a few low-level priests to collapse to the floor. When in combat, kill the clerics first. That was the norm in practically every battle, and Lei Lin certainly wouldn't sit idly by and let those low-level clerics leisurely heal and assist their troops. After Lei Lin fixed his attention on him, the war-creature priest suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as though he was facing a gigantic dragon. Vast amounts of probing spells flashed by, yet shortly after they returned with a message that made his expression change drastically. Divine One. Which god do you serve? The war-creature priest asked in a deep voice, scared out of his wits by Lei Lin's false godhood. On the continent in the world of gods, stronger beings who could obtain divinity were scarce. The greatest possibility would be that they were bestowed divinity by the gods. Evidently, this war-creature priest considered Lei Lin as the saint of some deity. Hunters. Communication between gods was an extremely solemn affair. If a powerful being was bestowed with divinity, he was bound to have an eminent status even in a god's church. As for a subordinate of one god provoking another, that would practically be the beginning of a war between the gods. The war-creature priest began to feel rather dizzy. Although there had been conflicts and friction between churches and even between the gods themselves ever since the dusk of the gods, starting an undeclared war like this was a rare event. After all, even a weak god would almost be unrivaled in their divine realm. Battle between two gods was a very grave matter, and it could span various dimensions and thousands of years. As a cleric, the priest undoubtedly knew this. He watched Lei Lin with restrained fear. You had the cheek to covet our master's wealth. Lei Lin's reply was very vague, but the war-creature priest's expression changed drastically. As expected, it had to do with the Nether Mountains. Although the priest stopped himself in time, Lei Lin still got what he wanted. Sure enough, these war-creatures are up to something. It's not as simple as just the red dragon. He didn't give the priest another chance to speak. Lei Lin moved swiftly in midair, and the spells that he had been preparing for a long time shot out continuously. Fog barrier. Missile storm. Fireball. A layer of dense fog formed both a barrier and a cage, confining Lei Lin and the war-creature priest within. It prevented outsiders from intervening and probing them while spell attacks rained down like terrifying meteors with great destructive force. A presumptuous extremist that started a battle on his own initiative. You shall suffer from punishment by the gods. The war-creature priest had a pious expression on his face. He seemed to be clothed in a milky white suit of protective armor, and a strong radiance kept emanating from his body. Asterisk pew. 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 Asterisk the missiles rebounded off his glowing vest. It flickered, and eventually exploded. The enormous scorching fireball struck the ground. Chrome yellow flames started spreading in all directions, continuously engulfing everything in their way. They quickly formed a gigantic depression in the ground that was covered in black scorch marks, as if it had been crushed by the bottom of a black pan. The war-creature priest stood at the edge of the blackened pit-hole, his expression extremely solemn. The priest robes he was wearing had been torn into shreds, and he was almost entirely charred. Master, Mailer, please grant me strength, the war-creature priest murmured. He stripped off his robes in one stroke, exposing his hairy torso. His muscles started to throb, and the dark scars from the flames burst open. Beep. Opponent has activated an innate skill, Wild Surge. A glimmer of light flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. The Eye of the Hawk, coupled with the probing abilities of the AI chip, revealed everything about the opponent right in front of his eyes. Wild Surge, a special ability of the followers of the lesser god of the hunt, Mailer. Activation buffs strength and vitality by 1 point, additionally granting hunting vision. If in the massacre state, the ability will bestow mid-rank regenerative effects. Cell activity will increase by 50%. The extraordinary wild surge technique was an unusual ability bestowed by the lesser god of the hunt to his followers, and its usage would lead to terrible aftereffects. The increased cell activity would drain one's vitality to make up for the deficiencies, and the use of this skill would reduce life expectancy greatly. But it was undeniable that this technique was still incomparably formidable. Lei Lin could feel the were-creature priest on the ground enter a strange state. Not only had the injuries on his body completely disappeared, sharp claws had even shot out of his fingers. Even though he was just a clergyman of the lesser god of the hunt, he seemed to have transformed into a horrifying hunter after activating the skill. The muscles on the priest's leg twisted as he leapt more than 10 meters high. His cold razor-sharp claws ferociously slashed across Lei Lin's face. So fast. Lei Lin's eyes sparkled. Your greatest mistake was to falsely think that you could take me on alone. 2 white puffs of air spurted out from the were-creature priest's nostrils. I have a premonition that you will be the most terrifying enemy us were-creatures will ever have. I must kill you here, and this little amount of strength is not enough. Not enough. The priest roared. He suddenly pointed his claws towards himself, and ripped out a huge chunk of skin and flesh. Our god, I offer you sacrifice. Please bestow me with the strength to kill this foe. The 2 clumps of flesh started to squirm violently, and then exploded. A temporary portal opened to reveal 2 enormous beasts. Dimensional summoning. This creature does not seem to be from the prime material plane of the world of gods. What appeared before him were 2 giant primates covered in green scales. They were over 3 meters tall, and their sharp claws were nearly a foot long. Their crimson eyes were filled with bloodthirst. AI chip. Lei Lin inwardly commanded. The chip loyally returned information on them in the blink of an eye. Hunter, Strength, 13, Agility, 15, Vitality, 10, Spirit, 5. Feats, 1, Wild Instinct 2. Poison Claw 3. Extraordinary Regeneration. Description: this is not a creature from the mortal world, but a beast bred by the god of the hunt in his divine domain. It has been specially bred for the hunt, and has almost no rationality. If Malur is pleased with his worshippers' sacrifices, he sends down these creatures to assist them. It has flesh, blood, and a life force, and it even requires a sacrifice of the soul. Lei Lin thought indifferently as he watched the light dim in the eyes of the were-creature priest. Kill him. The 2 tall hunters at the were-creature's side saw a finger point directly at Lei Lin. Swish, the 2 hunters who previously seemed to have been playing a game instantly disappeared into thin air. Even Lei Lin with his powerful sight could only see the afterimages of their movements. They're even faster than the priest when he activated Wild Surge. Lei Lin rapidly ducked under the sharp claws sweeping across him, but a shadow flickered and another hunter emerged behind his back. 2 arms twisted with muscles violently swept towards Lei Lin, seemingly wanting to tear him to pieces. Bang! Mage Armor 2 appeared on Lei Lin's back, buying him a second's time. Once that was done, the clothes on his back seemed to get shredded completely, the scraps flying up into the air like scattered butterflies. Thump. Lei Lin hit the ground heavily, and dust and smoke flew up into the air. Ooh-ah. The 2 enormous hunters surrounded Lei Lin, one on either side of him. They roared loudly together. You can't outrun them. Hunters can bring out their utmost power while hunting. The were-creature priest stood opposite Lei Lin, his eyes filled with a longing for fresh blood. He could already see his claws tearing across Lei Lin's throat. It deserves to be called a creature made by a god. I didn't know the hunters of legend had such power. A crack appeared in Lei Lin's silver mask, and he stood up as his body shone with a healing glow. However, even high-ranked hunters still have their weaknesses. Lei Lin's hands hung down, enveloped in his billowing sleeves. Kill him. Having lost his ability to fly, the were-creature priest found it more beneficial to stay on the ground with the hunters. Both the priest and the hunters seemed to have transformed into black hurricanes, enveloping Lei Lin in their midst. The formidable wind swept up several small rocks, smashing them to powder. As dust and dirt flew around the area, the 3-clawed beasts completely sealed off Lei Lin's escape. They flew at him violently, and with evil intent. Even if they are a god's creation, they will still have some defects, Lei Lin sighed. In the instant before the clawed beasts arrived, he urgently used the ring of wizardry on his hand. Boohoo! A piercing and shrill female voice rang out suddenly, and in a moment overwhelmed their senses. The ear-splitting noise was like that of metal scraping metal, and it brought everything in that space to a standstill. The ear-piercing sound became an air explosion which pushed the three shadows apart. Ow! The war-creature priest cut a sorry figure as he departed, blood trailing from his eyes and ears. Sound wave attacks. Wail of the banshee. No, if it was that I would be dead already. The war-creature priest was already in this state, and the two hunters were in an even worse situation. They rolled back and forth on the ground, letting out pleading cries as if they had suffered an injury to their very souls. Wailing howl. The power of this simplified version of Wail of the Banshee is rather good. Lei Lin touched the ring on his left hand. He'd released the spell from his ring of wizardry a moment ago, pulling off an attack against his enemies. Even a god could not create life, and those hunters were clearly hybrids that Mailer had cobbled together from different animal characteristics and souls. Once they were attacked by sound, they immediately became violently unstable. When it came to experiments on flesh and life, were Lei Lin to claim second, nobody would dare claim first. He was the pinnacle expert of the world of gods in that field. This was the pride of a bloodline warlock. Very well, I've seen most of your spells and abilities. Let's bring this to an end. Lei Lin looked at the war-creature priest before him as dispassionately as he would look at a corpse, with neither joy nor sorrow in his eyes. To an end? The war-creature priest's expression grew heavy, and his heart was filled with a dark premonition. A rune of a beast Fong had soundlessly fallen into his hand. Up. Along with his command, the two hunters who had already stopped their plaintive wails once again threw themselves at Lei Lin. The runes in his hand flashed with the light of a portal. Absorption. Using its inborn sharp senses, the war-creature priest immediately felt a sense of danger, one that was enough to threaten its very life. Hence, it happily abandoned the two hunters behind to serve as cannon fodder and activated the transportation device it had to leave. But how could Lei Lin give it the chance to do that? Dimensional anchor. Exquisite control over this spell allowed Lei Lin to destroy the war-creature priest's transportation rays in an instant. Afterwards, the now grim priest saw something it could never believe, causing its huge mouth to gape even more, to the point of dislocation. 7 colored rays of light were launched from Lei Lin's hands. Rank 2 spell, Color Spray. The effects of such a weak spell only forced the hunters to pause for a while, but then they charged over again without hesitation. But Lei Lin's performance was far from over. Color Spray, Color Spray, Color Spray. 9 spell rays flashed at Lei Lin's hands as if from rainbows, each one cast instantly. While a low-ranked spell had limited effects, a large enough number would result in a fundamental change unless one was completely immune to them. Evidently, these two hunters were swallowed up by these many spells, and they sunk into dizziness and hallucinations. Flaming Sphere, Flaming Sphere, Flaming Sphere. Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. Numerous rank 2 and 3 fire spells took shape in Lei Lin's hands, forming a scene like the stars in the sky. While they were all low-ranked fire-type spells, amassing them like this made them similar to the legendary spell, Meteor Shower. Even the two hunters that had broken away from the attack before still sensed immense danger and retreated quickly. Consider it an honor that you're dying under this move. Lei Lin smiled slightly. With the guidance of his spiritual force, the flames in the sky descended like meteors. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk continuous explosions sounded out, and the two hunters were drowned out by the multicolor spells. Hee. The internet in my previous world also had the 5 fireball school, where they took over the world with 5 casts of fireballs. But this isn't just 5. Seeing the dazzling flames, Lei Lin continued to let his imagination run wild. Meanwhile, the war-creature priest saw the hunters who had exploded till there was nothing left of them, and now had a very grim look. So many spell slots, and you can even cast them instantaneously. Are you a legend? No, even legends can't do anything about the limit of 9 spell slots. The war-creature priest now looked to be in a complete mess, on the verge of a breakdown. Lei Lin smiled at the priest's reaction. Spellcasters suffered in this world, while they could use the weave, they were restricted by spell slots. On top of that, Mistra took something from them every time they cast a spell, holding a part of their spiritual force. For this reason, a few wizards could only cast some low-ranked spells. Even legends lost all battle power after casting a few legendary spells. But Lei Lin was different. He had completely analyzed the first 4 levels of the weave, and there were no restrictions whatsoever on rank 0 to rank 3 spells. As long as he had enough spiritual force, he would be able to cast low-ranked spells instantly. On top of that, he'd refilled his spell slots the day before. Lei Lin could cast spells now, but also had extra ones from before and therefore more spiritual force to spare. This resulted in his terrifying abilities in casting spells. In terms of the number of low-ranked spells, he surpassed regular wizards by several times, and could easily use the power of his low-ranked spells to drown his opponents out. As long as the opponent was not completely immune to spells, he had nothing to fear. Of course, this was his greatest trump card. If news of it were ever to spread, the consequences were obvious. Hence, all those who saw his trump card would have to die. With Leyland's previous identity, he had not dared use this without thinking it over. Now, this war-creature priest was fated to die here. Watching Lei Lin unceasingly drawing close, the war-creature priest now looked to have given up all hope. All of a sudden, his face twitched. I know. You're an arcanist. You must be an arcanist. Your companion is in my hands. I can. Ah. Terrifying spells flooded out once more. While they were merely low-ranked rank 0 to 3 spells, they were enough to drown out opponents. Watching the priest melting away in the flood, Leyland's interest was visibly piqued. What a surprise. I never thought a war-creature priest in a remote camp would know of the existence of arcanists. On top of that, a companion, it seemed like the priest had also met an arcanist before, and had even kept them captive. As long as he killed the priest, everything in the camp would belong to him. Why would Lei Lin bother trying to bargain with him? The misty barrier dispersed, and Lei Lin looked at the surroundings. The entire camp was in chaos. Numerous war-creatures and the bodies of their comrades had fallen everywhere, the flowing blood enough to even form little streams. Motivated by the great rewards, Leyland's underlings had gone all out, and they were all immersed in battle. On another battlefield, however, even with near-legendary strength Tiff was still on a disadvantage. He was facing 5 high-ranked war-creatures, and looked to be in a sorry state. Let's go. With Leyland's arrival and the disappearance of the war-creature priest, the high-ranked war-creature leader's expression changed, and he abruptly waved his arms. He was intellectual, and could obviously tell that his spellcaster had been taken down. Now that the other side's high-ranked spellcaster could attack as he wished, there would be a calamity. While he was unwilling to do so, he still gritted his teeth and sent down the orders to retreat. But how could Lei Lin give him this chance? While he could not cast a torrent of spells again, as someone who was nearly a high-ranked wizard he could still turn the tables. Greater entanglement. Hold person. Greater vertigo. After taking a casual glance at the battlefield, Lei Lin flew over to Tiff's battle. Debuffing spells rained down like a storm. Damn it, he has so many spell slots. What's up with the priest? He didn't even make this person use up that many spell slots and died so fast. The war-creature leader roared, but no matter how hard he thought about this, he could not guess the truth. He could only fly into a rage and then welcome the attack from above and around him. After seeing the death of the high-ranked priest, the weird creature's morale had already dropped, and Lei Lin was now even more ruthless. Considering the circumstances and taking one of them captive, Lei Lin then began to crush the war-creatures. Moon Bow. A dazzling lightning bow and arrow descended from the skies, piercing through the orc leader's chest. Even with this terrifying attack, the leader could still persist for a while before it crumpled to the ground, exhibiting its powerful life energy. After the deaths of the spellcaster and high-ranked war-creature, the entire war-creature camp lost all courage to continue resisting them. Numerous war-creatures howled as they left, while some were hacked to death by some underlings who had gone mad in the fun they were having in the slaughter. Clear out the camp and maintain order. Prepare a few slaves, I have uses for them. After handing the only surviving high-ranked war-beast prisoner to Tiff to tie up, Lei Lin did not care any longer and headed into the core of the camp. The ground still had bloodstains that had yet to dry, and it was still slightly sticky when one walked across. However, the battle had ended quickly and the main infrastructure had not been damaged. Boom. Boom, with Leyland's lead, the statue of Malor and the altar was destroyed. Traces of dim golden rays were still shining from the fragmented pieces. Even a true god will still have restrictions. For instance, they can only sense the surroundings of the altar up to a certain distance, and if they were to descend, they would need to cooperate with the priests here, where they would offer sacrifices or even trigger a holy tide. But there's nothing here at all. Coming down here forcefully would result in damage to one's divinity. Why would that happen for a few high-ranked war-beasts? Lei Lin guided the underlings outside, and only after Malor's statue was destroyed did he enter the range of the altar. Once it's completely smashed up, he won't be able to sense anything around it. Until now, the altar had been the safest place. With a wave of his arms to send away a few men who were quivering on tenterhooks, he arrived by the altar. While there's no divinity here, I can still sense the god of the hunt. Lei Lin closed his eyes, caressing the shattered giant cyan rocks of the altar and sensing the divine force left behind by Malor. An aura filled with bloodlust, death and hunting lingered around him. While this is a lesser god, the accumulation isn't half bad. Lei Lin sighed, the darkness in his eyes expanding. Devour. Traces of golden divine force surged out of the remains of the ruins, and Lei Lin devoured it all. While it wasn't quite possible to grasp divinity like this, he could still ingest some divine force. In the world of gods, gods still sent down their divine force to help their followers advance in their professions on occasion. But Lei Lin was different. He was not Malor's follower, and Malor would not bestow his grace upon him. Since the god wouldn't give it on his own, Lei Lin would take it himself. This was the kind of person he was. As the divine force entered his body, a terrifying, fragmented conscience slowly awakened in Lei Lin's sea of consciousness, turning into a huge incomplete ape monster. Helen. Devouring divine power like this was a very dangerous thing. Even if incomplete, even legends couldn't resist a divine conscience. If any idiot devoured the power of an existing god, he would either go crazy due to the huge conscience or get devoured by the divine force instead and become an incarnation of that god. Yet Lei Lin was different. His original body was equivalent to a demigod to begin with, and he had the conscience and memories of his host body. He wasn't the least bit afraid of this incomplete conscience. Hiss, an unnerving phantom of a winged snake emerged from Lei Lin's soul, glaring at the disabled monkey in front of it. Even if it was only a conscience, the monkey screeched in fright. The monkey screeched out of fright despite that it only being a conscience. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Targaryen looked at the monkey with disdain before swallowing it whole. Lei Lin's body trembled involuntarily as the AI chip made a report. Beep. Unknown energy absorbed by host body. Determined to be divine essence, near high grade. Spirit increasing. Beep. Energy fully absorbed by host body, spirit +1. Lei Lin's spirit force increased to a stunning 13 after devouring Malor's divinity. His spirit was raised substantially, and he could make contact with more of the weave. Meanwhile, the AI chip was still giving him feedback. Host body's spirit stat has reached 13, host has advanced to rank 13 as a wizard. Host has received 1 rank 6 spell slot, 1 rank 5 spell slot, and 1 rank 4 spell slot. Did I finally break through? Lei Lin looked at his updated stats. Lei Lin fallen. Age 20. Race, human, rank 13 wizard. Strength, 10. Agility, 10 physique, 10. Spirit force, 13. Condition, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots, rank 6, 2, rank 5, 4, rank 4, 6, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Weave analysis progress, level 0, 100%. Level 1, 100%. Level 2, 100%. Level 3, 100%. Level 4, 56.77%. Level 5, 12.15%. Level 6, 0.01%. A 20-year-old rank 13 wizard. I reckon there aren't many like me in Silvery Moon City. I'm almost on par with a chosen now, though I guess I did advance with the grace of a god. Lei Lin had fully digested Malor's energy, and whilst the god himself realized that he'd lost some of his divinity he had no idea why. Well, it seems like I'll be entering an eternal feud with the god of the hunt now. Even if he hadn't devoured Malor's divine force, Lei Lin would have made an enemy of the god's church anyway. He had killed too many of his war-creature followers. I'll have to face a god sooner or later anyway. The god of the hunt. Interesting domain. Lei Lin smirked. My lord. Tiff, who was waiting outside the altar, was aware that Lei Lin had changed. However, he didn't point it out. We've detained and imprisoned a group of captives according to your orders, Anne. I found something in the cell at the core of the campsite. Oh. Bring me there to have a look. Adrenaline rushed through Lei Lin as he came to a securely sealed cell with Tiff. I'm the only one who's entered the place. I thought it would be better for few people to know about this. Tiff bowed before positioning himself beside the door like a loyal guard. Can it be? Lei Lin had a few guesses in his heart, but he was still hesitant as he pushed the door. Clang, the thick and heavy door bellowed. The light inside was dim, and it was covered in the distinct runes of the war creatures that gave off a barbaric aura. Lei Lin could tell that it was a high-grade anti-demon spell formation to block off contact with elemental energy and the weave. It evidently a trap, and the person within the cell moved suddenly and raised their head. You're not a war creature. They mumbled, so softly that Lei Lin could barely hear. Cling clang, the chains scraped against each other as this prisoner moved, and Lei Lin noticed the unique cuffs on their hands. Anti-magic cuffs. Looks like they were really wary of you. Lei Lin sized the captive up. They were humanoid, but looked like a half-elf. Beneath their long viridescent locks were a pair of pure obsidian eyes and translucent fair skin. Their aura was distinct in spite of the long imprisonment. A faint energy was emitted from their body, but restricted by the anti-magic cuffs on their hands. It was clear that this captive was a wizard. A female half-elf wizard. Tell me, why did the war creatures imprison you? Lei Lin asked. I heard screaming and slashing just now. Have you eliminated all of them? The female wizard raised her head and shot Lei Lin a glance with her unreadable eyes. I guess you can say that. Lei Lin nodded in agreement. Then aren't you going to release me? She waved her cuffs in question. Nope. Law says you're now my captive, unless you have something of value to exchange for your freedom. Lei Lin shook his head. Besides, you're a half-elf wizard, you should know your value. This was the standard practice in the mainland, but things were different in Silvery Moon. The city's leader was good, and if she heard of the situation she might even have redeemed the half-elf with her own money. But Lei Lin didn't plan on reporting it. Redemption. I guess you came because of that too. Ignorant idiot. You don't know the suffering it will bring you. The female wizard laughed, her eyes brimming with complicated emotions. Lei Lin saw a brief moment of regret. Are you talking about the inheritance of the Arcanists near the Nether Mountains and Red Dragon territory? Lei Lin was sick of beating about the bush. And as expected, the moment he mentioned the Nether Mountains, Red Dragon, and Arcanists, her expression changed. So you knew. Actually, I know more than what you think I do. Lei Lin looked at her robe, which was evidently different from the regular robes of other wizards, and snapped his fingers. A scorching light struck between her hands and melted the anti-magic cuffs. Boiling molten iron dripped to the floor and sizzled, producing white fumes in its wake. But the female wizard had better things to pay attention to, as she stared at Lei Lin unbelievingly. Instant cast. It can't be. You are an Arcanist. An Arcanist? I've yet to become one, I just have a few incomplete arcane spell models, just like you. Lei Lin smiled at her. The use of arcane spells was obviously different from that of normal spells. The biggest difference was that one didn't need the help of the weave to use them, instead using the elemental particles in the air. Lei Lin had made these plans long ago, but the AI chip was busy with the weave. Still, he'd managed to build a few arcane spell models in his leisure. The scorching ray that he casted just now was one of them. Given his abilities, it wasn't impossible for Lei Lin to completely reconstruct the Arcanists given enough time. Still, it could take tens of millennia. The transformation of normal spells into arcane spell models would be enough to keep him busy. When there were ready-made ones, why would he continue to make them himself? Lei Lin's real interest lay in the research of those Arcanists and the inheritance from those magi who had comprehended laws. There was more than one Magus who comprehended laws in the final war, and countless rank 8s who were similar to the Mother Core. An understanding of their paths and laws would be extremely beneficial to Lei Lin. Being a localization of magi, Arcanists must have received the teachings of the ancient magi. It was quite possible that they possessed information in those fields. Observing the different paths of law will be a great benefit. Though the ultimate path of every Magus is definitely different, it can at least give me a general direction. Lei Lin looked at the female wizard as multiple thoughts ran through his head. On the other hand, she let down her guard after seeing Lei Lin cast that spell. Her expression loosened up, and a sense of pity and reliance overcame her. It was as if she had found her own kind. Bam. A ball of green elemental particles started burning on the tips of her fingers, and she made a bizarre gesture, looking cautious. In the eyes of the arcanic fire, I will comply with the path of truth and abandon confusion, weakness and suffering. I will succeed the path of the Arcanist. The light of Netheril will never be dimmed. My name is Helen. May I know who you are, my lord? Helen looked over to Lei Lin after the ritual with expectation. Is that how ancient Arcanists greet each other? I'm sorry, but I really don't know how to do this. Leyland spread his hands out and laughed helplessly. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary wizard who got some fragments of Arcanist inheritance. After a round of confusing explanation and using the Arcanist notebook as proof, Leyland finally proved his identity. Helen's own origins gradually grew clear before his eyes.